This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Guten Tag und herzlich willkommen in Österreich. We are set for another action-packed 5-match day of cricket here in Vienna. We've got the newcomers Salzburg, who've made a 300-kilometer trip to get here to Vienna for a triple header. They've got a big week up ahead. They're going to play 10 matches over the course of 4 days. And the highlight of the day is that top-of-the-table clash between Donaustadt and Vienna CC. Both those sides also have double headers today, so the stakes couldn't be higher. How will the newcomer Salzburg fare? Will Donaustadt get back to the top of the table? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next in Austria. Our first match of the day is between the Austrian Daredevils and Salzburg. The Austrian Daredevils, in all honesty, have had a pretty difficult tournament so far. They managed to win just 1 game in 6 tries, and they're going to be hoping to do a lot better this week if they want to get back in the race to grab that final spot to make it to finals day. They're going to be led by the likes of Buset Omari, who's been up there as one of their top run getters. He's been terrific throughout this series, and they're going to need a big performance from him in this upcoming match. Meanwhile, for Salzburg, well, this is their first ECS appearance since all the way back in 2021. When they did great in the round robin, they finished second overall with a record of 5-2. Unfortunately for them, they were upset in the semi-final, and their campaign came to a heartbreaking end. Zishan Goraya was one of their star performers back then. He was among the top run getters with 296 runs to his name. The news from on the middle is that Salzburg have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. Over to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt. And yes, good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to the Seabarn Cricket Ground for what promises to be another fantastic day of action. And we certainly have had plenty so far. Yesterday, match day number 7 was no exception. And let's take a look at, first of all, some of the action that we saw yesterday. We started with Snazi looking to go back to winning ways, and they did with a comprehensive victory over Lord CC. Snazi 171 for 2. Janan Gulzai, what a day he had yesterday. It started with a win, and it started with a half century, 79 of 33, 126 stand there by Kasturi, who also made a half century, getting a win for Snazi by 74 runs. Match number 2, Snazi would take on Indian CC Vienna. Once again, they did well with the bat. Once again, it was Janan Gulzai who got a half century. He was well supported there by the likes of Kishan and Rayan, getting them to 151. Indian CC Vienna, though, not only did they get the win, they won with 10 balls to go, thanks to Kunal Joshi, who scored a fantastic 60 and not out. Graz Cricket Academy, another team that were looking to get some wins under their belt, and match number 33, it was the one that broke a huge run off the matches without a golden ball. We thought we were going to get the 300, but it wasn't to be. It came to an end with a 123 to 123 tied score. The golden ball was won by Graz. What a match that was. Plenty to talk about there. But, of course, it was all about Sultan Zai. 27 of 10 with the bat. And then 2 for 8 with the ball to give his team the win. And then Akshek Wag bowled a brilliant last over and the golden ball as well to get them the win. Indian CC Vienna, they were hoping to keep winning and stay on top after their win against Nazi. But Graz Cricket Academy, after winning the golden ball, they were pumped. And they made it another win for them, winning by 5 wickets with, the unlikely hero, Pamir Zarawar, scoring 47 of 18 to give them a win. He was also the player of the match. Earlier, Irfan Safi did make 60 in a partnership with Mihar Chima of 129 when they were in trouble, but it wasn't enough. The last match of the day, Snazi back in action. Could they finish with a win? No, they couldn't, because they were up against the top team in Cricketer CC. They went on and made it 7 wins on the spin, a winning part with 18 balls to go by 6 wickets. Even though Janan Gulzar made it 3 half centuries on the spin on the day and got a good partnership in there with Hamza Bhatti. But it was Kagani who was in good form. Not only did he bowl very well, but made that 33 not out of 11 balls, helping Cricketer CC get all the points with a ball to go. So that's the way things looked at the moment. Cricketer CC looking pretty healthy, top of the table. But you can see that the Austrian Daredevils, they really do need a few wins if they are to stay up with the likes of Snazzy, Sherry Punjab, Indian CC Vienna, all of those teams. And you could also put Graz Cricket Academy and Vienna CC into that equation. All of them still battling to make it into final stage. Remember, the top 5 that you see there on your screens will come back on Friday. If you don't finish in the top 5, you lose out. So this is a big game for the Austrian Daredevils. You can see they've got a game in hand over the likes of Lords CC and Indian CC Vienna. If they can get a good win here, then they certainly do stay in contention. But at the moment, Indian CC Vienna holding that all-important 5th spot. And of course, Salzburg making their start here today with 3 matches. And now they definitely are going to be a team to watch, aren't they? With a number of good players that we know on the network coming together. Imran Asif, what a play he is. It's going to be good to see him out there. And we'll certainly be looking to be in the runs. Akib Iqbal in that side as well. Zishan Goroya. Got some wonderful players. And of course, the talented and knowledgeable Ashan Yusuf as well. It was very good to see him out there in the middle. So we're going to have a good day. I think we're going to see plenty of action once more. And, well, who knows? Remember, I was saying yesterday, we've had a hat-trick in the series. Yesterday, we were treated to a golden ball. Still no Centurion. So, are we going to see the start of the second week here in Austria? Are we going to see that century? This one, no, Salzburg, without even playing a single match, they are 74% favourites to go on to win this one against the Austrian Daredevils. And, of course, a lot of that is to do with, of course, the history and the background of some of these players, good players coming together here. So, getting ready to start here. Want a good start. Winning the toss. Salzburg electing to bat. Positive move. And I think you expect them to do that. Gives an opportunity for them to get going straight away. First up with the ball. It looks like it's going to be Shafiq Safi, who's bowled very well in this series so far. And that's uppercut away beautifully. What a lovely shot. Imran Safi and announces his arrival to this tournament and that of Salzburg by hitting their first ball for 6. He rocks back and plays the uppercut. I mean, you can see he is a powerful unit, Imran. And that's a beautiful shot. And don't let his size also fool you, because those of you that were following the ECIs in Romania when Austria were there will know that this guy is a top fielder as well. Carves this one away, gets it over point. 6 and 4, and early in the morning, you can see Salzburg and particularly Imran Asif are hungry for more, as that one gets played away as well. So another boundary. Shafiq Safi, just a little bit too short with his length here. Trying to keep it out on the off stump, so that's not an issue. Problem is, it's his length, and Imran, good positive start. What's the comeback ball going to be from Safi? Down the leg side, and this is just a little nurdle on this. No leg bye given. It's a leg bye. See, that was nice there from the batter. It's not often that you see a batter signal to the umpire to say it's off the pad, especially when the ball is going to the boundary. He'll normally say, yeah, I got a bit on that, but not Imran. Turns around and says to the umpire, that came off the top of my leg, me thigh pad. Good morning to Rob Thompson, John Heasham and Dave on the chat early this morning. And, well, a few others are now arriving as well. Good to have you all with us. Jeffrey Mobbs is there. And we're expecting, as I said, another fine day of action. Hello to Azad. And Khan is there as well. And the funny shorts, simple answer. Watch and find out. That's what we all do. We watch. And we know who's the winner at the end of the 20 overs. Here comes Safi. At the moment, he's struggling a little. It's guided away. He will take just a single. The Imran Asif guides that one away and will give a ball to his opening partner, Zishan Goroya. And let's see how he starts his 2024 campaign. Down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, so a few issues. First thing this morning with the radar here of Safi. Bit of swing, but he just starts in the wrong area to Goroya. Ooh, a little bit of luck early on. Goroya looking to play this one down the ground, gets an inside edge. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. So we will start match day 8 with another magical over. We've seen so many in this tournament. So that's 22 off the first. Doesn't go to plan. It's been quite an amazing series. We've had, so far per day, we've been getting 115 sixes in a day. That's quite extraordinary. And just short of the 100 fours, 97 fours per day. We can also remind you that days to go to the Euros of Cricket is now 21 days before all the teams arrive to take part on that at the Cardamom Oval. Cardamania will rock the world once more. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And maybe, not maybe, definitely, there'll be a few surprises in store as well. Gandhi ball, wonderful take from the keeper. Rafaela Mendoza does very well to get to this. And yeah, he just puts the mitt out. And it goes straight in there. Awaliula Mendoza into the side. Last time we saw the Austrian Daredevils, they missed him. Missing his all-round performances. Again, down the leg side. This is going to go to the boundary. Just clipped away, really. That's an easy hit from Imran Asif. Got one thing you know from Salzburg, I mean, when you look at that lineup, these are all guys that are capable of going big and scoring big runs. You just got to say to yourself, you know what, we just got to bowl a good line. It's got to be pretty much fuller. Got to be a little bit straighter. And just hope that the batters make a mistake. You know, because we've seen already that on this pitch, on this deck, when good batters get in, it's very difficult to get them out. And that's a better ball. See if we'll take the single. So that's better from Andozai. Rob Thompson, hungry for more pineapple pizza, Rico. Funny enough, I did have pizza last night, but no pineapple on it. Thank you very much. Pineapple is, if anything, it's the way for me to start the day. A little bit of fresh pineapple in the morning. And we shouldn't be talking about pineapples today. We should be talking about coconuts because, yep, it is International, or I should say World Coconut Day today. It is indeed. And it's another one that strays down the leg side, so the bowler's just not getting in the right areas. And, of course, you can't make a pina colada or a decent Thai curry without it. Its water makes a great recovery drink. And its fibrous husk, when burned, repels mosquitoes. These are just 3 of the many excellent reasons to celebrate World Coconut Day. So, World Coconut Day today, I must admit, I do love coconut, but not the shredded coconut. I don't like the shredded coconut. I like it when it's like big chunks of it, and yeah, you just bite into it. Mind you, I think these days I've got to be a little bit more careful biting into it because it's a bit hard. And I love the coconut water when it's nice, cold, fresh. Yeah, you can't beat it. It's supposed to be very good for you. This one is being clipped away. That will go all the way. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Imran Asif just with ease really hits his second 6. He just lets the ball hit the bat. He just times this, but they're just bowling the wrong areas at the moment. And they've got to get this right pretty quickly to the Austrian Daredevils. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing a lot of runs. And we know that they've got their frailties, haven't they, themselves with the bat. Got to get it right and got to get it right pretty quickly. It's again down the leg side. I think this one is probably going to test the fielder. He will pick it up though. He just keeps it just to a single. Comes off the thigh guard there of Asif. Once more, the Austrian Daredevils made a good start to match day 5 when they got that win. A healthy win by 60 runs over Snazzy. And, but then after that, of course, we saw them lose to the Graz Cricket Academy. Ah, that's a beautiful shot. What a lovely shot this is. Just leans into this ball. That's the way to describe this from Garaya. Just leans into it, hits it beautifully over mid-wicket. A delightful shot. And at the end of 2 overs, Salzburg are on 44. I know a few people were saying, what would Salzburg be like? Tell us a little bit about them. Well, we did say they'll be good. They'll be spicy. And they're saying that already. And I think what we learned from those 12 balls, or 12 legal balls, I would say, because there was quite a few illegal ones in there as well, is that they're a team that if you bowl badly to, if you don't get it right, they will punish you and they'll make you pay for those mistakes. And that's what we're seeing here in those first 2 overs. Both Imran and Zishan showing their strengths early on. Daredevils need to find a way here to hit back. Looks like a new bowler just checking his field, making a few adjustments, and well, we'll make some adjustments here as Nishay Bhatt, after doing a wonderful intro for the day, joins me back in the commentary position. Good morning, Nishay.
Yeah, very good morning. Good to be here. And yeah, flying start for Salzburg. I think we expected big things from them. As soon as we came into the ground today, you pointed out to me to look out for Imran Asif, and he's certainly impressed. These first 10 deliveries, racing away 24 runs off the first 10 deliveries for him.
Started going at 22s. Suleiman now seeing if he can get something right. That's been cut away beautifully in that backward point area. Yeah, Asif, he's such a powerful hitter of the ball, but he's just a great all-rounder. I mean, with the bat, you'll see him score runs. With the ball, he can mix it up a bit for you as well. And then in the field, I mean, normally you'll see him field in that deep square leg position where he takes so many good catches. So Suleiman comes on, started with a dot, but then he gets carved away for 4. Now he's going to get smashed big time over the cover boundary for 6 runs. He just rocks back. The length is too short, and the timing first up here from Asif is quite amazing, actually. You think he's come straight out of the nets out there. Look at the shape of that shot from him. The body stays perfectly still, just gets the arms in motion, the wrist in play, and he just thumps that over the top of the boundary. So 6 more. What's the reply from Suleiman? Now he strays down the leg side. Fielder does make a stop, keeps it to no runs, gets a little clap there from Suleiman because he knows it wasn't a good delivery, but gets away with it.
Yeah, so if he gets 5 more runs here, Asif, he'll officially reach 1,500 ECS T10 career runs.
And, well, that might be it. I think that's going to go all the way. Well, there you go, right on cue. No commentator's curse this time. That's the commentator's kiss. As Asif hits the 6 and goes past that 1,500 milestone.
Yeah, big congratulations to Imran Asif, such a decorated player on the network. And now he's reached 1,500 T10 runs on ECN. Of course, he's played plenty of T20I cricket as well. He famously struck T20I century against Belgium, so he just continues to add more accolades to his very decorated and an illustrious European cricket career.
Yeah, he's a lovely chap as well when you talk to him. He's knowledgeable, slow delivery. Nice to see that the bowler has tried something different here, but it's not going to plan. Again, it goes down the leg side. So Salzburg really are feasting on what the Daredevils are putting on the platter for them at the moment. They've not really been troubled at all, these two. It's going to be okay, says the umpire. It's the end of the over. So after 2, lots of 22s. There's 17 of that, but just have a look at the power play score there. 61 already, and you'll see the graph coming up here. 2 lots of 22 and a 17. World Coconut Day today, then, Nish. Are you a coconut fan or not?
I absolutely love coconuts. I would say coconut water as well. That's a very underrated drink. Always love to have some, and then, you can. Obviously, I've seen a few people talking about the different use of coconuts. Obviously, coconut milk used in a number of curries as well. So, yeah, certainly always love me a coconut.
Yeah, coconut. Also, coconut, one thing about coconuts, very good for your teeth. They do say that the coconut oil itself, if you gargle with it, that, it helps the teeth and also helps to keep them nice and white as well. So, coconuts, many usages. And, that's why we're talking about coconuts this morning, because it is World Coconut Day. And it's a quick way to turn my attention off the pineapple that Rob Thompson was trying to get me to talk about and onto coconut. Dot ball, a rare dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball to start off over here. And, this Austrian Daredevil side, they've had a pretty difficult ECS so far, record of 1-5. Only victory coming up against Nazi, which was bonus point victory. A full toss, going to get hammered away. Goraya will smash that one away, well clear of the boundary rope. And he served up a juicy full toss that he's going to punish.
Yeah, you've seen already, Zishan Goraya has sort of been just watching Imran Asif get to 1,500 runs on the network with that 40 off 15 balls. Now it's his turn to be on strike, and I'm pretty sure that he's pretty keen to go big this time. And that's going to be another full toss, and it's going to be another one. This one goes into the field of joy. Well, you'll find many things in there, many animals and creepy crawlies. Maybe not a coconut, but that just been easily hit away. You can't be bowling full tosses to batters of the caliber of what you're going to find in this Salzburg side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great, powerful bottom hand over there as he whips that one away over mid-wicket. Now, this is poor bowling by Oriakil. He started off with a great first ball, but since then, he's bowled a couple of rank full tosses.
You can see Waza 20 saying Salzburg looking dangerous. Oh, yeah, they are. And Shohag, yep. Shohag, first thing in the morning, is back in the booms, and there's been plenty of booms already. Good morning to you, Shohag. Well, that's better. Better delivery. Gets respected this time by Zishan. A Robocop asking the same question that he's been asking for the last 7 days, so I'm not even going to touch on it. Firmly hit down the ground, bubbles away, and nicely handled there by Safi.
Yes, of course. Yesterday we had a golden ball. We broke our golden ball streak just before it could hit 190, and well, there were a few little milestones about that golden ball, which I'll just mention after this delivery. This is pushed away towards mid-on. It's going to be a single. So we have been commenting a bit on how barren this summer has been in terms of golden ball, but the year overall hasn't. We've now reached our 15th golden ball, which is a record for a calendar year on ECN, and we're just at the start of September.
Yeah, I think what the highest before was, what, 13, was it?
14
It was
last
14,
year.
was it? So you
14
gone past
last year,
that.
13 the year before. Can actually bring up the exact figure over here. I believe I should have it available to me. So yeah, 14 in 2021. And actually it's the other way around. It was 13 the last couple of years.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and, well, it was 1, 2, 3, golden ball, 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3. That's the way it fell. And don't forget, the lead up to that was on ball number 5, there was 5 that were run. And that was what sparked all kinds of scenes. Jubilation for some and pain and horror for others. And then, of course, ball number 6 was just a single. And that took us to a golden ball. And then all sorts of weird and wonderful things happened. Well, Mari, who was a set batter on 35 of 18, was taken off. And he wasn't given the strike. But it was Akshay Wag who held his nerve and bowled the delivery, which only one was taken from. Well, we're talking ones. The batters out there are thinking of sixes as Zishan Groya. He gets the MJ swivel on this. A little bit of the, first thing in the morning. And that one goes all the way for 6 as well. Once again, ill-directed. I mean, outside the off stump, it's not a bad delivery. But going down the leg side like this, it's just going one way. And that is to the boundary.
Absolutely. Gets the swivel in, as you said, and helps it along behind square leg for 6 runs. So Grant didn't face too many balls at the start of this innings, and he's now starting to accelerate, keeping up with a similar pace to Imran Asif. It was also our 2nd ever golden ball here at Seabarn. The last one was all the way back in 2021.
Which team's featured in that? I'm going to test you now. I'm going to test you. I like testing Nish because he's so quick on the old keyboard. Makes me jealous. He just brings things up. It's like he's got all the information at his fingertips. It's going to be a chase for the fielder who is not able to stop it. Tries to get down. You can see what he's trying to do here. Trying to sort of slap this ball back into play, but he can't. It's going to be 4 more runs. So they're just going away nicely here now. And you can see Zishan Groya pretty quickly is catching up with Asif, 86 without loss. And the teams were
Salzburg and Vienna Afghan back in match 18 on back when we had our series here in 2021. Of course, it was also Mr. Maximo's birthday that day.
Yeah.
They had the golden ball. This one is just helped away, goes towards fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, and of course, Maximo, there's nothing better than a golden ball that he likes on his birthday. And of course, Maximo, well, the good news is, and he'll be here tomorrow. The sad news is that you won't. It's your last day here today.
Yeah, I'm going to be just getting a bit of time off before doing a couple of weeks over in Croatia. Should be an exciting series over there. But yeah, last day of cricket here for me in Vienna.
First match will go Cops. It's been hit pretty well. And that one is another misfield. Oh dear. And that's Shafiullah Safi. Now he's one of your better players. So he makes a mistake. It's going to be another boundary. And at the halfway point, they're just too shy of bringing up the 100. And if you wanted to know just how powerful Salzburg are, well, just take a look. They're just hitting the ball all over the place. In fact, there's still a ball to go. So there's still a ball to go.
Yes, still got 1 ball to come in this over.
So scorers are pretty quick then. That score went up, that boundary went up really quick. So maybe, let's see, did I see the future? Yeah, I did, because that is probably going to be 4. But is it going to be a no ball? That's the question. Let's see what the umpires say here. It looked pretty high. Well, I get to maybe I get to 98. It could be 99 with the ball still to go. Let's see. He's coming down the track. Is that coming down? It's a difficult one. For me, I don't think so. I think that's a no. What are they saying here? Well, they're saying, no, Rico, we're going to save your bacon. We're going to keep it at 98, like you said. So it will be 98 at the halfway point. And an opportunity for us to welcome you into the comedy box. So, yeah, your last day here today. We're going to miss you, but I know you've got to take a bit of time off because you'll be going to Croatia.
Yeah, looking forward to the series in Croatia. It'll be my first time in Zagreb as well. Yeah, I got the full 2 weeks there. A chance to have a reunion with Charlie as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a shame to leave Vienna. The cricket here has been very good, but looking forward to the next ECN adventure.
Will you do me one favor when you see Charlie?
Yeah, what was the favor?
Just remind him what the football score yesterday was between Liverpool and Man United. Charlie, unlucky, buddy, unlucky. Yeah. I think Alex is liking that as well. Charlie Hunt, of course, is an avid Man United fan. Of course, I was with him not that long ago when we were watching. Well, I wasn't, but he was keeping an eye on the Charity Shield. And, yeah, that didn't go his way either in Bulgaria, did it, with Man City winning that one. And then Liverpool beaten them. If you're a Man United supporter, that hurts you, and you know it does. Well done to Liverpool. Good start from them. Unbeaten so far in the new management. But, well, while we're talking football, as if it's just carrying on his quest to get to his half-century, first time of asking.
Yeah, so they bring up the 100 over here. Salzburg, rapid start for them. I mean, they'll be eyeing something north of 200 the way they're batting.
And, happy to just take the single here from the bowling off the captain, Buset Omari. Now, Alex is back with us today. No, Alex was day off yesterday. Alex, our producer, what did you get up to yesterday, Alex? Well, Alex is going to bore us by saying absolutely nothing. I said this before. We've got to try and get a system whereby we can hear the producer as well. That's on my wish list for coming up pretty soon. I'd like to be able to have interaction with the producer. Absolutely nothing is what. How can you do absolutely nothing when we're in such a beautiful place? Well, you can't hear Alex. He said he did walk 25,000 steps when he had his first day off. So I think he was just having a day of rest yesterday. There's an appeal here. The wicketkeeper likes it. He goes up, Rafaela, and the umpire just turns around and says, not out, 2 more to come. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's nowhere near the bat. Nowhere near. It goes to a different angle. Omari goes wide and tries to angle the ball in. But, yeah, that's missed the bat with ease. And that one hasn't. That's been hit well, and it's been fielded well as well on the boundary. Just a single. Of course, we do have Alex here, Arthurs, and Dennis as well, part of your spring media crew at the ground. And, of course, they will be bringing us all the action and plenty of it so far this morning. Hello, Croom. I hope you're well. Ivan B also joining in the party. And up in the air. That's a good shot, isn't it? Goes inside out on this. And just when you were thinking it could finish with another non-boundary delivery, the captain, Buset Omari, goes for another 6. So it's an over. That's been sandwiched by Maximos from ball number 1 to ball number 6. In between, he had 2 dots and 2 singles. End of the over. 6 overs complete. And Salzburg, 112 without loss.
Yeah, excellent shot there. That 6 spoiling the over. Ends up going for 14 runs. And the biggest score we've seen so far this series is 196. That was in the very first innings we saw in this ECS when Vienna CC took apart the Cricketer CC attack. So, well, could Salzburg do it here? It's certainly on the cards. They've even got a chance to maybe get to 200.
Well, the way they're going at the moment, remember, haven't lost a wicket, and we know they do have plenty of batters to come. I think they're looking to not just mark their arrival here with a win and a big score, but do something special, and getting past 200 straight away certainly would be that. Just have a look at the over-by-over scores at the moment. Of course, we started with 2 lots of 22. Then we saw 17, 14, 23 came off the 5th from Suleiman. That one from the captain, not the worst, just a 14.
Yeah, of course, today's also the start of school here in Austria. I think there's a number of players who've said they had to go this morning to drop their children. And I believe we also have a player who was supposed to be at school this morning, but he's here playing cricket.
Don't mention the names. Don't get him in trouble. We'll have to Photoshop him every time he comes on camera. And that is going to be a save in the end. I don't know how much the fielder knew about it, but he gets a foot on it, makes a save. Well done. Saves 4 runs. Yeah, it's got to be, I know in my childhood, the worst day going back to school after the summer holidays. There was nothing worse from start to finish. But then having said that, I know there's some kids who absolutely love it. My daughter, for example, Sonia, she loved school. And when the summer holidays come, I'm not saying she hated it, but she just counted the days to go back to school. Weird child. Weird child. I bet you were like that. I bet you love school.
No, not at all. The summer couldn't have. I think the one good thing about going back to school is seeing some of your old friends again. That was the one good thing, but I'd rather the summer because I stayed longer.
It was. I think I touched on this the other day. It's like when it starts, you think, what am I going to do So in the UK, we had 6 weeks, and you're like, what am I going to do for 6 weeks? And the first couple of weeks used to be pretty long and dragged because parents would be at work, so you were literally sort of at home on your own and doing the chores that you were left to do. But it's not like, and don't forget, we're talking about days when there was no video games, you couldn't give a kid a mobile phone and say, there you go, keep yourself occupied for the rest of the day. You had to literally do things. So, it was like going to the park, going on the bike, doing little things like that. As that one gets played away, and that's a nice shot. So Zishan Goroya joins the likes of Imran Asif, as both the openers have brought up their half century. So great start from both of these guys. 50 up for both the openers in a partnership of 118, and that is 6 more. It's going to be wide of us here in the cube, and it's a nice shot from Imran Asif. Thing is here, now, depending on how they go, now if one batter takes control here of the situation, they could quite easily go on and put a big score on the board. But the way it is at the moment, with them sharing the strike the way they are, you can see them both sort of, if it stays this way, both sort of finishing up in the 80s, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. They could both end up with a mammoth total. Have a look at the run rates by year for here in the European Cricket Series of Austria. And as you can see, this year has the highest run rate we've ever had in the country. There's a general trend of it steadily ticking up. But I think throughout the continent, we've seen run rates just shoot up this calendar year. And Austria certainly isn't bucking that trend.
Definitely not. Right, 124 without loss. That over. Again, not the worst from Safi. Just a 12 from it.
Yeah, but just going back to think, did he say summer holidays were only 6 weeks?
6 weeks.
That is short. I was almost 2.5 months.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like in Spain. We moved to Spain, and that's why I was saying my daughter would get pretty bored. They would break up around about, just before her birthday, actually, so would break up around the 21st, 22nd of June, and then not go back until around the 8th or 9th of September.
Yeah, same for
long
us.
old break. And of course, I think in the likes of Cyprus and Spain and a lot of other countries, because of the heat, June, most of June, July and August, and the start of September, you just wouldn't dream of going to school. It's just too hot. Okay, bit of luck this time for the batter. A poquito de suerte for Goroya, as he works the captain away for another boundary, which probably didn't know too much about. Bit of an edge on that one.
Yeah, he just wasn't really looking at the ball all that closely. I think he was just completely done by that delivery. Gets lucky that it catches an outside edge and goes away for 4 runs.
We're talking, of course, about kids, but what about parents? I know we've got quite a few parents there on the chat. So, what was it like for you at summer holidays? Did you have to take time off as well, or did you leave the kids to their own devices? That's a marvelous strike, isn't it? It's just timing. And even though we see there the fielder who's on the boundary, which is the captain, he's not that far away from it. It's probably about 2 meters from where he's standing, but he moves about a meter and the ball's gone past him. That struck so well.
Yeah, really nicely struck. Meets it on the half volley and works it away for 4 runs. Got V Zorro in the chat. Don't know if it's the masked vigilante himself saying that he was amazed by the cricket yesterday by Graz Cricket Academy. Now, they were amazing. They treated us to some real thrillers.
They certainly did. John Hisham saying there was the Atari game. You're right. I didn't have the privilege of the Atari games or anything like that. I think later on, and this was after my sort of school days, later on I got myself a Texas Instruments. I don't know if anybody remembers that, Texas Instruments. And that was when you had to program the games in yourself. Short, up in the air, but this one also will go all the way, gear, gear, gear. And I think that's going to be just 4 this time. Goes to the boundary, not quite a 6, just drops in short. And you can see what these two are doing. They're matching each other shot for shot. And both now in the 60s. So can one of them go all the way? Haven't seen a century yet here. And I'd love, there's one thing I want. Here you go, I'm going to put it out there. Myself and Nish, we've had a hat-trick. All right, Nish, you were off, but we've had one. We've had a go on the ball. We were both here for that. I want to see a century. Before you go, I want to see the first century here in Austria. Let's see if it's going to happen here today. And that one is going to watch the spin on this. And it does deal with it. They'll get a single. So, yeah, I had a Texas Instrument. And it was one of those where you could buy games but you had to like order them. I used to have to get the magazine, send something off, and you'd get a game on it. But the way to do it was normally you used to get these. I don't know what the magazines were called, but they had the program for a game written, and then you just type away, and then then the game would come up. But it wasn't great, to be honest.
Is this the same Texas Instruments that makes calculators and other semiconductors?
That's right. Yeah, that was it. So, and also, I have to admit, I was just one of those. I know your brother loves these. I don't know if you call them video games these days or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's the same. Yeah,
so
you call him a gamer.
But I know that you play some games with it, but you're not like an avid gamer. But yeah, I would get bored. I'd do it a bit and thought, what am I doing here? I'd rather go out and play some football, some cricket, or just ride the bike. I just couldn't. I mean, sitting there just doing that, and I just thought, no, I don't like this. And also, I think the big thing was I didn't like losing. So when you play these games and you're like, okay, you've lost another life. You lost another life. I would say, nah, I don't like this. I'd rather just give up and do something else. So I would spend ages getting this program typed in and getting the game up, and then I would play for about 5 minutes, and I don't like this. It's a bit like, remember the old scale electrics? It took you like half a day to put all the track together, and then the cars would go around whoosh, whoosh, whoosh about 3 times. You thought, I'm bored. This is no good. So yeah, it was the case of going out and going out and playing some sport, but weather permitting. I lived in England, so summers in England weren't always great. They were wet, and it didn't really get to do too much.
I remember when I was younger, I used to cycle around the neighborhood a fair bit as well, especially the neighborhood I was raised in during my teenage years. Just had wonderful cycling lanes everywhere, tons of parks and courts to play in. I remember I used to just cycle around the neighborhood with my basketball and then just go shoot for a couple of hours and come back home.
Yeah. So speaking of bikes, I mean, we often talk about what bikes, about cars. Your first car. My first bike, I remember it was a hand-me-down from my brother, which had been painted several times by nail varnish. There's this one here. Oh, my word. You should have gone to, where, Savers, because that is a clanger from the fielder. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I tell you what, in a hurry this morning, he forgot to take his specs. Have a look at this. I mean, he's nowhere near this niche. This is not a good look for the fielder. Watch this. He's nowhere near that. I mean, that one doesn't make it look as bad as what we saw from my angle. Yeah, so this bike was nail varnished because I don't think there was no way of getting paint, so we just used, I think, Mum's old nail varnish. But it was a bike which had no gears. It literally was pedal power. And where we used to live in Rangers Lane in South Harrow, to get to where all the shops and things were, it was all uphill. It was terrible. So going up this hill, quite often you got halfway, then you had to walk the rest because it was really steep. But coming down that hill was the best thing ever, because you literally cycled for about 10 seconds and then you came down the hill. It was brilliant, but going the other way was awful. So that was my first bike. It had no gears. I think the nail varnish in the end held it together. I used some of the glitter nail varnish on top of it just to snazz it up a little bit, make it look better. But I remember it now. It was red nail varnish with the transparent glitter coat on top of it. That's my first bike. What was yours? BMX or something?
No, not a BMX for sure. I wouldn't know the model name. I really wouldn't. But it was. I only had one bike during my childhood, and it lasted pretty much all the way until I turned 17 or 18. This was struck down the ground towards mid-on, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, it was actually a fairly good bike. I don't remember the name of the manufacturer,
yeah,
but it was a nice, beautiful royal blue bike. Same color as a lot of the teams I support. So
not as good as nail varnish. There's nothing better than coming down that hill, going fast, and having the smell of nail varnish hitting you in the face at the same time. But I will say this, as that's another one that gets muscled away. So you can see here now into the 150s. They've slowed down a tad, but still you see that it's still hitting on average 3 boundaries and over. And Zishan Goraya now has overtaken Imran Asif. Ball to go then in this, the 9th. And he launches into this as well. Well, this has been really a top-class assault of hard hitting from these two openers from Salzburg. And just have a look at this partnership now. It has moved to 159 with 6 balls to go. But just to finish the talk on bikes, since then, I mean, as I've got older and moving to Spain, I've had probably about 4 other bikes. But all the bikes that I've had, and a lot of people say it's because where you live, you buy the sea or whatever, but all the other bikes I've had, come about a year, they start to rust, they start, all start to do the brakes and things. The spokes on there as well, the wheels, they look terrible. But this old bike that I had, I mean, bear in mind, it was in the UK, it was always raining, it always only lived outside, never had any of those problems. Whereas all the new modern bikes, just they're just not made for being left out in all weather. That's another biggie. Imran Asif now wants to catch up with Zishan Groya, who's on 84 at the other end.
Yeah, what's your opinion on the modern electric bikes? I mean, they're very popular, and I think a lot of people now use them to get to work as well, just because you don't get as sweaty when you're going before you end up at the office in the morning.
All right, mixed opinions. I like the fact that it means that you're not getting in a car, so it's supposedly, I'm sure it is, but I'll say supposedly because some people still think that not ideally, but supposedly it helps the environment and it's good on pollution. But I think it's lazy as well at the same thing. I think if it's one of those bikes where you can pedal a bit as well and you recharge or whatever, I don't mind it. And certainly it would have been perfect for me in my youth days to use the electric power to get up the hill and then manual power to come down. But yeah, it can be a little bit lazy, but I like the idea. I prefer bikes than the scooters. The scooters, they're a waste of time. They're dangerous, and I think they should be banned. That's it. That's what I'm saying on it. These electric scooters, and also they're such a nice. You go to some beautiful places, and you just see them. They're just dumped everywhere. They just looked awful. Now, I know you got a lot of them. I don't know where you particularly live in Cyprus, but of course Limassol, they're just all over the place, and they just look bad.
There's a lot more of them in Limassol than where I live. You don't tend to see too many bicycles or scooters around where I'm based. This one's gone up in the air and, just out of the fielder's grasps. And Garaya moves up to 90, so he's got a couple of balls left in his innings. Are we going to say it?
2 sixes. 2 sixes, and he'll bring up the century. Well, we were talking about it, and let's be honest about it. Myself and Nish could see this coming, but we didn't want to dwell on it. But now that he's close, he's got 2 balls. You need 2 sixes, or 4 and a 6. That is the 6. So he moves to 96. Zishan Garaya is on his way to a century. And he's overtaken Imran Asif. And we said at the time that both these batters could finish around about the 80s because it looks like they were sharing the strike. But it's almost like Imran Asif has said, I'll take the back seat. You have a chance. So 1 boundary here will bring up the century. We have been close, people. We've had 95s. We've had a 99. Now, with Zishan, he's on 96, a ball to go. Will we get the century we've been calling for? Will it be going away present for Nish? It will be. It's an edge. It will go to the boundary. 100 is on the board. We have a century here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground, and it happens at the start of match day 8, match number 36. And it's Salzburg that have come to the party, and it's Zishan Garaya will finish on 100 exactly of 33 deliveries. That last over from Waliullah Manduzai goes for 27, and when he got on strike, he's gone 6-6-4 to get 100. There you go, Nish. I told you, wanted a century for you, you get one.
Yeah, it's great to see Zishan Garaya get this 100. First career century for him. Couldn't have happened to a better player. I mean, he has been so good in Austrian cricket for a long time. Hasn't had a chance to play on the network in 3 years. And his first match since 2021 on ECN ends up with him getting a century. A fantastic moment for him and a stellar batting performance by Salzburg. I mean, we were wondering how good this side were. I spoke quite a bit in the introduction about what they managed to achieve back in 21, and they look good. They look scintillating. This couldn't have been a better start for them.
Yeah, what a marvellous and memorable moment. Of course, the European Cricket Network, we make players' dreams come true. And Zishan, the first time of asking Zishan Garaya, brings up a century. And me and you, I mean, this is the truth here, folks. Me and Nish kept looking at each other and said, do we mention it? We said, no, we're not. The only time I made reference to it is to say that it'd be lovely if Nish could get one before he goes away on his last day. And Nish, the gods are smiling down at you. Not only have we had a golden ball yesterday, we've had a hat-trick. Well, today, at the start of the day, we get that a century that batters have got close to but never quite been able to notch up.
Here's a look at the highlights of this innings, and well, there's not too much to see if you're a member of the Daredevils there. It was all Salzburg in this first innings. Imran Asif and Zishan Gorel were absolutely terrific. Imran Asif had 75 runs with 27 deliveries, struck 12 boundaries over the course of his innings, 8 of them sixes, strike rate of 278. And then Zishan Gorel, keep in mind, he started out a little slow. He didn't face too many balls at the start of his innings, but then he started to pick that pace up, and he ended up making a century of just 33 deliveries.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. I think when Imran Asif was on 40, he was on about 17. So you can see just how much he had to accelerate, but just batted well, hit the bad ball away. And I think it's fair to say, apart from maybe that one moment where the field was probably about a metre inside of the rope, I don't think there was a chance from either batter. I think it was one of those innings where there was no chance given. It was clear striking, and Salzburg, well, we wanted to see him. I told you that they'll be good, and they've started on a bright and positive note, scoring 186, and the split there, 96 of the first 5, or 98 of the first 5, and they get 88 off the next. So well done, good batting, good hitting. Congratulations to Zishan Groya, who is the first player to notch up a century, but now he's got one, maybe it'll be like the London buses. And of course, on World Coconut Day, he'll get a coconut for his efforts as well. So well done, well batted. And there he is. What a lovely moment that is for Zishan. Superb. And it's a day that he will remember for the rest of his life. And of course, the beauty of it is, with the European Cricket Network, he can go back to it and watch it time and over again. Of course he will, because it was a great knock, and like I said, it was chanceless, didn't give an opportunity. And the Austrian Daredevils starting here today, it's not the ideal start for them. They have conceded 186 runs, and a team that have had their woes with the bat are going to have to go out there and try to not just try to get the win. I mean, they will have a go, no doubt, but even getting a point here is going to be a tough ask. So there it is up there, everybody. The 100 from Zishan Groya of just 33 deliveries, and Imran Asif, 75 or 27. What a good partnership that was there as well. 11 extras in total. And it's finally happened. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. You can see that Waliula Manduzai, he was a little bit expensive. It was a second over, really. That went for 27. But nobody really able to get Kane. You'd expect that, really, wouldn't you, when two batters are in like that? So they only used the 5 bowlers. So again, probably didn't have too many other alternatives. So we're going to take a moment to savour that century, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to see what the reply from the Austrian Daredevils will be.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, to this match day 8. And what a start we've had on match number 36. Salzburg joining the party. And we have a centurion amongst us as well. It is Zishan Goraya who brings up his century. 100 of just 33 deliveries. A fantastic knock. And he did it with 8 sixes and 11 fours. And Imran Asif played his part as well. 75 of 27. And he too hit 8 sixes and 4 fours on his way to that score. So now it's time to see what the Austrian Daredevils can do in reply. We're just seeing here the bonus point equation. So they've got to get to 131 just to take a point away from Salzburg. And I think Salzburg, if you look at their bowling attack, they are not going to be keen to give up that point. They will be looking to take all 4 points away from this fixture and leave the Daredevils with nothing to show for. Daredevils, of course, just had the one win, and that was that win against Snazzy back on the start of match day 5. So they really are going to be up against it here. Let's see how they start. Of course, they rely quite heavily on their captain, Buset Omari, and he'll be pleased that they've got someone like Waniuda Mandozai in the side. And of course, Rafiula Mandozai has played some good innings for them. But it's the captain that has to go well here. And he's going to be up against the national team player. We've seen this young man captain the national team as well. Akib Iqbal, he certainly will probably be their captain when we see Austria in the European Cricket Championships. Here's the first from him. Gets played out to the offside. No run.
Starts off with a dot ball here, so of course that was a spectacular batting performance by Salzburg in the first innings. The second highest score of this ECS. The only higher score we've seen was the NSCC.
Isn't it? I think it's the third. Vienna's got 2 190s, haven't they? Did they not get a 193 as well? In the air! Oh, just wide off the fielder. Yeah, I think the NSCC have scored 196 and 193. Is that right?
193 against Sher Punjab as well.
Yeah, so the third. And I think also, if you think about it here, I think Imran Asif taking that single, I think he knew what he was doing. I think if he stayed on strike, who knows, they could have gone on and maybe got into the 190s as well. But certainly, the other thing is when you look at their batting, they've got so many other players to come. And Ranjit Singh, of course, played for Indian CC Vienna last time. He scored almost 300 runs. They've got the likes of Akib Iqbal himself. You've also got the power of Ashan Yusuf. So many good batters still to come. Hesitation. If he hits, he would have been in trouble, I think, here. A little bit of miscommunication between Omari and his partner. That's a Wahidi. And yeah, look, he's nowhere back. He would have been gone, and that could have been a diamond duck for Wahidi. Good shot. That's a good shot. Goes short. Does Iqbal. Well, he's not had a bowl on this so far. And what is that? That looked like there was something in that field. It looked like there was something in the field. I just wonder if you can see that image again. Certainly looked like there was something moving around in the field. I wonder if we have a look at that angle we just saw earlier as that one gets played away. So that big six, it definitely looked like there was something in there. Well, that we know. We know the snakes are in there. Yeah, and I can't tell you the number of players that have come to me the last few days and said, hey, those snakes, where were they? We're not going in there. That's nicely played. Soft hands. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Just uses the pace of Akib Iqbal and plays it away. But, yeah, when that shot was played, this definitely seemed like there was something a lot bigger and stood out a lot more than you see that field does so far. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. It did look like something lurking around in the field. Of course, we've seen plenty of things in there. Maybe a few more will appear today. Okay, good start.
Uses the pace of the ball really nicely
Yeah.
there, Omari. Obviously one of the key players for this Austrian Daredevil. Sonny's up there as one of their top 2 run getters.
It's played away, and he'll just take the single. So that'll be 15 off the over. So even with that 15, of course, they don't quite get to the plus 18 that they're looking for. That goes to show the task that's on hand here for the Daredevils. They're going to have to be in top form to even stay up with the rate. But at least it's a start, and they haven't lost a wicket. 15 without loss at the end of the first.
So we got 2 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket. Of course, it's great to see that counter down to as low as it is. And hopefully the streak won't get too long this time around.
Yeah, and of course we've had most number of golden balls in any of our seasons now. So we finally got there. We had to wait a long time, didn't we? We had to wait a long time. That counter was getting pretty close. Well, that's what I must have seen. There you go. I knew I saw something in there different that was lurking around. It's the sunflower that's had the most nutrition, and it's towering above everybody, that one.
Yeah, much taller than the rest of the sunflowers in that field.
You see, my eyes weren't deceiving me. I did see, and I thought, what's that in there? Okay. Can you imagine that? If let's say we were here a month ago when all of these were in flower. That would have been quite amazing. We would have lost the likes of Salzburg in there. They would have been camouflaged, and we would never have found them with their bright yellow tops. And of course, Vienna CC, the home side, also have the yellow outfits. Bowler taking his time to get his field right. It looks like Zishan Graya. Well, no rest for him. As soon as he scores a century after 6 balls, he's going to be asked to bowl over number 2. That's played away, and well, there he is. I told you, don't let this guy fool you, because he's an athlete and a half. Imran Asif gets down, gets dirty, makes a stop.
Yeah, it was a great effort there. Stellar bit of work inside the ring. Just make sure that it doesn't get past him for more runs.
Big swing this time from Wahidi. Hasn't yet got off the mark, and that would be, I think, the biggest issue perhaps here for the Daredevils. They know that in their captain you've got a very good, powerful player, Buset Omari, but he's going to need support from others around him. Wahidi missing out on his first, and it looks like he's missed out on this one as well, as Graya just looking to keep that ball just inside that wide line. So a couple of dots here, and that hurts you big time, especially when you're needing to around 19. Now it's gone over 19 and a half and over.
I'm a little surprised they chose to open with the Wahidi rather than some of the other options they have, such as Tariq Ahmedzai. I mean, that was the original opening partnership. Was listed to be Omari alongside Ahmedzai. Well, maybe he's finally going to get hold of one. It's going to just trickle over the ropes. So Wahidi clobbers one away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it gets hold of that pretty well. That's a good shot in the power play when you know you've got the fielders, apart from 2, that are all inside that 30-yard circle. At the moment, you can see that the 2 men he's got back here are protecting the leg side boundary. Well, he's just made that change now, so the mid-wicket comes in so you can have long off back. Long off his back, and the man on the 45 that is on the boundary. Goes for it again, and it's a catching opportunity. And that's the first wicket. So Salzburg pick up the first wicket, and it's the man who scored the century also gets their first wicket, Zishan Graya. And you got to say, Wahidi doesn't really use his mind so well, does he? He plays one shot, which he only just manages to get it over the infield to go to the boundary, and then the field gets changed right in front of his very own eyes. And he tries to do the same thing again, and this time it's just an easy catch there from Zahid Khan.
Yeah, so Wahidi departs. It's his first. That was his first innings in the European Cricket Series, and of course, Wahidi's 16 years old. I think we might have found the player who's probably skipping school.
Well, At least under that lid we can't see him. At least he's a big lad, isn't he? If that's him, Wahid Wahidi. Anyway, right, off you go. Get your back. No, you can't go yet. They've got another match to play. They're playing against Vienna Danube. Now that probably could be a very important match for both of those sides. Vienna Danube haven't picked up a win so far, and the Daredevils don't look like they're going to get a win here, so they'll go into that match, but still just a 1 win behind them. Just gets guided away wide off the fielder. That'll be 4 runs to start with. So Rafiula now, yeah, I don't mind him there. He's more like it, and of course something like Tariq Ahmadzad, those, you're right, they would be the main guys you would be looking at, but maybe it's Wahid. It's somebody that has shown promise in the power play, but hasn't really or didn't really click off this time.
Yeah, I think it might also be a case of them wanting to develop some of their younger talent and probably reward Wahid Wahidi for taking some time off school by the looks of it. As the Austrian Daredevils find themselves 24 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. We'll have a look at the standings here. So the Daredevils currently at the bottom of the table, well, near the bottom of the table in 9th place, and of course Salzburg are playing their first match of this European Cricket Series. Yeah, just a 1 win for this Austrian Daredevil side so far. This ECS, it's actually been a decline from them based on what we saw last year. Just catches the top edge and flies away for 4 runs, a streaky boundary. Well, they did manage to pick up 5 points over the course of last year's ECS. Sure, 1 game was abandoned and a couple of wins, so they're going about at a similar level, although the net run rate last year was certainly better than this year. I think they were involved in a few closer matches. They've had quite a few drubbings over the course of this ECS.
They're a team, I think last year they did actually get a win over Cricketer CC as well. I think as well as beating Snazzy, I think they might have got one over the Danube as well. So they, they're a team that, and you can see that, you can see they've got some talented players. They have when they have batted well, the top order, they have managed to get the good scores, but there's always been, they just haven't been able to have it finish the game well. They haven't been able to finish whether they're chasing or whether they're in the field. And that's been the issue really for them. And when we saw them the last time, okay, they got that 1 win against Nazi, but there were other matches that they were very competitive in, and just not being able to get past that hurdle. That's been the issue for them. I mean, remember they had a couple of close ones at the beginning of the campaign. Well, that's been smashed. That is big. It doesn't even need to look where that's gone. I can tell you it's gone a long way. It's a big, crunching blow from the captain.
Omari sends that one flying over the boundary rope. An enormous hit for him. And even if he can't get his side to 187, he's got to try to get them to at least 131. So Iqbal gets hit for a couple of boundaries early in this over.
Yeah, the match that I was trying to find, I found it now, where the Daredevils were, I think we both commented at the time, pretty disappointing. And I'll go to it maybe after this ball. It's a swing and a miss from Omari. They'll decide that they won't take the bye in the end. But remember on match day 2, where they had a good contest against Cricketer CC, 180 to 138. They were chasing. They fell around by 42. Donnerstad beat them quite comprehensively, 101 to 105 with 26 balls to go. But then they played Lord CC, and they totally changed the batting order around and got to 108. And we saw someone like Omari and Waliula Mendozai came in at something like number 8 and 9. And we thought, well, what are they playing at? They got to 108, and then they lost that match by 5 wickets with 3 balls to go. And I think we said then they're not going to have too many opportunities maybe to win matches. So when you got them, when you're up against opposition you should beat, you shouldn't be changing things around. And that cost them a win there. And this one's get away from the keeper, who's probably just standing a little bit too far back here. And that one has bounced in front of Likat Mohammed. And we'll go for 4 byes. Just watch this. It's an awkward bounce just in front of him, so he's a little bit too far back. And the ball, after the second bounce, beats him and gets to the boundary.
Yeah, could have done a lot better over there. It really could have. The keeper, and power play is they're going to end the power play on 38 for 1.
Yeah, but you'll see the difference. 38 compared to 61. And, yep, that's the way it's looking. And there was no let up either. They 98 off the first 5, and then they went on and scored 88 off the second 5. Big finish the last 2 overs from Salzburg. And doesn't surprise me here. I think we'll see a lot of this from them. They'll use the seamers early on, and then go to this guy, Ashan Yusuf, who's a wicket-taking machine. He really is. I think the last time we saw him at the Cardamom Oval, he probably wasn't at his best. But the times before we've seen him, he always has a knack of picking up wickets. He's a very good player. Here's Ashan Yusuf. And starts with a dot ball straight away. He's taken on the network 39 wickets in total. I think his best year was 2022 when he picked up 28. And he can be pretty useful with the bat as well. His highest score was at international level when he scored 46 against Portugal back in 2022. So he's a good player to have in your side.
It certainly is. And as you can see, Salzburg were 67 for no loss at this stage. Well beyond what the Austrian Daredevils are. They were racing away, motoring along. At one point in the innings, we really thought that they might even go north of 200.
It's another swing and a miss here. So Brusset Omari changing pace and changing what's happening out there. He's been pretty good in regularly getting the ball to the boundary. John Heesham was saying there's a prince in the house when Prince Saka came into the chat. Well, we got a prince in the house here as well, because I think if you take a closer look at Ranjit Singh's jersey, he's got Prince written on the back of that. And that's the man who's got the 2 zeros on the back of his shirt. So just keep an eye out for the prince that we have out here as well.
Just going to take a look at this. This takes a little inside edge along the way and goes away towards fine leg for a 4. It's a wild swing. And just a little tickle through to fine leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, this time he just pitches this up. You can see Omari just not getting in line with these. So he's very good, isn't he, in hitting long on and over mid wicket. But now he's been asked to play shots out on the offside, and he's just not getting himself in a good position. Floated up this time, again, not clean contact. It will be stopped. They're on the boundary. There's Zishan again in action. The Centurion, Zishan Garaya. What a day it is for him. What a start to the day from him as well. And Salzburg, this will please a lot of people. They'll be playing 3 matches here today. They'll take on Lord CC next, and also Vienna Danube. If you looked at that schedule, Salzburg will be very happy with it, because they're going to find an opportunity to get themselves into the groove. And it's fair to say they're going to do it against the teams that have been struggling. So what an opportunity for them to hit form and get ready to play the top teams a bit later on with a start like this here today.
To the 5th over of the innings, and gets the ball to come back in a fair bit, and it's a great shot. Clears the front leg, goes straight down the ground, and he has pumped that for a 6. So a rough start to the over for the bowler.
Yeah, they've gone back to a little bit of pace, which I think if you have the options, you'll probably say to yourself, well, you know what, let's keep the pace off, because it was certainly seemed to be a different ball game when the pace wasn't on. There was only that inside edge of Yusuf that went to the boundary. So only 6 runs came off the over. And, well, talking of 6, well, that's another one. So this one has gone 6 and 6. One over the long on, and this one has gone over long off. And he's a powerful hitter of the ball, is Brusset Omari. There's no doubt about that. But you can see where he likes it. And that's just a little bit too short. So you can see Imran Asif just coming over and having a chat here with the bowler, Sajid Shinwari, who's just starting. He doesn't look like, if I'm looking at him, he just doesn't look set with his run up. And I know that there is a little patch, isn't there? There's about a patch of about meter and a half square as you approach the edge of the pitch, where some bowlers have had issues because it's a lot softer on your foot. So you can see he takes a big stride to get over that. Oh no, it's another one that's going to get past the keeper. It's going to be 4 more by. So having a few issues. Likat Mohammed just adjusting to where he needs to be standing. This one again, I think, beats him on the second bounce.
Yeah, just it's a couple of odd bounces, a couple that have just landed in front of him. Maybe just needs to think about how far he wants to stand from the stumps.
Well, this is a much better over when the rate has escalated to 23 required per over, and 2 6s and 4 byes to start here. And, hits firmly to the fielder, takes it on the bounce. So this is where things have changed now. So Amari now gets some strike. So Rafiula hasn't managed to get going yet. He's had only 3 balls though, but he's on 5. So he needs to find the boundary fence himself a few times here.
Yeah, it's just been Omari. He's been doing the bulk of the scoring. Now Mundazai will look to go for a big shot. Does he have enough on it? Not quite, but it's going to be put down anyway. That's Akib Iqbal has dropped that catch for Salzburg. And, of course, they still want to get all 4 points out of this match. As we can see, the single-point graphic is up. And, well, if they do get 1 point out of this game, will they look back at that mistake?
Well, yeah, that is a mistake. And Akib Iqbal doesn't normally drop them. Well, that's too much of that hair gel that he uses on his fingers. That's why he's not able to catch the ball. Now this one gets in between the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs. So that's a nice way to finish the over as they take the single, and now Buset Omari, he hits the boundary, end of that over. And even with that boundary, they still fall short, would you believe, where they need to be. They'll get 22 of an over. Not often you say that you get 22 of an over, but it's not enough. It isn't enough, but at least it stops the rate climbing too much further ahead. They're still needing to go at 24s here, but they've got to start thinking about getting a point. Well, there it is. The name is up in our Hall of Fame. Zishan Groya is the 108th person this year to score a century. That's quite amazing. Good shot. It'll be, I think, just 1 bounce and goes for 4. We just saw the puff of dust go up as that ball hits the surface. So Buset Omari and Rafiula looking to get going here. Rafiula, nice shot from him, and maybe Rafiula fancies the spin here of the bowler Yusuf more than what his captain did. Gets to double figures himself. This partnership going well. That's that fuller delivery, and Yusuf is good in the way that he uses his flight. So that one is fuller, but he's taken all the pace off it. So he's looking to get the false strike from the batter. Rafaela just goes up to his captain and gives him a little fist bump. Probably says to him, watch out. And this is where Omari says, yeah, I know. I faced him already. On 48 then. Can he get a half century for himself? And places away. Should be just a single. So just moves to 49 of 23 deliveries.
You know, 1 run away from a half century. They're going along at a decent rate here to at least pick up the point out of this match. I think that has to be the main priority for the Austrian Daredevils.
And that one is lofted, and he will get it over the fielder. Goes into that mid-wicket area. Gets a bit of the bottom hand in play here. Ties it pretty well. And just look at the wrist coming into play. Yeah, nice looking shot. Good pick up. Good elevation. Enough to clear the boundary. So 6 runs.
Oh, hit this one straight towards cover. That's a sharp bit of fielding, a throw back to the keeper's end. Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, would that have beaten the fielder? Out of deep cover as well.
But there he is again, of course. Asif. He's amazing. He really is. He's such an athlete, Imran Asif. And now he'll take the catch. It's as easy as that. And really, you could say that's created by Imran Asif himself, because the bit of fielding he did the ball before, doesn't allow the batters to get any runs, keeps the same batter on strike, and then Rafaela tries the same shot again, but tries to get underneath it. He can't, finds the safe hands of Asif, and Ashan Yusuf picks up his first wicket, and that's the end also of the 6th over, 78 for 2.
Yes, so Ravi Fulamanduzai was dropped when he was on 5. Fairly simple catch put down by Aki Bisbal at mid-wicket. He's not quite able to capitalize on that dropped catch and really go on to make a big score. He departs just a few runs later.
Yeah, now we're seeing Waliula Mandozai come in. So one Mandozai goes, another one comes in. Waliula now, it's normally a good big hitter of the ball. I think technique-wise, probably not 100%, but if he connects, it does go a long way. So he comes out, and we're going to see a change. We're going to see Umar Tariq for the first time with the ball.
It's Umar Tariq. Gonna get to see him, as I said, for the first time. Let's see how he fares.
And starts with the wide. So I think that one there, you watch him coming in there, you think he's going to bowl with a fair bit of pace, and then at the last moment, as that ball comes out of the hand, it doesn't quite come out with the sort of pace that you're expecting it to do so, but he just goes a little bit too wide to start off with here. Umar.
He's played plenty of cricket here in Vienna. It's another dot ball, great length there by Tariq. He's played for a number of sides in the past. He was, of course, a member of that Pakistan Cricket Club team, which made it to the final back in 2020. And then, of course, they also managed to win that little weekend bash against Salzburg later that year. He's just a very decorated cricketer at this level. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite get the Yorker right. Has 69 wickets to his name, and has had some incredible bowling figures last year in a T10 match against Malta, and he picked up a 6-fer.
Yeah, 6 wickets, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that 2 hat-tricks? That is high up in the air, and it goes a long way. That brings up the 50 to Buzet Omari. So good knock here from the captain. Takes him to 55 of 24 deliveries here. If my memory serves me right, it was 2 hat-tricks from him in that innings. And you'll see that he's also, his first over was brilliant, but his second over I think went magical. If I'm thinking of the right guy here. It's hit well, and that's going to be 4 more, beautifully played inside the gap. And I think you'll see him right at the top of our hat-tricks board. He's the first players on there.
Yeah, I believe that was last year, though, when Malta hosted Austria over at the Marsa Sports Complex.
He's asking for how's that?
Yeah, so let's see if Umair has a comeback delivery after
it gets plenty of this, and that's going to go over Iqbal as well. So it's another boundary. So those wide balls that he bowled at the beginning are now costing him, because he's having to re-bowl them, and one of them has gone for 6. Now what's the other one? This is where coaches really do pull their hair out when bowlers bowl those extras, because the extra balls are what hurt you as well. Not just was there 2 wides there, but now those deliveries that are being re-bowled are helping out the Daredevils. So on their quest, of course, to get to 131 to get the point. And I think he gets a little bit of bat on this as well. Certainly hear something. And yeah, he does. That's going to be 4 more runs. So that's if you like, 12 runs that have come off those 2 extra balls. So the wides themselves, that's 2. And then we've seen a 6 and a 4 as well. And that's why coaches get very frustrated when bowlers bowl those extras. So the Austrian Daredevils at the end of 7 They've got the 100 on the board, a 7 for 2.
Yeah, as you can just see the replay, gets a little bit of bat on it according to the umpire, and it went away for 4 runs, 22 coming off that Umair Tariq over. Here's a look at our upcoming match of Salzburg. We expect we'll be 1-0 heading into that game against the Lord CC side, who have won just 1 match out of the 7 games they've played in. Gotta say though, for Salzburg to start off, it's a fairly simple schedule. I think their first 3 games allow them to ease themselves into this tournament, but they got a tough road ahead. 10 matches over the course of 4 days, and of course if they qualify for finals, they then might have to play as many as 12 games in 5 days.
Goes for it and gets it. Crunched. So a good way to start for Waliula Mendoza. Had to wait a while to get on strike, but when he does get on strike, he crunches that pretty well. That goes all the way for 6, and this is what he can do. That's why I think he is such a dangerous player.
Such an incredible player, and that brings that down to just 25 needed of 17 to pick up a single point out of this match. So the Daredevils will most probably get to that 131 mark.
And now this one is up in the air. The fielder struggling to find it in the sun. He gets hands to it, but he can't hold on to it. And then I think he's making his excuses already about the sun. I think that might be our man Zishan out there. So Zishan Garaya, he's not able to hold this one. Let's have a look at it once again, just see where he is on the boundary, if he's right on the rope or not. So there's the effort. Yeah, I think he's pretty far back, and then he says, the sun's in my eyes. You have to get yourself some shades here. I'm just looking at that fantasy dashboard, and I didn't see Sahil Bharti in the side there for Lord CC. He's the highest run scorer, just ahead of Kamujar, so that's going to be a big loss for them. It's another good stop here. Brilliantly done. He just throws it. He's like a wall, isn't he? He's like a wall, is Asif, Imran Asif. He says, nah, he's not getting past me. Let's have a look at this. He just gets himself down. He says, nope, not getting past me. The catch is not on, but he smothers that. Good bit of fielding. And they don't get any run from that either. It ends up, no, they do. They do take one. Okay, just keep it on standby. Now, where does this hit? If that's hitting him on the pad, if that's hitting him on the pad, I'm saying it's out, and the umpire thinks long and hard about it. And he will go, because this is a full delivery. The batter's jumped right in front of the stumps here. And, yeah, this is going to be Buset Amari who would go. Watch this.
Oh, yeah, that is going to go on to hit the stumps. That's about as plumb as he gets. The umpire has a very clear view of the stumps. You can see where that impact is. Probably somewhere around middle off, and that's going to go on to crash onto them. So it's an LBW here. Omari will depart. Looked to get a little funky. He was trying to paddle one around the corner, but he's going to have to pay for that as he will depart, although he did play a fine innings for his team, and he's put them in a good position to pick up at least 1 point out of a match where they felt like there was a chance they could go empty-handed. So I got Lance Hall with an interesting comment over here, saying that if I put my coach's hat on, looks like his run-up is angled when he bowls down the leg side. Run straight ideally, and you should bowl straight. Oh, good observation. I was watching the run-up, his run-up as well, just after I read that message.
Yeah, the other thing is, you're absolutely right. As this one, it's going to almost fool the fielder. Beats him, but he has time to recover. Yeah, the reason for that is, though, as we know, is that if you have a look at the ground, well, yeah, good recovery from the fielder. Luckily enough, he wasn't beaten. Mubashir Ali makes the recovery, but yeah, there's an area exactly behind the stump, just behind the umpire. You might see it as he runs in, and you can't see it there because the graphics are in the way, and it's a little bit soft. It's had some repair work done to it, and you'll see that the bowlers are trying to avoid running in. You see it there now. So if you're running dead straight, you're going into that area, and that's why a lot of bowlers have run a lot wider. But it's a very good observation, though, there from Lance. Hello to you, Lance. Hope you're well.
Yeah, the bowler's run-up is just very, very bumpy if you run straight. And, it sort of sinks up, and then it comes back up again. And this one is hit off towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be the 1 run. Yeah, the interesting thing, though, is that no Tariq Ahmedzai. Really surprised by that. The highest run getter for this Austrian Daredevil side. Man who scored a 78 earlier in this ECS has the best strike rate for them at 268, and he was originally listed to open the batting, but we haven't even seen him yet.
Yeah, I think that's where we've seen issues with the Daredevils, and I think we touched on that when they played Lords and should have won that match. Messed around with the batting order, and maybe they've done the same issues here again. So it looks like that young Umair is going to continue to bowl.
Yes, as you can see, they're going at just above that blue line. That blue line is the rate they need to pick up a single point.
Yeah, this is that. There you go. You see Umar Tariq, a 6 for 22, and he did it back on the 19th of February 2023, and he's up there as not that many bowlers that haven't taken 6 for us, but this one is not a good one. But this also sums up when you look at that graphic, 6 for 22. His second over did go magical. So even though he had an incredible first over, 2 hat-tricks he got, the 2 hat-tricks, but he did go magical in the second. But you can see why if he doesn't get it right, then he is one that you can go after and put away. So on their quest, of course, here to get to that 131, and that will get them a point. So the Daredevils, remember, the match, the tough match really for them will come up later, or a crunch match when they take on Vienna Danube. But I think that one could really be whoever loses that match, I think it probably has no real chance then of making it into 5th spot. That's a good pickup. It's nicely played away. So Waliula showing once again his strength. It's a good powerful strike. 6 runs for him. 26 now, just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, so Daredevils should pick up the point over here, and now it's just a case of damage limitation for them. How much closer can they get to that target to reduce the damage this loss will do to their net run rate? Although I would say with this loss, they're probably out of contention to make it to finals. I think they still had a mathematical chance prior to this game, but this should put any chance they had to bed.
In comes Tariq once again, and does go full up, but it's whipped away. Just be a single this time. So now he'll have the opportunity to have a go at Shafiul Asafi. See if he can get a little bit of success here. Yeah, I think Umar Tariq, his strength really is in the deception, in his pace, and that's where he does tend to beat a lot of batters. You think he's going to come through a lot quicker, but he doesn't. That's hit away, but it's going to get away. So Safi also brings up his first boundary, and it's against Umar Tariq, who's not having it all his own way. He went for 22, remember, in his first over, and they did go back to him. And I think this is where they're basically saying, look, yeah, we are going to go back to him. So Mubashir Ali, of course, is the captain, saying, this is we're going to win the match here, and an opportunity for you to bowl and get into a rhythm. We've got 3 matches here today, so given an opportunity to get a second over here, Umar Tariq, but also not going to plan. That's the 3rd boundary of this one, so that's gone. It's gone for 17. He's gone for 39 with 2 balls to go. And this one should just be a single as Akib Iqbal makes a stop and fires the throw in, but it's gone over everybody. So they get another. Good running. Good running, good pressure.
Yeah, nice running between the wickets. And yeah, Safi, no slouch with the bat either. The 3rd highest run getter for this side over the course of this series, has a top score of 65 not out earlier this ECS.
So we're going to miss this time. And, well, umpire seems to be on the walkie-talkie about something here. I wonder if they're asking about I wonder what they're asking here. Are they checking if well, they're either checking if it's the end of the over, or maybe he's questioning if the catch has been taken. cleanly. Maybe just, I think it's perhaps the end of the over, because normally with the catch you would go to your square leg umpires. That is the end of the over, and Umar Tariq goes for 41 of his 2 overs, and the Daredevils, they've got a point to show for, 134 for 3 with 6 balls to go.
Yeah, for the Daredevils, though, it's going to be yet another loss for them. With this defeat, they will slump down to 1 and the 6 for this ECS. Just a 1 victory in 7 games for them, and it just takes away the opportunities they might have had of going on to make it to finals. I think even with 3 bonus point victories in their last 3 matches, which is very unlikely to happen, it still wouldn't be enough to grab one of the top 5 spots.
Gets played away. I wonder if we saw one of the batter is going on strike here now, Safi. It was like kind of walking off, and then the batter was ready to take his place, and then it never quite happened, so not really sure what was going on there. It's almost like they thought about retiring him out, and then they changed their mind. Gets worked away. A little high this, but I think it's okay. They're running hard, and that's very good running. It's exceptional running. I like what I'm seeing, even though, I mean, they've already achieved the point here, so this is just about trying to get as close to this target as you can. It helps you in the net run rate, but as you've already pointed out, it's a little bit all in vain. Well, that's that shot there. I mean, is that ball coming down? And the umpires will, well, it looks like they're happy with it. Haven't seen any signal to suggest that it's a free hit. Up in the air, wicketkeeper calls it and takes the catch. So Chima takes his 2nd wicket. This will be Safi that will go. And, well, maybe he was ready to come off earlier. Well, he is going to have to come off this time. And for legitimate reasons, he'll be out on a 9. Good catch. Easy catch, you'd say, taken by Likat Mohammed, who's had a few issues, hasn't he? Just getting himself in the right position behind the stumps. A couple of byes have gone past him. I suppose if Salzburg were really to be very critical of this performance, they will look at those extras. 2 wides, but the number of byes, 8 byes, and both of them, of course, going past the keeper to the boundary.
Yeah, so they decided, I guess, to just give a few other players some opportunities to bat, because usually we would have seen Tariq Ahmadzai by now, but instead they sent Saeed Muhammad. Big appeal over here. Looks rather optimistic. And is there a chance for a run out? No, there isn't. They'll just scamper across for a single, but that should be leg byes.
Yeah, leg bye signal. Yeah, you're right. It's an interesting one now. Whether they just decided at some point, well, look, you know, we're not going to win this match. The big match coming up is the one against Lords. We'll have him ready for that. But you certainly, if you've got a player like Tariq Ahmadzai, you want him to go out there and hit a few balls and be ready for that match. So, yeah, it's a strange decision. The best way that you can describe that. Oh, that one is too high, surely. Both umpires call it on the field of play. I think he was lucky to get away with one, if I'm honest. A couple of balls before he took the wicket, but this time there's no doubt about it. Saad Chima gets this completely wrong. He'll go for a 7-up, and the batter will have a free hit coming his way. Waliullah Amanduzai, what a difference this guy makes when he's in the side. Of course, they missed him last time that the Austrian Daredevils played when he wasn't available.
They certainly did. Very important player for this club, and he's played a fine innings so far. Quick fire 34 of just 9 deliveries. Poor ball there by Chima. That was asking to be hit, and it has been. So a free hit is coming up. The second last ball of this innings.
It's going to be a catch, but not out. Well taken. Of course, was the free hit, and I think the fielder was very alert to it. Zahid Khan takes a good catch, but I think he might have, well, he's holding one of his fingers. Well, that's hurt him. I mean, he's taking the catch, but you can see that hand of his. He felt that. And, well, he's probably, it's one of those where you think it's a free hit. Shall I just let it go? Because it's not really going to make much difference to the match. And if he's hurt himself badly, and he may be thinking he should have done, the batters will get another couple here. That'll be it. That's Shane Mahmood. At least he does get a couple of runs for his outing there of the 2 balls that he faces. So Salzburg will start their campaign with a win, but they don't quite get the 4 points that we thought that they would really be hunting for.
And they're unable to get bonus points in the end. I mean, credit to the Daredevils for putting on a pretty good batting show in this second innings. As we've said, even some of the lower ranked sides in this country are capable of going on to make some big innings. This will be the highest score by the Austrian Daredevils so far this series. The second highest score, I should say, because they had a 161 against Snazi when they managed to beat them in a bonus point victory, picking up a 60-run win in that game. But they will succumb to defeat here. It's a perfect start for Salzburg, who of course have a big 10 matches in 4 days. And here's the second of those 10 matches they'll play. It's going to be coming up for you in just about 20 minutes time. Salzburg set to play against Lord CC. Lord CC won the toss, decided to have a bat first. I think we're going to need to see some bigger performances from Kumuja, who has been good at times this ECS, but with the very lofty standards he has for himself, he could be even better. Meanwhile, for Salzburg, well, going to be great to see the likes of Imran Asif and, of course, the dangerous Zishan Goraya in our upcoming match. We'll have a look at some of the key moments from this match. Busid Amari opened the batting alongside Wahedi. Wahedi hit a very nice shot for a 4 before he was dismissed, caught by Khan, bored by Zishan Goraya. Busid Amari, he was superb, wasn't he? Making 69 runs of 13 deliveries, started 13 boundaries over the course of his innings, and he was ably supported during the 4th wicket partnership by Raifullah Manduzai, who managed to make 35 of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I like the batting of Buset Amari. As a captain, I think some of the decisions he makes I don't quite understand. For example, no Tariq Ahmadzai, just the way that he went with the opening partnership here when he went with Wahidi, and then Rafiullah came in out of 3, especially when you got like Waliullah Manduzai in your lineup as well, and Tariq Ahmadzai. So I don't really know sometimes the way he's thinking. And I just want to point this out. They go down by 38 runs. Now, it sounds a lot, but when you've got somebody like Tariq Ahmadzai in your side who can really crunch the ball, a lot of those dot balls, if they were turned into boundaries, which we know he's capable of, it could have been different. I'm not saying they would have gone on to win the game, because that would have been an exceptional run chase, but it certainly could have been a lot closer. So even though I like Buset Amari, he's a good player, he's a good hitter of the ball, I just think in terms of captaincy, he makes some errors. And he made an error going for this one as well, didn't he? After batting so well, getting himself into a score of 69, then tries to get funky, goes right across his stumps, and then I think that's a fair call from the umpire. I didn't see that missing. I think that ball was going to crash in to the leg stick. But then we saw the best of Waliullah Manduzai. This is why, really, for me, he's got to be right up there, higher up the order, because he's a good hitter of the ball, and he carried on going from where the captain, Buset Amari, left off. Good hitter of the ball. But, yeah, strange. No Tariq Ahmadzai. That was a no ball that was smashed away. It was a 7-up. Handshakes all around, but it's Salzburg that make a winning start. And they'll be looking to do it again, make it 2 out of 2 when they take on Lord CC next. We'll take a quick look at the scorecards here, but really only 2 batters maybe to talk about here.
Yeah, just a couple of good performances here. Of course, Buset Amari, the skipper, with a fine captain's innings, making 69 runs of 30 deliveries. You had Manduzai with 35 of 10. But when you look at the rest of the order, no one really was able to get going. Manduzai managed to get a start, but of course he would get dismissed on 17 of just 9 deliveries. We'll now turn our attention to the Salzburg bowling attack, and well, it's a bit of a mixed bag of a performance by them. Sure, there's a number of things they could look at that they could have done better. I think the likes of Zishan Goraya bowled quite well. Just a 1 over for him. Adnan Yusuf coming in with figures of 1 for 18 for this match. And then there's a couple of bowlers in there who'll be a little bit disappointed with themselves. So Umar Tariq for giving up 41 runs over the course of 2 overs. We'll now have a look at the mid-match summary. So Salzburg take this one against Lord CC, a dominant win for them. And of course, they are off to a perfect start, a winning start to their ECS campaign. We're going to take a short break and be right back on your screens in 15 minutes' time for the start of match 37.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our second match today features Lord's Cricket Club and Salzburg. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters.
Salzburg to call.
Head.
Head is the call. To tails.
Betting.
Betting.
Thank you very much for that update. So Lord CC, of course, coming off that heartbreaking Golden Ball defeat at the hands of Graz. That Golden Ball was our 15th Golden Ball of the year. That is a record for a calendar year here on the European Cricket Network. It's also the second ever in Vienna. Meanwhile, their opponents, well, they are coming off an incredible batting performance. Zishan Goraya made a century in the last match. He batted superbly alongside Imran Asif, and this should be a tough test for Lord CC, who are struggling to get wins over the course of this ECS. I think a lot of the responsibility will fall on their captain Kumudja, who has been decent at times this series, but hasn't quite been able to hit the peaks we saw him hit over the course of last year's European Cricket Series when he was among the top 5 run getters. Will he rediscover that old form? Well, we'll find out very shortly. Let's head over to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters and, of course, to Nishay Bhatt for giving us the update of this next match coming up. Salzburg, they'll be looking to get out there straight away, and they're very keen to do so as well after that comprehensive victory over the Austrian Daredevils. Now, I wonder if they will take the opportunity maybe just to change the batting order slightly. You've got a number of batters in there that might give an opportunity to one or two others. Let's see what the captain, Mubashir Ali, thinks about that. Lord CC is going to be tough for them. There's no Anthony Lark in the side and also no Sahil Bharti. Both of those are good batters. So they're really, in terms of batters that have shown any sort of form, is only the captain, Kumudja. It's going to be difficult for him. Nandeep Solgi coming into the side, when we've seen him a few times, has been good. But where are those runs going to come from? And maybe Sunil Dutt, who we didn't see with the bat at all yesterday, which was a big surprise. Maybe he's going to have to play a big impact innings here. But they have got some newies in there. You've got Navjot Dhiman coming into the side, Sukhvir Hira. Both of those are listed as all-rounders. And Vijay Kumar listed as a batter. So some big outs there, but some new ins that could make a difference. 83% to 17. You can understand that. Lords, though, they're a team that have to, well, they've had the day to try and get over the Golden Ball defeat there to Graz Cricket Academy. What an exciting match that was yesterday, but they weren't able to get the win that they wanted. It went down to the wire, went to the Golden Ball, and then they couldn't get the 2 that they needed. They made some changes, some interesting changes there as well. So let's see how they fare here. Of course, they're also without a couple of those players that made the impact innings yesterday as well. I noticed in there they don't even have Omari in their side either. So a lot of players missing, but 3 new players. Let's see how they start as we get ready to go. Looks like Akib Iqbal is going to once again bowl that first over, and I think we'll see throughout this campaign that Iqbal will probably bowl his 2 straight away unless it goes badly wrong in the first. How will the likes, of course, of Umar Tariq come back with the ball? I think he was very expensive. I liked Zishan Goraya. Only bowled the 1 over, so they obviously were saving him. And somebody like Chima bowled well in that last match, but Chima not listed in this time, so he's going to be the 12th man. And an opportunity for them just to rotate their squad around a little bit. You've got to do that here today when you've got a big day. Akib Iqbal with the first and fires this wide outside that off stump, so it will be called a wide by the umpire. Umpires for this match, see umpire Abanti and Lenin are out there. Welcome back to Lenin. And that means that Praveen is the 3rd. And umpires being led by the man he saw out there in the middle, Tyrone Peters. Good delivery. And let's see how also the keeper goes this time round. Had a few issues, didn't he, in just getting him positioned in the right area. Likat Mohammed, of course, has got an innings behind him now, and sometimes that's what the keeper just needs that just to get their rhythm. That's well struck. That's going to go over that backward point area. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good start from Kumudjar. He's got to lead from the front, hasn't he? He's got to really. I mean, if they're gonna make this a fight, if they're gonna have a bit of a wrestling match here against Salzburg, then Kumudjar's really got to bat deep and long. He's got to get a good innings in out here. He's joined out there by Mandeep Laka, who at the moment remains a non-striker. This has gone through the fielder, and that's going to be 4 runs. Now then, Zahid Khan gets this one completely wrong, and somehow the Grizzly has managed to go through him here. Have a look at this. It's a little bit like he lays an egg, a little bit of the old and pop. There pops out the egg, and it keeps it going all the way to the boundary. So an error, a mistake. Apologies from the fielder to the bowler, Zahid Khan. And Akib Iqbal says, no worries, it's fine, it happens. Got him. Oh, what a sharp catch this is. Caught and bowled. What a moment this is for Akib Iqbal. Well, at the moment when he takes the catch, it's just instincts. It's a great catch to remove Kumudjar. And this was crunched. This is a brilliant caught and bowled. And they're all checking the hand now. But just watch this. He has no time for reaction here. I mean, that is a really good, sharp catch. Kumudjar just can't believe it. It's a terrific bit of work for Akib Iqbal. And it looks like he hasn't hurt himself that bad. So what a moment. A special moment there for Akib Iqbal. Well, we've seen many special moments from him on the network. And this will just be another one. Kumudjar, well, I was saying that if they're going to make a fight of this, that he is key. But he will depart of just 4 balls for 8. Great caught and bowl that. Well, sometimes you see some world-class cricket on display, and that was world-class, that caught and bowled. Akib picking up a very important wicket. And this one doesn't quite go. Oh, he's having a mare. He's having an absolute mare. Andre, iba, si puede. And well, I think this is okay. It's the same fielder again, Zahid Khan. This time I think he's unlucky with the ball, with the bounce. But, well, there's something that he's done this morning that's not agreeing with him. He can't get it. Now, let's just keep an eye on this. So, he stops it. Watch the foot. Oh, he's so close, isn't he? Almost a little bit of a brain fart there in the morning. But that one's been called a wide. It's probably a bit of an umpire's call. Very close to it. Yeah, well, Zahid Khan, he's having a real mixed morning. Actually, when I see that again, I don't think that's a wide. I mean, there's no complaints there at all from Akib Iqbal. But, yeah, I don't think that was. It's a rising delivery. It'll be the end of the over. And that is going to be that. So 11 coming off the first. There was a bit of a glaring misfield in there as well, which Akib was unlucky with. But I suppose he's then stayed on. He's kept Kumudjar on strike. So it worked out pretty well, perhaps. Maybe that was a plan there from Zahid Khan. Get the misfield, keep Jar on strike, and then Akib Iqbal would take the wicket. So 11 off the first. Kumudjar, though, has gone. The new batter that's come in is Wasif Saluja. He gets off the mark and will be back on strike as they will go with Zishan Groya to bowl over number 2. Zishan just bowled the one over in that last match. They didn't go back to him. I think they felt not the need to do so. He will start with just a dot, as you can see clearly that the keeper doesn't really know Likat Mohammed where to stand to Zishan. Zishan, of course, has played for Austria, but we've also seen him play for Ljubljana there in Croatia up in the air, should be taken, and it will be dropped. Well, Akib Iqbal comes in. He can catch off his own bowling, you see. He's a proper fast bowler, isn't he? Off my own bowling. Meri bowling to koi problem nahi. Hor kisi di bowling, main nahi fara sakda. I do believe, though, that maybe Zahid Khan was the closest to this, but Khan doesn't move. Look where Khan is there. And Akib comes from a long way, but he can't hold on to it. So that's 2 opportunities of other people's bowling, and it's 0 of his own. He's got a 100% record. That one just gets blocked away. So Saluja being dropped there on 1. And it's Iqbal that puts him down again. You're not often seeing Iqbal putting him down. Zishan just checks his field. Long on goes back. And the man on the 45 is what they keep back. And this one is just a gentle nudge. Interesting. You don't often see. We've seen that now on 2 occasions from Salzburg. They've opted to keep the fine leg, or very wide fine leg. I often refer to it as a man on the 45. He's back on the boundary and long on. So protecting that leg side area more than protecting the likes of backward point or cover, which is an interesting move because you would think that most of the bowlers would be in that area. So a couple of balls still to go here. Lords 13 for 1. They've lost their key cog in their captain early. And now it's going to be hard work for them. That's good. Pitched up delivery, just gets played for a single. And a long on coming from a long way. I do think, though, that this is another time that we're seeing a team going pretty defensive too early on. I don't think we have seen a hit down the ground yet. So I would have my long on up. I would have the man on the 45 at normal square, and I'd be protecting the 3rd man and probably backward point boundary, because they're not being able to. You haven't seen any big shots yet. Kumajar's gone. So I would really be applying the pressure. It's the end of the over. It's been tiki-taka. That one, just the 3 runs have come from it. And it's a good little start there. There was that, could have had the wicket there, Saluja. Probably should have had the wicket of Saluja. It's Iqbal coming in, puts the catch down. 14 for 1, 2 overs gone. And I'm joined by Nishay Bhatt. Well, Nish, Lord CC, I think you'd have to say a little bit like the Austrian Daredevils. They... to get to 5th spot, they're going to have to do some. Maybe, it may be when you work everything out, even with the help of other results going their way, it's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, you could pretty much rule out Lord CC via the Danube, and also side we saw in the preceding game from this race. And yeah, Salzburg, what a great start for them, bowling really well these first couple of overs too. I think, yeah, if we're being perfectly honest here, the Daredevils, as well as these couple of sides we mentioned, it's very hard to see them go on to grab a spot to make it to finals. It's going to take a top edge here. It's going to go away for a 4. Saluja just looking to play that towards square leg, but he's going to strike a streaky boundary. Yeah, streaky boundary indeed, as we just see a beautiful butterfly just go past us here. That's one thing that we also find here on this ground. Lots of beautiful nature all around us. I really do love being here. And we've really been blessed with the number of places that we've been this year. Really good. So good to see good locations in Europe where cricket's being played and getting better all the time, just as the cricket and the players are. That gets played away. They're going to take on the fielder, and that is going to be really close. Imran Asif is not the guy to take on. He's a gun in the field. Now we're going to have a good look at this. Does he stay or does he go? Iqbal is still showing the he scars, but have a look at this. Gone, bat in the air, poor running, you have to say. And all the kids, I know some may not be back at school today watching that. That is not the way to do it. You got to be sliding your bat in. And a couple of things wrong there. A, you're taking on a fielder who is a gun. Imran Asif, you've heard me say already, watch out for this guy. He's special in the field. And then Mandeep Lakha, poor running. And we can see this again from him. Just watch the bat. The bat's got to be, if he's sliding the bat in here, watch his running. Watch the bat. He's holding it up in the air, and he doesn't slide it in. He goes to plonk it on the ground, gets it wrong. You've got to do the basics right, Nish, or you're going to be out. Yeah, that's just a poor running between the wickets. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, as you said, he's just trying to plonk his bat into the ground. I mean, should have been looking to slide it in. Let's see what they're going to bring in here. They're going to go with Nundeep Sogi at number 4. I wouldn't have minded if they went to someone like Gursevic Sandhu. I think Nundeep Sogi is a pretty good shout as well. Someone like Sandhu, you could bring him in here and sort of pinch hitter role with 4 volts to go at the end of the power play, because this run rate is all the way down to 7.7.
That one is going to be, I think, a wide. Yeah, the square leg umpire automatically giving the signal saying that it is too high. And yeah, I think it's a interesting one because he's leaning back and down a bit. But I think when you look at that, they probably think that the ball maybe is going to just go over the head. The umpires don't have a big chance to have a look at it. They decide, I think you've got to go with their call there. It's a wide ball from Iqbal.
I think someone like Gursevic Sandhu, he's not somebody who looks to hang around. He just tries to play some big shots. So, if he connect on 3 or 4 deliveries at the end of the power play,
yeah,
it's not too bad an outcome. But Sogi can play an attacking innings as well, so it's not the wrong move to go with him.
Oh, now this is interesting. I think this one goes over the shoulder. This is going to be a no-y. It's been, called by the umpire. This is sometimes the issue probably with some of the bowlers like Iqbal. They've got genuine pace. I know we've seen that a few times from somebody like Kugani as well. That he's not probably expecting that to go over the shoulder, but it does. He doesn't deliberately bowl that short delivery. The extra bounce in this pitch means that will be a no ball. Free hit coming up.
He's unable to capitalize on the free hit though, Sogi. That's going to be a dot ball. A nice delivery there by Iqbal.
Thing is also, when we looked at that fantasy dashboard, we saw some new players coming into the side here for Lord CC. 2 of them were listed as batters, so you'd want to see them up now, wouldn't you? I mean, if they are genuine batters, I think the like of Vijay Kumar was one of them. So you got to be seeing them. If you're a batter, now's the time to be in. And Navjot Damian was the other one. So listed as batters, but we're not seeing them as yet.
And of course, you had Sukhveer Hira has been added into the lineup, as well as Sukhjit Johal. All of them listed as all-rounders. Yeah, so that was given a... So has the call been changed over here? Yeah, so it's been changed from a no ball to a free hit. So another no ball here, because it was the 3rd one that he's bowled above shoulder height. Yeah, this is very unwise bowling by Iqbal.
Yeah, I think it's just, once again, I mean, Iqbal probably should know this pitch pretty well. You'd expect he's played plenty of cricket here. But just, I think he's hitting the seam and the ball is popping up. And I don't think they're deliberate. And this is where the umpires also have to take that into account, whether it's somebody who's deliberately trying to bowl the short ball. I don't think he is. He's just getting a lot of extra bounce. That one is just going to be a single take. You can see the intent there from Sogi. So he's going to get off the mark here. But he hasn't been able to capitalise on the no balls. And even that shot there, there's no real intent to get power on the shot. It's just literally dropping the bat on the ball and running.
Yeah, this is not what we expect from Sogi. I mean, thought he was going to have a little bit more attacking intent than this. He's going to look to go over mid-on, and it will be a 4, so a boundary, just the 4th boundary of this power play. And it ends up bringing only 26 runs to Lord CC. Will be mildly disappointed with their start.
Yeah, 26. Of course, we're used to seeing power plays in around about that 50-run mark, and we've seen that plenty of times. So 26, they're running a fair bit behind. They're long over that one from Aqib Iqbal. We saw that there was a wide in there, 2 no balls, but still just goes for 12, 2 boundaries from it. But Sogi, the intent has to be there, and that's the end of the power play now as well. Expected score at the moment, 97, and we've already seen the strength of the batting from Salzburg. That just is not going to be enough, is it?
Yeah, certainly won't be enough if they continue to go at this rate against a side like Salzburg. I mean, looking at their batting in the first match, you feel you need to get something north of 150 to even be competitive. Otherwise, as good as they are, they'll probably chase it down with a couple of overs to spare.
Yeah, good morning to Paul Kempin. He's saying good morning to everybody on the chat and to us. And looking forward to another great day. Of course, already started well if you're a Salzburg fan. They get a win, and we see the first century in this 2024 European Cricket Series. Of course, we came close a couple of times with a 99 and a 95. Good delivery. A nice, as you'd expect, from Ahsan Yusuf.
Yeah, not too far from the stumps in the end. That one just skidding on. And, well, Sogi's on 1 of 7. I think he's at the point where you have to consider retiring him. I mean, you can't afford to have him out there chewing up any more dot balls. I think they should look to pull him and, go with another batter who's capable of going at a better rate.
Yeah, let's see what they decide. Yeah, he's certainly not. Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 of 8 at this point.
Yeah.
Surely go for the retirement, although is there a stumping chance here? No one seems particularly interested, nor does the umpire, which is probably the better outcome here for Salzburg because you'd want Sogi out in the middle.
Keeper likes it. Let's have a look. So, nah, I think he makes it. Honestly, I don't like it when keepers do that anyway. And a shake of the head from the umpire.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at this to confirm, though. Well, is the foot down? Yeah, I think it's just about down when he whips the bails up. But yeah, you really don't like to see that from wicket keepers. This time he looks to dance down the wicket and thrash it towards mid-wicket, but it's just not working for Sogi. And I mean, he's a good player, but at this point, you'd have to do it for his sake. You have to do it for the sake of his own confidence and take him off here. You can't have a batter on 1 of 9.
Well, he does get this one away, but again, it will just be a single. Nice technique with the fielding there. Gets down. And, yeah, I mean, he's not helping the team's cause. You've got plenty of other batters there to come. The chances of Lord CC also being bowled out. We're into the 4th over. They've lost a couple of wickets. The chances are probably pretty slim, so you're better off having somebody who can give the ball a bit of a welly. We know that in terms of Guswak Singh. And that's one man that comes to mind. Definitely we know that he can do it. Sunil Dutt has been hiding himself. We don't know why we're not seeing more of him. But, yeah, you might as well have a batter out there that's just got a bit more intent. So that over ends up being a very quiet one. 4 dots and then 2 singles. Just the 2 from it. 28 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, looking at that run rate there for Lord CC. 7 and over. Simply won't cut it. We're 4 overs into this inning. Something has to change. I mean, you mentioned a few names there. You got the likes of Dutt, Sandhu, and some other batters who could go out there and at least they'll try to play big shots if they get out. They're the sort of batters who, well, they're going to get out. They're going to get out on the first ball and not waste 8 deliveries.
It's a very wide delivery there from the next bowler. Is Sajjad Shinwari. Comes on the bowl and just gets this one a little bit wrong. Shinwari, I think, is another bowler who's coming from very wide and then trying to make the adjustment at the right time. See where he's here. So quite wide now. He will come in close to the umpire. Just a bit of bat on this and they'll just take a single. So now, well, they're going to get a couple here. It's not the best throw. I think it always looked like they were just going to be a single. Ball gets thrown into the bowler's end. It's not backed up. They'll get 2. I'm just about to say, just let's see how Nandeep Soghi goes with a bit of pace on the ball. But we're going to have to wait for a bit before we see that contest. Short, up in the air, no third back, and that is going to go probably to the boundary. Yeah, it will. 4 runs. So once again, it's one of these things. I mean, if you have a look at what we're seeing here from Salzburg, there's been, I don't think we've just seen one shot down the ground of Akib that just got over the man who was on the mid-off boundaries. But they're not going over the top, so you would be far better off, especially when you go back to somebody with some seam, you'd be far better off with the third back and maybe at like a backward point for the edges. Because, here we go, once again, there's the proof in the pudding. I know what I'm talking about. These batters are not really going to be hitting. They're not going to be hitting over the 45 for 6. That ain't going to happen. You've got a man on the 45. You've got a mid-wicket back. You've got long on back and long off. The batters are not playing those shots. They haven't played one yet. So you've got to say to yourself here as a captain, until they start doing that, this is the field that I need to set. You've got to give the bowler protection at third, and I also think at the backward point. You could even say, right, I'll also have a fine leg. So, yeah, now let's see what they do. Fine leg is back. 45 stays back. Third, though, still comes back into the circle. This pitiful delivery. And, oh, dear. I tell you what, all right, there is a little bit of Tortuga here from Zahid Khan. But Zahid Khan is having a nightmare in the field. I still think, even with that Tortuga, you should be able to react quick enough to see this. Well, here we go.
Tortuga!
But once again, body's got to be behind it, and they've had enough. He's going to get replaced. He gets moved from there after, I think, 3 strikes and you're out, and Zahid Khan has had the 3 strikes, and it's the captain, and who's going to take that spot here now.
Yeah, at this point, it's best to just do it for his own sake. I mean, he's had a few too many of these blooper moments. Now, once again, a bit of width on offer. It's going to be a big chase for the fielder, and he's going to get there on time. Terrific work. I think he saved that pretty cleanly. We'll, of course, have a look at the replay to confirm. They'll grab a couple of runs. I have to say, a little bit puzzled by the way Shinwari's bowling. He's offering tons of width. He's went short and wide on a couple of balls prior to this as well. And with the kind of field setting he has, he's really set it to bowl pretty full and straight.
Good bit of fielding there from Aqib Iqbal, showing just why he is part of that national team setup.
Oh, so close to the off stump over there. As we will come to the halfway stage of this innings, that was the biggest over of the innings, by far the biggest over. 17 runs coming off it. And I think Shinwari could look back at a few things in that over and wish he had done a whole lot better. There's a chance to welcome you into the country box. Lord CC are 45 for 2 halfway through their innings. They look to be heading for what could be the lowest score for them this series.
Yeah, they're struggling, and you don't see where that firepower is from. And let's face it, they've been assisted a little bit as well with some, let's just say, some shaky fielding from Salzburg. But Salzburg, yeah, I think they're just keeping this. They know that they want to keep this to under 100, looking like they're going to do that here and then knock the runs off pretty quickly. And maybe this time pick up all the points, which they did lose out in that earlier match.
Yeah, they didn't quite get all 4 points in the previous match. And I think they'll be looking to do that here. Oh, massive shot. Absolutely enormous. That's what we've been waiting to see from Sogi, and he finally wakes up, dances down the wicket, hits down the half volley, goes sailing over mid-wicket for a 6.
Well, Soggy, he was getting soggy, and we were getting soggy. Well, maybe soggy with tears of boredom, waiting for him to hit one, but he does show that he can do it. And ball number 11 gets whacked away over cow corner for a big 6. Right, here we go. And then Soggy. The Soggy that we were expecting to see is back.
Yeah, so initially I think we were talking about either him or Sundu as someone who could be pushed up the order and really look to attack. Hasn't quite worked out for Sogi for much of this innings, but is he now going to wake up? Is he going to take advantage of the fact that he wasn't retired out despite being on 2 of 10?
Yeah, Youssef will probably come back with one, and he just sneaks this one in. It's a top ball. So Soggy, after a monster shot for 6, it just leaves this one alone. And yeah, it's good delivery, just catches a bit of the line.
And credit to the umpire as well for getting that call spot on. There's been a few occasions over the course of this series where bowlers have just got it right over that tram line, and they've not been assisted by the umpires who have called it wide. But no, that decision was spot on, so plenty of credit going the umpire's way as well.
This gets a bit of pad in the way here, and you can see that the wicketkeeper, Likat Mohammed, was waiting to try and see who could whip the bails off, but just gets away from him. Missed opportunity, I think, this. It catches him, goes through the gloves, catches him on the chest. There's that little bit of extra bounce, but I think we see this side on. Definitely opportunity. He's not able to react. And if that ball had gone back onto the stumps, he would have been out. But survives, does Saluja. Trying to split the 2 fielders. And it's
another misfield. This time he just slides right past the ball. Oh, well, the amount of errors that Salzburg have made over the course of this innings, they are very lucky that they have not had to pay for these mistakes. I mean, it's a good effort there by Adil Tariq. You have to at least say that, but watch this, just slides right past the ball, and it goes past his head.
Yeah, I don't know if he was meant to get the slide in there, but he's overslid it. It's gone past him. Yeah, he's lucky it's missed his head.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's a good thing he didn't clock his head when it was going towards long on. Here's a look at the scorecard. Wasif Saluja top scoring with 32 runs, 17 deliveries, and outside of that, they've not really been any scores of note for this Lord CC side. I think if we kept the tally of all the misfields we've seen, I think you could probably put down a good 15 to 18 runs that have been just gifted off misfields, and then seen 6 runs of extras as well, so they've been very charitable.
Adil Tariq, after making the misfield, gets given the ball.
Going to cut this one away, and it's going to go away for a 4, so yeah, just once again, Tariq offering a little bit too much width, sort of a similar issue that Sajid Chinwari had over the course of his over. It's a 4, so Sogi is struck consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, nice shot. This time he gives himself a bit of room. Remember, he was going at 2 of 10 balls, so he certainly has changed that. Can he keep on going? That's the thing here. Well, yeah, he can. Better intent. And this is going to be worked away for 6 runs. The umpire puts them up like he just don't care. Says Maz, so Nandip Sogi. It takes a while to get going. Took 10 balls before he hit his first boundary, and now he's hit one. He's on his way, so that's a lot better. 19 of 15. And back-to-back boundaries here from Adil Tariq. He's been cut, he's been pulled. And you just saw that a few players just having a little chat there with the bowler to try and get him to get the line and the accuracy right.
Yeah, that was short by the bowler, and he just managed to get that one away for 6 runs. Great shot there by Sogi. Back-to-back boundaries to start the over. This time he's just looking to go towards the leg side once more. It would have been better serve playing the shot he played on the first ball. Should have tried to cut that one. We've seen that he's more than capable of cutting it away for 4.
Yeah, Likat Mohammed makes a stop, but again, not convincing. He doesn't really, he's not getting his gloves. He's always, look here, he just puts the pads in the way, and he's got to be careful because sooner or later one of those is going to pop up and is going to clock him.
Just think the umpire, I wonder who he's just having a word with here. I was wondering if he was talking to the umpire, but no. I think, yeah, he was just waiting for the fielder at square leg to get into position. That's a wide. Gets that wrong there, Tariq. Needs to get his line right. I mean, there's been a couple of balls where he's given a bit too much width outside the off stump, and now he pushes this one too far down the leg side.
Yeah, could take better glove work there from the keeper. I think it's just his positioning, his hands, the good hands he's got, but he just hasn't been able to get himself in the right spot to lock these deliveries. That's nicely played away. It's a clever little shot. There's Nandip just uses the pace here. I think he's expecting this ball to be slightly wider and just waits for it and just guides it away. So nicely played. It's another boundary. So the boundary count starting to go upwards is better, and that's where they need to be. So 3 boundaries in this over. The over before, there was 2. There was 3 boundaries in that over 5 from Chinwari. So from the 5th over onwards, it's been better. We've gone at 17, 11, and this one again from Tariq could be, well, they can't even go magical if he gets one away here. But just tries to push a single, and they will get one in the end. There's Tariq himself throwing himself at it, couldn't make the stop initially, and they take the single. So now he wants to stay and strike, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's brought up that 50 with that nice little deft late cut, the 50 partnership. Have a look at this. Yeah, slight mix-up, yes, no, and in the end they do manage to pick up the single. As you can see, the non-striker just stumbling a little bit. That was Wasif Saluja. Yeah, Saluja looking to pull this one away, but he's just not at all stable when that ball goes past him. He's, as you can see, he's still moving towards the leg side as the ball goes past him. So Lord CC are 72 runs at the end of 7 overs. And here's a look at the groups for the European Cricket Championships. Of course, we're exactly 3 weeks away from the start of the ECC. Now, of course, we'll start off with Group 1. Looks great. I mean, he got Isle of Man and Estonia in there, who I think are probably going to be the two big favorites in that group. The growth of Estonian cricket this past year has been one of the finer stories, and then we'll get to see some of the Croatian players in a week's time when we host the European Cricket Series over in Zagreb.
Yeah, I think that Challenger division of both those two groups is going to be very exciting. Of course, the two teams that get to the final will know that the next year, 2025, they'll make it into the Premier. And, of course, in the Premier division, Group A, Ireland, Scotland, they've got to be the favourites there. But, of course, you've got France in there as well. France playing some very good cricket at the moment. A lot of people are feeling that France are ones to watch with their bowling attack. Got some good spinners in there. Goes for this, and it's going to be dropped. But I think he saves the boundary here. It's not an easy... in fact, does he? I'm not sure if he's signalling 6 there or what. We'll soon have a look at this. Not the easiest when you run into your unfavoured side, Zishan. So it's a full toss. It gets hit hard. So it hits his hands. And where does that ball fall? I don't think it does go to the boundary. Now, another one in the air. Another chase. And it's another one, which this time will go to the boundary. 4 runs. Just bounces inside the rope. So really having a go here. It's, well, we saw a single off the first from Soggy. Now, Wasif Saluja gets this one away. I mean, a partnership is a partnership. They're going probably a little bit slow. We saw that 50 coming up in about 28 deliveries, 28, 29 balls between them. So they're looking to get the acceleration in here now. And this one is going to be a teaser for the two fielders. Get stopped on the boundary. One bounce as Ashan Yusuf makes the stop. Just a single.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have maybe brought Zishan Goraya back to bowl his second over now, just as this run rate starts to increase ever so slightly for Lord CC. He's probably just holding him back for one of those last 2 overs. This is a big appeal over here. Let's have a look at this. This could be pretty close, but I think the umpires got this right. We'll have a look at it once more, and oh yeah, he's got that one right. I think it's just going on to miss the leg stump.
Yeah, good call. Just missing, and you can see the ball still moving. So Mubasha, well, now that is over the fielder. That's going to be 6 runs. Nice shot. Nandip Soggy continues. He's a revival. As it took him an age to get going. Well, we were calling for maybe him to be replaced. It didn't happen. The captain, Kumudjar, had faith in him, and now Nandip is starting to reward him as he gets another one away. Into the 30s here now. That's a good shot.
It came down the track and sent that one well over the onside. Magnificent use of his feet. I think Sogi's just shown that he's so good dancing down the track this innings. And once again, he's going to look to get to the pitch of the ball, and he finds the gap. He isn't quite able to get the hold of that one as nicely as he would have liked, but it's in the gap, and it's going to go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, Mubasha Saeed doing the bowling here. And just once again, just giving away a few runs. And another over where they pick up the 3 boundaries. It goes for 16. So we've had, since that 5th over, they've been going much better. We've had 11, 2 lots of 11. We've had, in fact, 17, 11, 16 and 16. That's why they are at 88. So we said that they would be looking to restrict them to a score of about 100. Looks like they're going to get just past that 100. And maybe around about perhaps that 110. You see the expected score. The computer's saying about 115 from here on in. Only lost the 2 wickets. That's the thing here. They only lost the 2 wickets, so maybe some people will be saying that really we should be looking at a bit more acceleration from them. But bear in mind how they started and the issues that they had earlier on. They've actually come back pretty well.
Yeah, in all honesty, though, I mean, this run rate could have been a lot lower. Salzburg have helped out this Lord CC side mightily these last 4 overs. I mean, obviously we've talked about some of the errors in the field, but their bowling's been so wayward these last 3 or 4 overs. It's going to be Tariq who's coming into ball, and that's hooked away. Hooked away. Has that gone the distance? I suspect it might have. We'll have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, I think it has. I mean, he's played this pretty well, and it's followed him. And let's have a look. Yeah, that's going over. That's 6 runs. It's a very good hook shot. As Umar Tariq comes in and bowls a short one at the batter, but good work there from Wasif Saluja. Gets himself in a good position and hooks it away for 6.
Yeah, that was an outstanding shot. So difficult to execute. Straight down the ground, out towards long on. That's just going to be a single, so a better comeback ball here by Tariq. Yes, of course, Adil Tariq bowled earlier, and now they're going to have Umer Tariq in. I'm still a little bit surprised that they haven't bowled Zishan Goraya a little earlier. I mean, are they just holding him back for the final over? I would have brought him back just to try to break a partnership a bit earlier in this innings. This one's been launched, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Just takes 1 hop before going over the rope.
Yeah, Umar Tariq is not having it his own way. And, well, the ECM photographer, Diana Oroz, will get a good shot of this one. She's out there with a trusted and beloved burrito. And in it comes. And click, 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 click. Diana just getting out of the way of that spicy grizzly. So another boundary. And into, well, very close to that 100 score here now. So once again, this has been good from Lord CC. They had a very slow start, of course, not the best of power plays. 45 for 2 at the 5 over mark, but they've come back well.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect delivery there by Tariq. Bowls the wide Yorker to perfection. Again, I just feel this ball's been slightly underused at times over the course of this ECS here in Austria. And once again, just credit to the umpire for not calling that a wide. There's been a few occasions where it has been over the course of this series.
Good bowling.
Better bowling here by Tariq. He's come back really well. So he's getting struck for 2 boundaries off the first 3 deliveries. He's keeping it nice and wide. I mean, Sogi, he's looking for those over-pitched balls in the slot that he can send sailing over the onside. Okay. This is just take some pace off that ball. And it's a wider delivery, and there's not going to be able to get any bat on ball. So a good end to the over.
It's been called a wide.
Oh, it's been called a wide.
This one was called a wide. I wonder if we get a chance to see it again. And you can see that with Tariq, he didn't seem too happy about it. So wide was called this time, and yeah, that's never a wide ball, is it? Never.
Yeah, that really caught me by surprise. I didn't think that would be given a wide, especially because he's been calling it pretty well for most of this game.
And that's the issue, and that's what really, if you're a bowler, that's what really hurts you, because you get called for a wide, and then the next ball, the extra ball that you're bowling, is thumped for 6. It's a harsh one, and I think you're right. I think umpire Bunty there got most of those calls spot on, and then that one there was no different really to 1 or 2 of the others, but he's called it a wide, and the extra ball gets pumped for 6. So the 100 comes up. It's 107 for 2 after 9.
We'll have a look at the bowling figures here, and they've used plenty of different bowlers, Salzburg. 7 different bowlers. Yeah, I'd be shocked if Zishan Goraya doesn't bowl this final over. I was very surprised he wasn't brought on to bowl earlier to break the partnership. And
well, your surprise will continue because
Adil Tariq.
Yeah, they're not going back to him. So Goraya, like he did in the last match, only bowls the 1. He likes it, and he's going to get a wicket. The umpire puts the finger up. The batter doesn't realise, but the batter doesn't realise. I thought the umpire gave him out here. I wonder if we see this. Can we see the umpire? So, no, the wicketkeeper saying, no, I don't take it. Well, that's very sporting, because if you see the umpire, I thought the umpire actually gave it out. I don't know if you got a chance to see the umpire on this. But the umpire, if we go with a 4th camera maybe, I think the umpire gives it, and then credit to the keeper, Liaquat Mohammed, actually turns around. Let's have a look at this. So the umpire, he says, yes, you're gone. And then you can see Liaquat afterwards say, no, I don't have it. That's so good to see that. And that's fantastic from Liaquat Mohammed. Brilliant honesty from him.
Yeah, great to see the sportsmanship. I think doesn't wait for us to check it with the cameras either, just immediately acknowledges that he wasn't quite able to grasp that ball cleanly.
Wasif Saluja, by the way, has brought up his half century, so congratulations to him. And 50 of the 23 deliveries. He's on strike here now. And that's that delivery. Watch this one come back. That's a good ball from Tariq. Starts outside, a fair bit outside this off stump. But watch this one come back. Look where the keeper takes that. So a lot of movement after that ball passes the stumps there from Adil Tariq.
10 runs away from bringing the century partnership up as well. Struck away towards mid-wicket. Will they come back for a second run? It just felt like that if you look back at that once again, that Wasif Saluja wasn't quite quick enough running between the wickets.
Yeah, Saluja didn't go quickly, and hands the strike now over to here to Soggy. Well, he's crunched this, but should be fielded. Will be well watched as that ball bobbles away there to Zishan. And now they're a little bit, it's an underarm throw. Will it be enough to get him out? There's the dive. And not really sure, not sure what the umpire's doing there. But we'll have a look at this. It's all about, once again, whether the bat is down or not. But it's an interesting underarm throw from the fielder. I think that might be Akibu's out there. So here's the underarm throw. And let's see the dive. Is that bat down or not? And I don't think it is. The bat is in the air. That will be out. So in the end, the underarm throw works a treat. And the bowler there, Adil Tariq, does the right thing. So the wicket goes. They won't quite get that 100 partnership. But it's been a good, gutsy performance. You have to say that. And they do at least get a score on the board, which at one point, it has to be said, 110 looked very unlikely.
It certainly looked very unlikely. These two have done well to get their sign out of a hole early in the innings. You could maybe just be critical of them being a little too slow at times over the course of this partnership, but they have at least got their side to something respectable, although not particularly threatening to this Salzburg team. We'll have a look at that run out again.
Yeah, it's have a look here. So, first of all, let's have a go back to this, and that's going to go for 4 runs, and that's going to be the end of the innings. It will finish with 114 for 3. As well, Zoggy, he puts another boundary away, and he finishes on a healthy 45 of 29 deliveries. And when you consider at one point he was 2 of 10, that's a pretty good recovery from Nandeep Soggy.
It absolutely is a great recovery for Nandeep Soggy. A slow start to his innings, and then he just started to accelerate as it progressed. Will end up on 45 runs of 29 deliveries. So, well, if you look at the last 19 deliveries he faced, he managed to make 43 runs off them. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a very slow start for this Lord CC side. They lost both their openers fairly cheaply, and they were 26 for 2 at the end of the power play. And Aki Bigpal would get rid of the skipper, Kumujia, caught and bowled. Nice sharp catch by him to get rid of the danger man for this Lord CC side. Kumujia, we haven't quite been able to see him at his very best over the course of this series. Of course, he was amongst the top 5 run getters last year. He's just not been able to recapture that brilliance which we saw him portray as a member of the Vienna Eagles. There were some few half chances for this Salzburg side, some genuine chances as well, but I think the overall theme for them would be that they made way too many misfields over the course of this innings. A number of errors that they will look back at and wish they could have back, and a little bit sloppy near those last 4 or 5 overs with their bowling as well.
Yeah, and one man who had a bit of a mare, Zahid Khan. You saw him again there. One went through him, and the one went past him, and that's another one that hits him and gets past him. There was that there, of course, from Adil Tariq as well. And I think you're right in your observation. Certainly anything up to 16 to 20 runs given away there in the field from Salzburg. And they did give away a few in their first match as well, so certainly they can definitely sharpen up with their fielding.
They certainly can. These are things they need to address, especially when they go up against some of the bigger teams in this ECS. I think they're a little bit fortunate that today they've got 3 matchups against Science who they're going to be big favorites against. But when they come up against the likes of Vienna CC, Shere Punjab, Cricketer CC, you can't afford to make those kind of mistakes because you'll have to pay when you make a huge error. Here's a big moment in that final over. Of course, we thought this might be a wicket, but full credit to Liaquat Mohammed for just admitting that he put that catch down. He didn't even wait for us to check the monitors. Immediately admitted that he wasn't able to corral that catch. So very big thank you for him for his honesty. And of course, it's always great to see that on a cricket field. As Adil Tariq's final over went for 7 runs. And Lord CC would end up with 114, a score that is well below par based on what we have seen over the course of this first week here in Austria. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and as you can see, the top scorer was Wasif Saluja, making 51 runs of 25 deliveries, and Nandip Sogi with 45 of 29, and outside of that, no real scores of note.
Yeah, those two putting a good partnership together of 92, and the split there first, 5 overs 45, second 5 69, and full credit to the likes of Nandip Sogi for getting on with it, and well done also to Saluju, who gets a half century. Here's the bowling figures here. Akib Iqbal did pick up a wicket, 1 for 23, and then of course we had 2 run-outs in there as well, and one of them was absolutely spectacular. Of course, that was the one from a very talented player, as I've said already before. I think Imran Asif just makes things happen, doesn't he? So he gets that run out, and you would think that Salzburg will be pretty confident to go out there and knock off these runs. They need 115. So we'll leave you with the mid-match summary, and Salzburg will be looking to go out there and I think trying to get these runs in the 7 overs. That will mean that they will pick up the bonus point of greatness as well. So join us back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 37.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to our second match on this match day 8, match number 37. And Lord CC, they have managed to really fight and get to 114 on the board. At one point, at the halfway point, it didn't look like they would get to the 100, but we saw Wasif Saluja score a very fine half century, 51 on 25, and Nandip Soghi, after a slow start, did get to 45 on 29. Those two putting 92 partnership together, but you would expect Salzburg to go out there and knock these runs off pretty comprehensively, certainly from what we've seen in the first match. But you cannot judge, and remember that, you cannot judge a team by just their one outing. But I think we're all looking at what we know from the team sheet, what they've got out there. They've got plenty of good batters. I'm also interested to see if they do make a bit of a change here as well, whether they take the opportunity here to just change the batting order slightly to give somebody else a bit of a hit. I can see that Zishan Guraya is on his way out there, and he's being joined by Imran Asif. So Salzburg not looking at this the same way that I am. They're looking to go with the same two opening pair. Remember, this is the second of 3 matches that they will play in the day. So it will be Imran Asif, who looks like he's gone to the striker's end, and Zishan Guraya. These two teams, or these two players, I should say, have been unbeaten so far. So Salzburg have yet to lose a wicket in this European Cricket Series, because they posted 186 without loss against the Austrian Daredevils and restricted the Daredevils to 148. So Let's see if they can be removed from the middle this time around. It looks like Wasif Saluja, after the mammoth effort in the field, is going to bowl the first over. So Saluja bowling to Imran Asif. It's short and is just helped along over the offside boundary for 6 runs. Well, this is the way he started his innings in the last match, and it's the same again. It's too short, and one thing about Imran Asif is that he's not going to try and work everything away on the leg side. It's out on the offside. The field is in. There's nobody back, and he thumps it away, and he'll do the same with his second ball as well. So back-to-back sixes to start the innings here. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Eso es 6 más. And you just know that Salzburg are a team that probably will feel that they missed out on all the points against the Austrian Daredevils. I think the captain, Buset Omari of the Daredevils, stood in their way when he made 69 or 30. But this time, I think it's in their own hands. A good start from Imran. Well, the bowler just losing. I'm not sure if he loses his line here or he hears something from somebody, and he gets stopped in his delivery action. Just here he stops and then sort of has a look. Better ball, gets a little bit of movement away. Asif once again looking to loft that over the offside. They do make a change in the field there. Put a sweeper out there now. So sweeper on the off, and it looks like the long on, a wide long on his back. And nobody stopping that though. That is going to be another 6. And I just love the explosion of earth when the ball hits the deck. It's like the bombs are dropping. And watch this. There you go. And that one, a proper Tortuga there as well. 6 more, 18 or 4 balls. And I know that Nish joins me back here. Nish, they're looking to do this in a hurry.
Yeah, bombs are dropping. Not something you want to be hearing these days. But yeah, plenty of width on offer here. I think Saluja, gotta say a lot of going, and that is stopped extremely well. I mean, he has saved a certain boundary. He needed that. Maybe that's just the moment that can lift this Lord CC side.
Wow, what a stop that was. I don't think that's the man that made the stop. The man who makes the stop is here. That was incredible. Really was.
You typically see Lark in that sort of position for Lord CC over at mid-wicket, but he's unavailable for today's play, so aren't going to get a chance to see him here.
They're liking this. Let's have a look. I mean, first I was liking that. That was top quality from Hira. And now we're just having a look at this stumping. I don't know if we have side on this, but let's have a look here. It's a little bit lethargic, Zishan, when he plays the shot. And yeah, but that foot, he just has enough of it behind the line. So that will be not out. But good work. I'm liking that from Sunil Dutt.
Yeah, you can see just enough of that shoe is behind the crease. So it's now 3 matches since we last had a golden ball. Of course, we witnessed one yesterday in a thrilling game between Graz Cricket Academy and this very Lord CC side, who found a very bizarre way to somehow let that game slip away from them. There we go. So we're set for the start of the second over, and the first over was a rather expensive one. 19 runs came off it. And it's going to be the captain himself, Kumaja, bowling the second over. This is just pushed away towards square leg. It's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, of course, Kumajar and Sunil Dutt, the wicket keeper, they've had a good partnership between them. I mean, Sunil Dutt certainly has been sharp behind the stumps. Has been involved in a number of stumpings. Oh, that's once again a very good stop from the fielder. This ball hits the deck and just takes off, and it's Nandip Soghi this time who makes the stop.
Yeah, Nandip Soghi doing a stellar job over here. Struck firmly, and he just makes sure it doesn't get past him.
That takes Garaya now on strike. Zishan just faced the 1 ball so far when he got beaten outside the off. And, well, he gets beaten again as he goes for this one. Goes to hoik this over towards that cow corner. Kubajar gets it past him, and Once again, the wicketkeeper just letting him know that he is just there. And once more, he just manages to get some part of his foot behind the line. No run, once again, just a dot. So Zishan, 3 balls, no runs.
Yeah, very rare to see Zishan, of all players, play out 3 dot balls at the start of his innings.
This one down the leg side will be a wide. So it's worth mentioning that these two now, after the 185, and now that's 22 in this, they've gone past 200 runs together without being out. That's pretty exceptional.
Gets that one wide. The keeper is interested in, well,
His foot might be
scoreline
up here.
umpire says, let's have a look at this. This could be close. And right on cue when you mentioned that this partnership has not been broken over a couple of games, this could be the moment where it's broken. Does that foot come back down behind the crease? Oh, that looks close. I think he's just about made it by a frame.
He just gets that foot down. Oh, that is close. I mean, of course, in real live speed,
That's less than a split second. Struck out towards long off, and that's going to be a single. So this is a great bowling by Kumajai in this over. Kept things very quiet, especially in the power play when, keep in mind, these two had their side 61 for no loss at the end of the power play the previous match. And this is going to be a big hit. So Goraya, well, he took some time to settle in, but that's the Zishan Goraya we're used to seeing. 6 to end the over. Slightly spoils. Well, that's been a terrific over for Kumajai.
yeah, you still take that, don't you? I mean, Kumajai, he's had them in trouble. And if that one gets worked away, that's going to be 6 runs. So finally, Zishan gets one out of the middle. He'll get going. And these two continue their little partnership on their quest to, well, maybe once again be unbeaten in this innings as well. But I think that is the end of the over. And let's have a look at Salzburg. They've got runs on the board to start off with. A win here will see them topple Vienna Danube and only be just a few points behind the likes of Lords, CC and Austrian Daredevils, 2 teams that they will already have perhaps knocked off on their quest to their march towards the top of the standings. Short, Gandhi hit away, and that's going to be an easy hit. It bounces over the banner. That will go into the sunflower field. Fielder gets dirty in there to get those, and will probably pick up a few pipas for his travel as well, or maybe stick them in your pocket for a bit later. Who knows? Are you a sunflower seed fan? Are you? Is it a big thing in Cyprus eating those pipas?
No, I think that's a very East European thing. Of course, remember Diana? I believe it was the first day she came here, she just went straight into the sunflower field, and I'd never seen anything like that. But it is something I like to try. It is something I would like to try for sure.
Yeah, it's a big thing in Spain. I think I mentioned before, most events as that's just clipped away. That's another lovely shot. Just helps this on the way. Imran Asif is straying on the leg side. Vijay Kumar having his first bowl. Didn't see him with the bat. He was listed as a batter and an all-rounder. So Vijay Kumar just struggling to get the ball outside the off here to Asif, and Asif just works it away with ease.
Oh, the breeze is really starting to pick up now. I think we just saw a chair get knocked
Yeah, but
because of the wind.
chair knocks over, and that's got me bag on it. So as I was weighted down, so the fielders won't mind this at all, or the players. Bit of a breeze out there. All right, change in the field. They've deployed now a man on the 45 and mid-wicket. And this one then will go over long on. So you just can't set a field to bad bowling. That's the problem. If the bowling is bad, you can't set a field to it. And Imran Asif on his way to, well, what could be another half century. And the same as the last innings between these two. Imran Asif was doing all the hitting. Zishan Goraya had hardly got started, but when he got going, he was the first to overtake Asif and go on to go and score his century. So I wonder if this one, again, Zishan just waiting to get going. Only hit the one ball so far out of the 4 he's faced. Beautiful strike, straight through. I mean, he just lofted it up there, Vijay Kumar. After being too short and being hit on 3 occasions to the boundary, he decides to float this up. And Imran Asif just says, thank you very much, as he beautifully strokes this one straight down the ground for another 6.
Clean strike right back over the bowler's head. It's the safest and also one of the most beautiful shots in the book. Yeah, another thing that Lord CC won't like as they bring up the 50 partnership is that this breeze is blowing from the offside to the leg side. So they'll be hitting it with the wind to mid-wicket. That is terrible news if you're a bowler.
Yeah, that's the last thing that you want, especially if the bowler is just floating the ball up and hoping for a miscue, because even the miscues will go a long way. And they're just very much following the ball at the moment, because the 45 who was down there for the last shot has now come in, and now long on goes back. So they're just hoping something goes their way. Short, and that one just gets worked away this time. Asif doesn't try to hit this one too hard. Maybe it's slightly quicker from Vijay. So no boundary this time, but 23 of the over with a ball to go. And I get the feeling that Zishan Graya will be looking to get hold of a big one here as well. These two very quickly have brought up that 50-run partnership. Short, and he will go for it, and he will get it as this sails over the fielder. There's going to be 6 more, so just dealing in 60s at the moment. Zishan, he moves to 12. The score moves to 59 at the end of the 3 overs. And as I already said, good teams are bringing up the 50 in the power play.
And they bring up 59 runs inside the power play. Big over to finish here for Salzburg to get 29 runs off that. It's almost supersonic. Brilliant finish, and well, they are well on track right now to go on and wrap this game up inside 7 overs. I have to say one thing, since it is my last day here in Vienna. I heard a lot about the wind here in Seabarn, and not to tempt the weather gods, it hasn't been as bad as I've heard it generally is.
Yeah, well, don't you say it, because we don't want it to get bad either. But it can be, trust us, it can be very windy here.
Oh, I can imagine. I mean, we are out in a rural area. There aren't too many buildings around here, so I'm sure when it picks up, it can be pretty nasty. Looks to toss that one up, and it's just nudged away by Asif. Yeah, would have thought that he would have looked to thrash that ball because it was floated up to him. But I think just because it's a new bowler, I think he's just trying to take a ball or two to settle into how Chathrath bowls. Of course, haven't seen Chathrath bowl much over the course of this ECS. And he drops that one a little too short, but Gorai isn't quite able to get a hold of it, so it's just a single.
Bhupindra with the ball. He's a little bit disappointed he doesn't make good contact there. Okay, couple of singles. But you can see already there, you can sense from Lord CC with this start. I mean, they're almost halfway there. Well, they're past halfway there, so they just, the body language tells you a story. It's the case of how quickly they do this. And respected this time, so that's good. So Bhupindra, good start, a couple of singles and a dot so far.
Yeah, nice start to the over here by Chathrath. This time he looks to dance down the wicket and thumps that one away for 6, and Asif will bring up yet another half-century, back-to-back 50s to start off his campaign. He does it in just 16 deliveries. Yeah, I just felt like they were taking a few balls to feel out Chathrath, but now they've got a good feel of him, and they're going to look to attack these remaining deliveries.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? It just uses his feet. Oh, I have to ask the question why Sunil Dutt is not standing up. I just... Oh, he does come up now. Yeah, that's better. You've got to be standing up here. So Sunil Dutt takes the lid, stands up. And that's muscled over the fielder as well. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe they just wanted to take a couple of balls to see what Bhupinder Chatra was going to be bowling. And now that they know, they're ready to lay into him as well. Imran Asif, just wonderful hitting. So back-to-back 50s from him. We've seen a few times players not just go back-to-back, but have played 3 in the day and got 350. Janan Gulzai did it yesterday. We saw Mike Simpson-Parker, the captain of Vienna CC, do it as well. And maybe Imran Asif is looking to do the same here in this match day 8.
Big. Absolutely enormous. Over long on, and it's 3 consecutive sixes to end the over. Well, it took them 3 deliveries to just get their eye in to Chethrath. Now they've got a hold of him, and this over ends up going for 20 runs, and need just 36 runs of 3 overs now to pick up all 4 points.
Yeah, well, it's just powerful hitting, isn't it? Best way to describe that. The first part of the over from Bhupinder went very well, just 2 from it, but then it's 6-6-6, and I have to refer to that as the old calypso style of cricket, and doing it the Caribbean style, shaka, 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 and they are on 79 of 4 overs, needing just 36 in 36 balls. But of course, they're looking to do this inside the 7th, so they're wanting 36 of 18, and I reckon they should do that pretty comfortably. Haven't lost a wicket yet. Salzburg in the day.
Yeah, of course. So as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, it's World Coconut Day, and there's some odd food suggestions right now in the chat. I was going to look to go straight down the ground. It's going to take 1 bounce, a puff of dust as it strikes the surface. It goes away for 4, so Goraya moves on to 17. Have a look at this suggestion, coconut pizza. I actually Googled if that's a real thing, and apparently there are some vegans who do make that.
Well, I don't think that's one for me. If it's a no to pineapple, it has to be a no to coconut as well. Though, again, the 2 I do like, just probably not on pizza. That one's going to be 4 more. They're looking to do this with ease, aren't they? That's another one that gets played away from Korea. So just have a look at this. They've had now 5 boundaries on the spin. We had 3 sixes in the last over from Imran Asif. Now Zishan Goria has gone 4 and 4 off the bowling of Sukhvir Hira, who's having his first bowl.
No, Helix claiming that he thinks I'm the sort of person who'd like pineapple on pizza. Not at all, I think. You asked me this question in Cyprus. Made it clear from the Gordon Ramsay School of Culinary. That's never something I'll entertain. This one struck down the ground. Chance to take a catch. And finally, for the first time today, this partnership is broken. These two put on an incredible 180-plus stand in the first match and got through all 10 overs. And it's taken 87 runs in the second game of the day for Salzburg to finally lose their first wicket of this European cricket series.
Yeah, and it's going to be the man who scored the century who's going to go. So 272 runs these two put on together before that partnership is broken. They put 185, was it 186? 186 in the first match. And then in this one, that partnership worth 87. So looking dangerous. So we will get a chance to see another player for Salzburg, and it will be Aqib Iqbal, who comes in at number 3.
Take another look at the new batter who has come out to the crease. It's Aqib Iqbal. Strikes that away for a single, so Iqbal off the mark with his very first delivery.
Yeah, Aqib, he's somebody who's, and I probably say this a lot when I talk about him, he's somebody who's come on a long way with his cricket, especially with the batting. I mean, probably about 3 years ago, he was somebody who could go out there and score you 18 to 20 runs, coming in maybe 7, 8. But he's worked hard on his batting, and I know that somebody like the Big D has worked a lot with him. And he's actually become, he's not now somebody who you can say, he can also hold the bat. He plays a key part with the bat. Of course, we saw a lot of that in the ECS in Romania. That's played away beautifully. It's going to be a boundary, and, well, I'm talking about Iqbal, and he shows us just what he can do. That's played away, so 95 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. So they're going at the same sort of pace that we saw them go in that victory against the Daredevils. In that match, they were batting first, and of 5 overs, they were on 98 with that loss. So going at a really good rate.
Absolutely, of course, Akib Iqbal, as you mentioned, has played for this Austrian national team a number of times, of course, represented Austria in the European Cricket Championship the last 3 years as well. His top career score coming up against Romania. 72 not out earlier this year.
Yeah, well, I think that was the match? Was that just recently where I think he blasted, and that was quite incredible. I mean, they won that ECS series, but it was Romania that looked set to do so. But they beat Romania by scoring 62 off the last 2 overs to do it. And Akib Iqbal, wow, he just went to town. It was the most amazing finish that I've ever seen to chase a score like that. It was quite remarkable.
Yeah, remember, it was just right before the start of the ECS in Hungary, and there was still a lot of people talking about it. When we, of course, started out our coverage over in Budapest, it was just that special.
And that's a nice shot, isn't it? And that's what Akib can do. This is why he's become such a powerful player. I think he's hitting straight down the ground is, I think, what he's known for best. He really does hit that ball beautifully. Just dances down, gets his feet in the play, and he's lofted that over the long on-fielder. And that's going to be 6 more to Akib, so he's not hanging around. And now they are just 13 runs away from victory. And, of course, taking on the points. Too wide from Guswak Sandhu.
Just gets to the line badly wrong there. So just another 12 runs needed. 2 big shots will be enough for Salzburg. Well, that was a very dangerous delivery to ball. Gave that plenty of flight over there, Sandhu. I think he just caught Asif a bit off by surprise. I think normally something like that, balled at his pads, he'd blasted about 10 rows into the sunflower field. No, that could be a no ball. That's going to be a no ball. It just lands off the pitch there. So, yeah, this is a very shaky, wayward bowling by Sandhu.
Yeah, I think he tries to do something different there. If you ever look at his own action, look at the wrist here. Let's see if he tries the same. Well, that's more what he goes with, but it's too short. It gets a swivel on this, does Imran Asif. So that one gets blasted away. And we're almost there now. Goes back into his crease. It's an easy hit for Asif. 65 of just wait for this comeback. There's 71 now with that boundary. Just 4 required for victory, and of course they've got 8 balls to do it in to get all the points, and I don't think they're going to be using those up. I think Imran Asif will be looking to do it off this delivery, and that's going to be another wide. So Guswak Sandhu just hasn't been able to land this in the right place. That's another wide. It means that 4 becomes 3. There's still a couple of balls to go in this over. It's gone for 17. And that will be it. It's a full toss that gets peppered over the boundary for 6. So Imran Asif will finish on a walking stick 77. And Salzburg, they get to this victory in rapid time. Well, we thought they'd do it quickly, and they have done it quickly. I think they do it in the end with 25 balls to go. And, well, as we get ready to see the highlights, we can tell you that we'll have a slightly longer wait between matches. It's going to be around about 35 minutes when we come back. But it's a comprehensive win for Salzburg. You always had the feeling, Nish, that Lord CC would have to at least be trying to get to that 140 mark to make this competitive. And when you have a look at that, you might even say, well, 140 and the rest, because Salzburg, their batting looks pretty powerful. I mean, even the likes of Akib Iqbal coming out there, just faces 4 balls and gets 14, 2 sixes on his way. So a big win. The batters make their way off as we cue the music to see the highlights.
So we'll now take a look at some of the key moments from this innings. Imran Asif opened the batting alongside Zishan Goraya once again. These two, of course, had an incredible opening stand in their first match of the series, an opening stand worth 186 runs, and they replicated something pretty special in this match as well, an 87-run opening partnership. They managed to get those 87 runs in 27 deliveries. It was spectacular batting by the two of them. They are such powerful hitters. and I feel they'll continue to pummel Viennese bowlers for the rest of this series. So far, the tourists Salzburg have been incredibly impressive. And in particular, this man, Imran Asif, he's played superbly. 77 runs of 24 deliveries for him. You caught a feel for him. I'm pretty sure he would have had a chance to get a century as well in the previous innings if he had faced enough balls. But it was, of course, Zishan Goraya who got the century in the first match. He would lose his wicket later in this innings. You will see that moment coming up very shortly. This is the only wicket Salzburg have lost over the course of this series. Goraya, nice cameo, 21 runs of 9 deliveries as they hauled one out to Wasif Soluja. Sukhvir Hira got that wicket, and good one for him. Akib Iqbal came in at number 3 and slogged a couple of nice looking sixes, and he just demonstrated that the Salzburg side have more batting than just their 2 openers.
Yeah, I mean, they're dangerous. They're going to be dangerous. We know that. They've got other batters there that we haven't even had a chance to have a look at the moment, and Ranjit Singh is one that comes to mind straight away. Of course, a guy that scored almost 300 runs last year playing for Indian CC Vienna. So a lot of players and good players there that we still are going to have a look at. Maybe they will change things around in the third match that they play, but looking very good, looking very powerful, looking very strong. And Imran Asif, what a start he's made already. I said that he's a gun in the field, and he's shown that with some great stops and a fantastic run out. But he shows us what he can do with the bat as well. And you can't deny that he's certainly somebody who's in top form at the moment. Made 75 not out in the first match and 77 in this. A quick look at the bowling figures, but not too much to write home about.
Yeah, really not much. They'll be impressed with Kumar Jha bowling the best over. That went for 11 runs. We would have gone for less, but he kind of spoiled the over at the end with a few too many wides and then got pumped for a 6 off the last ball. Salzburg starting off with a couple of wins on the bounce at the start of their campaign. They'll be delighted, and we'll see them once more right at the end of the day. For Lord CC, it's yet another defeat, just the 1 victory for them over the course of this ECS. We will take a half an hour break and be back for match 38, our lunchtime game, which should be an absolute thriller between the Austrian Daredevils and Lord CC.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We're set for the start of match 3, our lunchtime match. Vienna Danube about to take on the Austrian Daredevils, who suffered a defeat earlier today at the hands of Salzburg. They were defeated by 38 runs in a match where they were looking to chase down a target of 187. Of course, the big story in that match was we didn't see their leading run getter heading into this day, Ahmed Zai, bat whatsoever over the course of that innings. That was rather puzzling, and I'd be quite shocked if he isn't right up there at the top of the order for this match as well. They're going up against Vienna Danube, a side who have never won a European Cricket Series game, and of course they came so close to finally achieving their first victory yesterday in a thrilling matchup against Graz Cricket Academy. They were 49 for 7, found a way to get to 150. They were so close to winning the game until Graz Cricket Academy broke their hearts in the final over. They took it with a ball to spare. So let's see if Vienna Danube can finally pick up their victory. They are going up against a side who have only one win over the course of this ECS, so this match might be the one where they finally get that win. The news from out in the middle is that the Daredevils have won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. Over to the Ice Cube, where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much there to Nisha Butt out in the middle, giving us the insight to this match. I don't know about the Ice Cube because it's pretty warm in here right now. I think it's turning out to be the microwave again. Right, this match, I think you heard it there from this, that Vienna Danube have never won a match on the European Cricket Network. Maybe this is the one. I think running out of matches, and there's not going to be any easy ones. So this is probably one that they could maybe get a win on. They've got to see the back, though, of Buset Omari. I think also we'll see Tariq Ahmadzai, who will play a much bigger role in this match for the Daredevils. And, of course, you also got the likes of Rafiullah Mandozai in there as well. And Waliullah Mandozai also will play a big part. And Nagri Jaffrey comes back into the side. Maybe his spin for the Daredevils is going to work pretty well. But, yeah, Vienna Danube, their captain, Kaibat Malia, must be feeling that maybe this is the one. And now that is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? It's certainly a surprise to most people. Is the Vienna Danube are being picked to win this one 54% to 46. Well, maybe the computer knows something that we don't know here. Now let's see how this goes. So Vienna Danube, just as we've said before, just not gone their way. If we have a look at some of their top performers with the bat, they've had Kogani Sher 125 runs, and then Abusun Dostil, he's been on 124. So they haven't really been able to score and get big runs on the board. That's been one of the main issues for them. And they've had to try and do most of their hard work with the ball, and that's where someone like Mirakel has been key. 6 wickets. He's by far the leading wicket taker. Next up, then you've got a number of bowlers that have just taken 2 wickets. So really, with the ball, Mirakel is going to be the key player. So get ready to go. The umpires for this one are out there, and it's going to be Praveen and Bounty to start things off. There is a breeze blowing, which is good. You can feel that coming into the cube. That certainly does make it a lot nicer, a lot more pleasant for us, and I think the players will appreciate that out in the middle as well. Down the leg side, doesn't catch anything on the way through, so wide to start. Daredevils need to go well here. Shaheen Mahmood is facing the first ball. He's got his captain at the non-striker's end. Down the leg side one more time from Kadir. They've gone Kadir the bowler. I'm going to say hello and welcome back to everybody on the chat. John and Dave are there. Monica Ramos joins us as well as Kroom. And I hope you all had a very good weekend. I know a lot of you certainly did, because you were tuning in to us here as well. Hello to Helix who are in the air, and it's been held. They're going to get the breakthrough. And after a couple of wide balls, Shaheen Mahmood gets back onto this. And you know what that means? Yeah, the first legal delivery. It'll mean this will be a golden duck. We're going to start with a golden cracker. He's tried to just whip this away. It's gone high up in the air, gets it wrong. And there's a catch taken. So well held by Afghan Kadir. So Shaheen Mahmood is going to be a first baller, a golden duck for him as he goes back. And Goldie is going to be quacking him off. A little bit of the old. Just gets it all wrong, doesn't he? I think he goes to play the right shot. Maybe just plays it a little bit too early. The ball hits the back of the bat, goes up in the air, and the catch gets taken. So that's the first wicket. So that means that Waliula Mendoza next in. And that one's gone through the field. It's going to be 4 runs. So Mendoza off the mark straight away. See a good noise, encouraging noise being made there by the Vienna Danube, saying don't worry about it, don't worry, come on, let's stay with this. They know the importance of this match, of course. So trying to remain positive. I saw that last wicket. Afghan Kadir takes the important catch. And that one, you can see the difference in the shot. So it's a similar delivery to the one that Shaheen was trying to play, but the intent is there in this one. He's actually trying, he's gone through with the shot. He's not just a little dilly-dally. He's gone through it, and he's connected well, and it will go all the way. So Waliula, back-to-back boundaries to make a start. Kadir continuing just to be a little bit too leg-side-ish here. They're taking on the fielder who comes across from that mid-off position, gets a hand on it, and stops the ball getting past him. But it will just be a single. And chat all saying hello to each other. And Paul Kempin saying, what are we going to get fireworks like yesterday, today? Well, anything can happen, Paul. I think this one, I was just talking to Nish about this match. Nish just having a spot of lunch at the moment. Tucking into a bit of pizza without pineapple and without coconut, before you ask. And we reckon that these two teams, look, they're the teams that are unlikely, let's just face it, they're unlikely to see them on Friday on finals day, but they could give us a good contest here. Certainly Vienna Danube will be looking to try and end that run of defeats. They're looking for a victory here. And of course, the Austrian Daredevils, they're looking to get a win or two more under their belt. Oh, well, now, definitely a sound. It'll be interesting what the umpire gives here. And on the walkie-talkie, I'm not sure why. You either, I reckon that's edge on that. I reckon that's 4 runs. Now, you can't be asking the scorers or the third umpire. You make the call on field, whether it's a snick or not. I think there is. There's definitely a snick there. Oh, he's giving us a wide. Well, that does surprise me big time. That's a big time surprise. I mean, I'm pretty sure, I definitely heard a sound. And the umpire, I'm not sure what the umpire was checking on that. You can't be going onto a third umpire for that call. So maybe it's something else, but he's given it as a wide. So 5 wide, that's a minimum. And I just get the feeling that maybe he's gone to the umpire there because he can't see. So he needed confirmation. Now you can't, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You can't be saying to the bowler you need to. I mean, if you can't see past the bowler, if he's not running right in front of your stumps, you can't ask the bowler to change what he's doing nothing wrong. But what I can tell you, though, I don't know too much about the last 2 calls there, but I can tell you the score. It was 18 for 1 after the first. Afghan Qadir had a few issues with the wides to start off with, and then he picked up the wicket, and that was the wicket, of course, of Shaheen. Shaheen would go for a first ball, caught and bowled by Qadir, but then after that, Waliullah Mandunzai, he does get going, gets a few boundaries away there, gets a 6 and a 4 on his way to 11. And 4 more. You can see that they're just trying to get this. It's a difficult one, isn't it? The power play, 2 different batters, different styles. So this one just gets straight through and through the legs of the wicket keeper. That's going to be 4 byes. That doesn't help. So whether it's off bat or not bat, the ball's still making its way to the boundary. And that's a good pace from Abdul Mirkel, who now comes on the bowl. Yeah, he's been by far the pick of their bowlers, hasn't he? He's sharp, he's got a bit of pace, but he needs a bit of luck as well. He needs fielders to hold on to the catches. He's got fine leg and third back, purely because of the pace that he generates. That's down the leg side. Good take from Sabur Adari, keeper. Good footwork from him and good safe hands to take that one. The old Shaba. Come on, get it outside the off. And that's not outside the off, and that's going to be probably 4 runs. Yeah, just drops before the rope, but he picks that up pretty early, doesn't he, Waliullah? That's what's good about him. Picks it up early, gets a swivel on this, a little bit of the... Oh! As that one will go for 4 runs. Hello to Rico, who also is saying that pineapple on pizza is not his thing, and he's not on his list. Yeah, I agree with you. It shouldn't be. That gets played away. So, Federico, nice to have you with us again, as well as Jeffrey Mobbs, who is having a little bit of a chat there with Monica. And Helix just saying absolutely a lot of new people are joining in the chat. But of course, remember to like the videos. So give us the like and share the word as well with your friends and your family. A few people often asking questions about matches coming up and wanting to know when the next team is playing again, a particular team. Remember, you can go onto our website, europeancricket.com. All the information there at your fingertips. You can find out about the schedule, not just for today, but the days coming. You can click on and find out about teams and players and stats. That one, no, he just doesn't make up his mind, the fielder here. And this is what I was referring to with a bowler like Abdul Mirkel. He's gotta have the support of the field. So that one gets played away into that 3rd man corridor, and the fielder is there. He's there to do one job, and if he's not to catch it, it's to stop it. He does neither there because he doesn't commit. He doesn't commit. And if he wants to go for the cat, you go for the catch. If you're thinking of stopping the ball, then you've got to get behind it and stop it. So disappointment for the bowler. And now he fires this one down leg side. And it's up and being a good stop once again from the keeper. It does well get something on this. So Subor Hadari goes well down leg side. Slower delivery, but well played. That's a really nice shot. Very good shot. Good way to end the over. It's going to be 4 more runs, and it's a cracking start here for the Austrian Daredevils. That probably is the shot of this match so far, because he just waits on it. It's a slow ball, doesn't try and hit it too hard, and just wonderfully timed. And Waliullah Manduzai is looking good at the moment. And end of the second over, he moves to 29 in the score, 43 for 1 after 2. Good time for Nish to join us in the cube.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the standings over here. The Austrian Daredevils have won 1 in 7. Vienna Danube have never won a European Cricket Series game. They came ever so close in their last match until, of course, we saw Ross Cricket Academy break their hearts. So look to go big here. Doesn't have the distance on it. It's certainly going to clear the fielders. But it takes a nice bounce there and just backspins a little bit, which allows them to get to it. So it's just a 1 run for Amari.
And said Amari probably gets a little bit fortunate here. It's not quite the shot he was looking for, but he will get off the mark. He hands the strike back to Waliula, who's going great guns at the moment. Well, I think the keeper gets extremely lucky with this one. It will be a wide from Kadir, who's bowling his second. But the keeper just relies on his feet to make the stop, and he's lucky because that could have gone anywhere. I think even he looks surprised when he sees that there by his feet. A few times the keepers have just misjudged where they need to be standing. Well, that's a better delivery. Oh, well, I was about to say that's a better delivery. Let's have a look at this again. And, oh, that's not a wide, is it? It's not a wide. I mean, it's almost like you can see the batter asking for it, and now the batter's trying to say, yeah, it was. No, it wasn't a wide. Nothing wrong with that. The bowler. We've seen that a few times today. It's frustrating, I think. It's a good delivery. Asking the question now, will he get the verdict from the umpire this time? The umpire is unmoved. Let's have a look. See what the umpire sees here. Going down the leg. And missing the stumps completely. Doesn't miss the leg though. Clocks it pretty well. Yeah, that's a powerful delivery. If you can get that on the stumps, that will be a very useful delivery from Afghan Kadir. High, big, gone, disappears, goes for 6. Really good hit. It's all about the length, isn't it? All about the length. It goes for that same sort of delivery again, but this time just slightly shorter. And he allows Awaliula Manduzai to get underneath it, and he crunches this away as well. As a blistering start from him. Wonderful strike rate. That's why this time Buset Amari doesn't get the order wrong. He goes with Shaheen, doesn't work, but Shaheen doesn't chew up any deliveries. He's out there with Waliula, and I'm pretty sure that Taragamadzai probably next in. That's going to be over the infielder. It will be 4 more, so power play batting at its best at the moment, this from the Austrian Daredevils.
A really good looking shot here, just to get that one away. It's a slightly over-pitched delivery, and it's been pumped over the rope for 6 runs. Yeah, of course, I hope everyone's safe over in the Philippines at Arico. Of course, they're suffering with a typhoon at the moment. They've had a few issues with flooding with the tropical storm Yagi. So yeah, our thoughts are with all your fellow countrymen during this difficult time.
Yeah, well said. And ditto that.
Looks to get nice and deep in his crease there. Trying to work that one down towards third man. Just use the pace of the ball. Big swing over here by Manduzai, and that looks like it's going to go away for 4 runs. Wasn't in control of that stroke. And it's caught a thick edge off the bat. And the power play will end with a boundary. So, well, sensational power play here. They end up getting 60 runs off it. The Daredevils are off to a flying start.
They are. I'm like you want to see. The power play is superb. It's one of the highest ones that we've seen. 62 coming off the 3 overs, and it's coming, from a team, the Austrian Daredevils. I mean, when you're seeing them going like this, you probably start to wonder why they're at where they are in the standings, why they're not competing and being competitive to finish in the top 5. But it's just little things, and we've touched on it a few times. Sometimes the batting order hasn't been right. Sometimes they let themselves down in the field. But if it clicks, and if they all come and click together, they can be a very dangerous side. We know that. This is even without this time round the captain, Buset Omari, going. I mean, he's just ticky-taka from him at the moment. But Waliula, what a start he's made. 45 to just 14 deliveries.
Nice, off to a flyer of a start, isn't he? And his, as I say, fortune favors the brave. A few edges flying away for boundaries as well. Slower ball there by Maliar. Mondazai has to wait an age for it to get to him, and he just plays it away towards square leg.
Yeah, nicely done. Enrico just, yes, and he says, thinking of you and, of course, everybody in the country. I hope everyone stays pretty safe and that passes you pretty quickly. Kaiba Malia, captain, bringing himself on to see if he can pick up a wicket here in this fourth over. It's a little bit short. Now that's up in the air, but that's just going to keep going, and going. It will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro as Buset Omari gets his first boundary. Battle of the two captains here at the moment, and it's, well, the Austrian Daredevils and their captain, Buset Omari, that's winning the battle. Brings 70 up on the board now.
Just giving him a bit too much length over there. Khyber Maliar can't afford to bowl there with the kind of pace he has. Always going to sit up nicely for Omari. Shot, incredible. Gets down on one knee and hammers it over long on. Omari was going for the Yorker there. He's just missed it by a little bit, and it turns into a low full toss.
Yeah, he gets down handsomely on one knee, doesn't he? Plays that beautifully. It's a good hitter of the ball. He's already shown that he's in good form. Of course, in the last match, when the rest of his teammates weren't able to get going, he scored a fine 69. And that's what he's looking to do here, just pick up from that. And he's got a good partner out there with him, and this is worrying times for Vienna Danube. And that's hit pretty firmly. That should and will just be a single. That's a good throw-in from the fielder. He sees that the batter is not in any real hurry to get back. So Kugani Sher just picks the ball up and fires it in. Good take from the bowler as well. And nobody backing that up. Same fielder will get into do the fielding again, and once again he's ready to fire it in if he has to. Is Kugani.
This is great batting. I mean, they're hitting their boundaries, but they're also rotating the strike really well, I think. So looking at the amount of dot balls we've had, I can count about 3 for the entire innings, 4 actually. So that is an incredible dot ball percentage, isn't it? I mean, that's 1 in 6. It's about 1 dot ball per over. 78 for 1 at the end of 4. We'll just have a look at the run rate here for the Austrian Daredevils. 19.5, of course. You'd project them to get to 195 with that kind of run rate, but at some point you'd expect it just to dip a little bit. Although this Vienna Danube side, I mean, they've had plenty of issues with their bowling throughout the course of this series. They're giving up on average 160 runs per match over the course of this ECS.
They're going to go here now. Another bowler, see how he fares. This is Abdul Rahman. And he too will start with the wide. That's been the issue here. I mean, you're talking about the dot balls. There haven't been that many, but also there's been so many wide balls, and that's been the issue already in this match. I mean, the extras now goes to 17, so 13 wides. That's far too many. And that one is going to sail over to the vacant third man area this time, and that is going to be 50 to Waliula Mandozai. Whether it's 4 or 6, they're still checking, but either way, it brings him his 50 in just 17 deliveries. Well batted to Waliula. He certainly made a difference to them every time he's playing. I know that he wasn't playing the last time we saw the Austrian Daredevils out there, and they just didn't look the same with the bat. He offers them a little bit of something in all the disciplines of the game, and you can see that here. So very, very quick half century from him. Gets played away.
Such an integral part of this team. Finds a way to contribute in numerous different facets of the game.
Yeah, giving us 4 in the end. And I don't know if we... Yeah, it's the right call. Just bouncing before the rope. So 4 runs being called, mind you. Yeah, they're happy with it. I thought they were having another look. There's that field where you take a quick look at the field. Oh, that's a quick delivery. Fires it in. See, when they get it in the right spot, I mean, we've seen that here from Rahman. We saw it also from the bowling of, well, all the bowlers of Kadir Abdul as well, particularly Abdul. We know he's quick, but they just haven't been able to get it in the right areas. If you're bowling quick and you're getting the ball in the right areas, then you get some success. But if you're bowling fast and bowling badly, then the batters, as we've seen already, are just going to be winning the battle, because any bit of bat on ball, it will race to the boundary. And that's another one that is going to get away. That's going to be 4 more for Waliullah.
Yeah, nicely struck away by Waliullah. Just, oh, that's nasty for the fielder at square leg. Just watch that. I mean, it looks like he might have this covered, and then just watch the bounce it takes. The right-hand bounce. Oh, very unfortunate for the square leg fielder. I mean, that was like a Mataya Murlitar off spinner, the way it turned away from him.
Rahman back to his mark. In he comes again. And, oh dear, completely wrong.
Great take by the keeper. I mean, that looked certain to go away for a minimum. I don't know how he's covered that much ground so quickly. I think he just anticipates that it's going wide very early, which allows him to get there.
Yeah, I think Subha has had plenty of practice as well, hasn't he? Because there's been so many that have been down the leg side. He's had to be on his toes. And just as well, really, because otherwise I think we could have seen the 100 on the board already. High, in the air. Where's this going to drop? In and out of the hands of the fielder. So the opportunity to take the wicket, that of Mendoza, it's there for the taking. The fielder has to keep his eyes on it. And it's straight in and straight out. There we go. Gets into position. Once again here, just he's not able to get himself into a steady position under the ball. And he gets away from it. That's going to be disappointment, isn't it, for Salman Kal. Rokhan puts the catch down. And, well, this one has gone past the fielder at fine pretty quickly. He's inside the circle as well, so you can see here he hardly has a chance to move, and that ball is whizzing past him.
He races away for 4 runs. Nothing the fielder could have done about that. Yeah, just so wayward with their lines and lengths via the Danube. You can tell why they're giving up as many runs as they are game after game. And, well, we're not even halfway through the first innings, and have a look at the win predictor. It's up to 84%.
Well, they're batting at the same rate that we saw Salzburg go, scoring the 90 in the first 5, and that one will be another boundary. So they'll get to 99 after 5 overs, and with the 1 wicket down. And remember, that wicket would fall with the score on 2 after 2 wides, and it was a first baller for Shaheen. So that's beautifully played. Well, you can see the players, they'll take the opportunity to take on some drinks, and we take the opportunity to welcome you into the Cube, well, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Hope you enjoyed the cricket on a Monday. Well, most people don't like Mondays, and I know that a lot of kids are going back to school today. They're certainly not liking the Mondays, but for us, it's business as usual, and maybe we're going to see a big score here from the Daredevils.
Yeah, absolutely could. The Austrian Daredevils looking set to get something in the 170s or the 180s. I think the one thing I love about the cricket here is that even some of these lower ranked sides have shown they have plenty of powerful hitters in their lineup. And once again, it looks like the Daredevils are going to flex their muscles and get to something really big over here. Vienna Danube haven't helped themselves, though. I think they've made a few too many mistakes in the field, been a bit wayward with their lines and lengths. They just need to find that consistency, which they're so desperately lacking.
I think you're right. I think I'll touch on what I've already said there. If we had a look at their bowlers, and all the bowlers used so far here, we've seen 2 to 3 deliveries are good, but there's too many that are wayward, and that's the issue. If you're bowling those wayward deliveries against batters that are in, then they are going to find the boundary rope easy, and that's why you've seen that there's 18 plus runs coming from every over. Those 3 balls have been expensive, and the extras, let's talk about the extra for a moment. I mean, when you're bowling that many extras, all those extra balls being bowled again, extra balls mean extra runs, and that's why they got 99 on the board here, just 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep going at this rate, they'll get to 198, but you'd expect them to slow down at some point. Looks like the players have concluded their drinks break, and we should be ready to resume play, so we're set for the start of the 6th. Then we've got Enrico asking, what are those, he says, calls them tall grass on the outside. Those are sunflowers, and the reason you don't see any yellow petals is because, well, they're dry and they're dead. Of course, dead sunflowers used for sunflower oil, seeds, and a number of other things.
Yeah, we were looking into that, I think, only just yesterday. It was saying that pretty soon. Well, there you go. You can see them there, that most of those petals, the beautiful yellow petals, are gone. And we've just got the inner part of the sunflower left. And all the seeds are there, and of course they will be harvested pretty soon, some point during this month, where a lot of those seeds will then be turned into sunflower oil. And of course we've seen all sorts of things lurking around in the fields in there as well, and maybe we'll see a few more other things before this series is done. We've seen the wolves. There's that one. There's another one that gets carted away. So Waliula Mendoza, after being dropped on 55 by Rohan, he now starts to go again, and who knows, Nish, who knows that maybe he is on his way to something special. We've seen 1 century in the day, so I have no issues with calling that we could have another one. And the way he's batting Waliola Mendoza and the way that Vienna Danube are catching is definitely on. Oh, that's been muscled. That is a brutal hit. There's going to be 6 more, and now you can see why I think it's on. He's just seen that ball so well at the moment.
That's a really tough shot to play, it really is. At that kind of a length, it can be very awkward for a number of batters, but yeah, just muscle that away. It's pure power. Gets that away for 6 runs.
Well, got to find the right line here, haven't they? One thing they haven't done is change up the pace. It's very much the same from Vienna Danube. There's been nothing different. So the ball to the batter is coming at the same pace. We've touched on the fact on a number of occasions here that we don't think the ball is swinging around as much as it has done in some other parts of Europe that we've been. So if you don't change it around, then a lot of runs are going to be scored. That's a better length of a delivery, and not able to get that one away. So gets the chance to have a bit of a respite. And you said there's one thing these two have done is they've, as well as hit the ball well, they've continued to rotate the strikes. So Busset will hand it back to Waliula, who again will probably be looking to send another one into the sunflower fields that we've had a good chance to have a look at. Good ball, good delivery. Getting it dug into sort of that bat and pad area full. See, when it's full, it's hard to get away, and that goes back to what I was just saying there in that interval, that when they've bowled, the good balls have been good. Problem is, there's been too many bad ones mixed in with them.
Yeah, that was just right down there at his feet, so impossible to get away. Oh, big shot over here, and it's just going to go over the fielder's head. He wondered if he had a chance momentarily, but there was nothing you could do about that. 6 more runs for Omari.
Yeah, and that's that length. See, changing the length, this time it's a little bit shorter after some success with 3 pretty good pitched up deliveries. He goes short again, and once you go short again, he's back to the boundaries, he's back to the 6s. So that over goes for plenty. Starts to the wide, then 2 6s, 3 dots, and a 6 to finish it off. 22 of the over. And the Austrian Daredevils, 121 for 1 after 6.
They're looking to go big over here. The expected score is up to 193. I think if you go based on the projected on their current run rate, they'll clear 200. Will they slow down at any point? I mean, we've been saying that they're going to slow down at some point, but it hasn't happened. Got him.
And gone. Well, what did I say? It's been the same old, same old. So they change it up. It's a slower bowler that comes on, And it's Habibullah that comes on, and he gets the wicket. And who does he get? Waliullah Mendoza will go for 70 of 24. So his innings comes to an end. Look, he's totally devastated with himself because he must have felt himself that he's on for something special here. I think he might have just dragged this onto his own stumps.
Yeah, he probably has. Just a little inside edge onto his stumps as Waliullah Mendoza departs, having made 70 runs of 25 deliveries. A fine innings by him, and he's not able to bring up that triple digits milestone we thought he had a chance to get.
He definitely had a chance, and I think you could see from his own reaction that he did. But change of pace makes the difference. So let's see what else can come here from the bowling of Habibullah. Tosses it up. This is in the air as well. Oh, one hand to it, and it gets palmed over his head and will go to the boundary. That's the captain, Khyber Malia, had the chance to make it 2 in 2, and he went for the jalebi cat, wasn't able to get it, and the ball, well, don't know about jalebi. If you eat jalebis, your fingers go chip, chip, chip. Sticky fingers, you take the catch. Well, maybe he had something buttery, because that is slipped out of his hand and gone to the boundary.
Yeah, just another error, another mishap in the field for Daniel. This one goes high up in the air. Could be coming into. Oh, he's taken it! How on earth has he taken that? I just wonder if he's touched the rope and he's admitted that he has.
6. Have a look at this. It's a great catch, but watch the foot. So there's a catch. Watch the landing here, and he's.
Oh, just brushes the rope right there.
Oh, that is just an exception. I mean, if he look at this. This is the balance. I bet you he does kung fu. I reckon he does taekwondo. That is a great catch, but unfortunately, just catches the rope. Oh, that is just brilliantly captured there by Spring Media as well. Kogani Sher takes a great catch. That could have been one of the best catches we've ever. It still is a great catch, but of course it won't count. It could have been one of the best boundary catches we've ever seen.
No, that deserves to be on the highlights reel, regardless of whether it is officially out or not. That doesn't. That's another misfield by Vienna Danube. And, well, I just love the fact that we have an absolute moment of brilliance sandwiched in between a couple of misfields.
Oh, well, that there, just superb. I mean, the way he takes the catch and then balances on one leg, but unfortunately for him, the foot, well, another chance, and this time he will hold on to it. So there's the catch this time. Brilliantly done, Kogani Sher. Well, look, he deserves something, and he will take this one. So this one has been crunched, no pace on the ball. The bowler thinks he's going for 6 if you have a look at him, and then all of a sudden he thinks, hey, I've got another wicket. How about that? You can see the way he turns around, he thinks, oh no. But Habibullah has taken another, just taking the pace off the ball. That's all it takes. So end of the over, and he's finished up with 2 wickets off and only gone for 14 runs.
I'll have a look at the groups for the ECCW. Of course, it starts off on the 9th of December. We had the great privilege of bringing the inaugural edition of the ECCW last year, and it was a great success, so it's back for the 2nd time. And, well, looking at some of those teams there, of course, added a few more nations to this year's championship. And as you can see, a lot of the newcomers will be in the Challenger Division, whereas the Premier Division hosts some real powerhouses. This one just goes past the fielder at mid-wicket. A good shot there by Omari. Just think he might have scratched or roughed himself up as he went to put in that dive. Khyber Malia just dropping this a bit too short, far too much width as well. Khyber Malia just hasn't got his lines and lengths right today. He went for 16 in the first over, could have gone for a lot more, and he starts off with a fairly poor delivery.
Yeah, the captain, Malia. I think people are still talking about that great catch. It was absolutely incredible, but how unlucky he was. And the way he's balanced to take that catch, and the way he held his balance on one leg, and how high the other leg went. I mean, that's quite amazing. I mean, he's in front of me here, Kogani. I'm going to try and ask him, Kogani, do you do any martial arts? Do you do any martial arts? And He says no. I mean, the way he took that catch, and I reckon he does a bit of taekwondo. He must do. He says no. I can't believe that. Just goes to the gym, he says. All right, well, there you go. Who needs martial arts if you just go to the gym? It was quite exceptional. I mean, certainly watch out for it on the highlights. It was great. Great. I mean, you got to call it a catch because he does catch the ball, but unfortunately, his foot just catches the rope. So I like his honesty as well. I like his honesty. We've seen that today a number of times. Well, they're liking this one, the wicketkeeper does. Well, I'm talking about honesty. And, well, somebody's lying. Either the batter or the wicketkeeper goes for this, and we can't tell from that angle, but it certainly doesn't look like there's anything on it. But, yeah, the honesty there also from Kogani, fantastic. He just immediately turned away and said, nah, that's 6. I just touched the rope. So I like that, because I reckon if he didn't say that, we probably would have been hunting to see if he takes it. Well, here he is again, the man from the gym. Will he get there? No, he has to pull away from it because he sees a fielder coming in from his left, and that's Afghan Kadir. Kadir starts to come towards this, so I think Kogani has to pull the shoot.
He's not quite able. He has to pull the shoot there, Kogiani. But yeah, have to say though, just look back at that moment. If he hadn't admitted that, it would have been a decision that would have taken a long time to make, and well, maybe would have even fallen in his favor. Chance to take a catch, and oh, the skipper Mullier. Can his day get any worse? Well, he struggled with his bowling, and now he's put down a fairly regulation catch. Hard hands when he's going to take this catch. Just look at how that ball just comes out of his hands. Yep. Needs to have nice soft hands when he tries to take that catch.
Yeah, he does. He then, you can see straight away, he wants to blame the sun afterwards.
I mean, I don't think the sun has anything to do with that because he did actually manage to get his hands to the ball. It just popped right out. Yeah, the breeze just picking up a little bit over these last couple of overs. You can probably hear it just rustling in the mic. Looks to go big down the ground, and it's going to go over the fielder's head. Great attempt over there, but he's unable to get to it. 6 runs.
Yeah, he hits the ball very well straight, doesn't he? You can see he's built to play that shot. He's very tall, is Buset Omari, and if he gets a chance to drive at the ball, he uses those long levers to crunch it pretty well. So 6 more to him, and Malia, another over comes to an end, but he had the opportunity, didn't he? He could have removed Wahidi without scoring. Interesting though, again, Wahidi gets a chance, but there's other batters out there that you would have thought would have served them better coming out of this time. 152 for 3 after 8.
So Wahidi, obviously, as you mentioned, came into this number 5 position. Oh, that's a good ball there to start off by Habibullah. And then to scamper across for a quick single.
Yeah, like this from Habibullah. 14 came off his last. Oh, that one from Khyber, the captain, 17 off it. 14 and picked up the 2 wickets. So it's that change, just doing something different, keeping the pace of the ball that seems to be working for him so far. But this will be a good test for him against Omari, and Omari, well, he just mashes that over for a 6, and that will be a half century for him. So, of course, we've talked about the batters that are bringing up the back-to-back half centuries, but don't forget that this guy, he did score 69 of 30 in match number 1 today, and now he scored another one. So he's certainly been right up there as one of the highest run scorers, as Buset Omari's batted very well. He just hasn't had, most of the time, a lot of support from other men around him.
Yeah, so they're already on 159. Still got another 10 deliveries to go. They even get another 30 runs off these remaining 2 balls. Then, oh, we'll set a target of 190 for the Danube.
Well, Ball doesn't want to take the single. You can see Omari wants to try and stay on strike. So he's keeping Wahidi at the other end. Okay, high. Good luck with this. This will be some catch. And, oh, he just has a go. I mean, once again, great effort from the fielder. That's not an easy catch. And he actually, at least he puts a name on this. I don't think the others were that keen. Puts a name on it, almost takes it. There's Abdul Rahman. Does well, then recovers and gets the throw in. But Amari, he'll take two, gets back on strike, and now you will have to give up the strike here. So it'll be a ball to be faced here by Wahid Wahidi.
Yeah, so Wade Wahidi is so far, he's just been managed to get a couple of singles. I think he has to look at this ball as a free hit. Don't think they'll want him taking a run. Oh, and it's going to be a dot ball, so a complete lack of pace on that ball. It just sneaks underneath Wahidi's bat. Well, better a dot ball than a single in that case, as Daredevils are 162 for 3. And the good thing for them is that Busset Amari will be on strike for the start of the final over. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here, and well, I'd say outside of Habibullah, everyone's just been a little too expensive. I wonder if they go back to Abdul Rahman for the second over, or try to introduce a sixth bowler. Take a look at that extras figure as well. 20 runs of extras. That's not including all the dropped catches and misfields we've seen. Yeah, Vienna Danube, they've shot themselves on the foot a number of times over the course of this innings.
Yeah, they will go back to Rahman. They're one of two or three teams that just haven't got any other options. They will bowl the five bowlers they've got. And so Rahman comes back, and immediately he's pinged to the boundary by Busset Omari, who will be looking to face every single one of these deliveries. I think he'll be turning down the singles to stay on strike. Nicely played away, but just want to once again mention Habibullah. What a good spell from him. Came on when the batters were creaming it all over the place. Scored 121 for 1 when he bowled that 7th over, picked up 2 wickets, kept it to 14, and his last over just came for 10. So very good bowling. And the thing that you can learn from there is that you've got to introduce and use those slower bowlers.
Yeah, I think sometimes just that variation of pace can make such a big difference. And you know, even your quicker bowlers can just be smart, varying their pace, bowling lots of slower balls. You see Don Harstadt do that all the time. I mean, they bowl more slower balls than any side I've seen, and that's why they're the best bowling side in this country. It's a wide ball there. Just gets the line all wrong, Rahman.
Yeah, you're right. I think your pace, your seam bowlers, you got to find a way to get those dot balls in. You got to try different things, and the slower ball, length variations. Just trying to run in and bowl fast all the time is not going to work. And this has been a good example of that this innings. The quick bowlers, they've been too predictable, and the batters have enjoyed good success against them. When slower bowlers come on, or the bowler with the variations has got some joy, and that's well bowled. That's the variation I'm talking about. It's a delayed reaction from the keeper. I get the feeling here that Sabur Haidari, every time he takes the ball cleanly, gets carried away and he has to have an appeal. Seems to be a little switch he's got. Julian Dawson saying hello to everyone. Hello, Julian. Hope you're well.
Great ball there by Rahman. Nice length, getting it spot on. It's been very decent over so far, despite that 4. Just the 5 runs off these first 3 balls, which isn't too bad from Vienna Danube's perspective.
Once again, just a fuller delivery, and reluctantly, I think, the captain, Amari, does take the single. So Wahid Wahidi goes back on strike.
I like this plan, really do. I mean, the wide Yorker is very underused delivery here in Austria. And he's just forcing him to try to reach out at one. He just gets a little bit of bat on it. It's going to be a single. So 6 runs of 4 balls. And they got Wahidi on strike. Full toss. It's going to be struck straight towards the fielder. And just the 1 run again.
Kugani, nice stop, because he gets a little bit of the old Tortuga bounce here. And the throw wasn't great. I think if the batters really wanted to, I don't think Busset Omari was going to, though. If they wanted to, they could have taken another one on the throw. All right, 2 balls to go, or 1 to go. 169 for 3. And it will finish with a maximo, as Busadomari will finish on 67 of 25 balls, and they're going to finish on a very decent 175. So the Austrian Daredevils once again do show that if they get going, that they can score runs. It was Waliula Manduzai that started it all off. We thought that maybe at one point he was on his way to a century. 70 of 25 balls, 6 sixes and 7 fours. But once he was gone, got done by the slower bowling there of Habibullah, who bowled brilliantly well, 2 for 24. Well, he went out the way, and then it was down to the captain to get going, 67 of 25. So another man who, in both matches he's played here today, has scored a half century. Let's have a quick look at the highlights.
Yes, it was a flying start for this Daredevil side. They were 62 for 1 at the end of the power play. Saw a wicket fall during that phase. It was Shaheen Mohammed who departed for a golden duck. But they didn't slow down Busadomari and Maldazai whatsoever. The two of them both played fine innings. Omari with 67 runs of 25 deliveries. Maldazai making a quick fire 70 of just 25 deliveries. They provided their side the platform they needed. And thanks to their 2 innings, this Vienna Danube side find their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, we have a look at some of the bowling here, and yeah, it's just a little bit too short and predictable, I think is the word you have to use. And batters, even though, remember, they did lose a wicket on just 2, but they went about things in the right way. I like the way that Waliula Manduzai does have a bat. I'm glad to see he does get back at the top of the order, and you can see that 119-run partnership between him and his captain. But it was the slow bowling. I was calling for it. Where's the slower stuff? And if it didn't come, I'm pretty sure that Manduzai was probably going to get to the magical 3 figures, because we know he's able to do that. The way he was crunching the ball, his captain joined in the action as well. So another high-scoring tussle will be here. That's the wicket. The slower delivery. Now, whether he gets something on that or not, I don't know, not sure. But it's disappointment for Waliula Manduzai. He falls just some 30 runs short of what would have been a sensational century. And then it was interesting because that one could have been. It was Kaiba Malia, the captain, got a hand to it. And then when this one gets hit, you can see that Ibiula. Look at this, though. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that is just exceptional. It really is, but he just touches the rope. That's the problem. Just touches the rope. And the thing is, when you look at that shot, it's not conclusive at all. But his honesty is just exceptional. I mean, I'm still looking at that, and I still don't, I have to admit, I don't see it. But there was no issue with this one. The same player does take it, and Kagani, yeah, just takes the catch, releases it pretty quickly, and does get another wicket. And well done to Habibullah, because Habibullah was the man to take those wickets. Just helped to slow things down there towards the end. That 9th over went for 10, and then the last over from Abdul Rahman, even though he went for a big 6 of the very last ball, also going for 13. So it was better from Vienna Danube towards the end, but the split still there, very good and very healthy, in favour, of course, of the batting side. They went for 99, they got off the first 5 overs, and 76 of the second, as we will take a look here at the scorecard.
As we can see, Busadomari and Manduzai with scores of 67 and 70 respectively. Of course, yeah, going back to that incredible catch, I think if he hadn't been honest, there was a good chance that it would have been given a catch, because evidence isn't conclusive enough. As of course, we'll just continue and now move on and have a look at the bowling figures for Vienna Danube.
Yeah, 2 half centuries there from Omari, and also Waliula Manduzai. And with the bowling, yeah, I mean, you've got to only talk about one man there. That was Habibullah. 2 overs, and he takes 2 wickets, conceding only 24 runs. All the other bowlers, you can see they're pretty expensive, but I think, again, Vienna Danube just don't have the other options. There's nobody else to call upon, so they stick with the 5 bowlers. That's why some of them are pretty expensive. So The Austrian Daredevils get the runs on the board, 175. And of course, that means they're pretty keen to make it another win for them. Only got the one so far. Can they get this second win on the European Cricket Network in this 2024 European Cricket Series? Join me, Rico Full, and I'll be back here with Neche Butt in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the innings from Vienna Danube.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and the Austrian Daredevils post a total of 175 runs on the board in the first innings, and of course Vienna Danube Well, they've got a formidable task up ahead, a target of 176. It would be quite a spectacular chase if they're able to pull this off, and you'd have to say that as things stand, Austrian Daredevils are big favorites to go on and win this game, but we've seen some big surprises over the course of this ECS, and we could be in for another one. Of course, it's worth reminding you all that the Vienna Danube have never won a European Cricket Series match. Starts up with a nice delivery, just pitching outside the leg stop, and you can just see the batter indicating that to the umpire as he's running to the non-strikers. And just have a look at this. Yeah, nothing really going for that. Have a look at the bonus point equation here, and of course, if they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will pick up a bonus point. They can restrict this to 122, then it'll be Vienna Danube will lose their sole point. This one is a big wide, and it goes down the leg side, and that's going to be a minimum. So 5 wide, Safi getting that terribly wrong. Yeah, so Safi getting that one badly wrong. Huge wide down the leg side. There's a big appeal over here. Was there something there? Did it clip something along the way? Well, the batter's convinced it should be a wide, so if it hasn't taken anything along the way, it should be a wide. Oh yeah, that should be a wide. There's nothing. Now it's touched along the way, and there we go. The umpire has made the wide call in the end. Yeah, I mean, there was clearly no edge. Nowhere near the hip or anything else either, so it was always going to be a wide. A little bit of width on offer there, and Cher unable to cut that one away. Now struck away, and what a sensational bit of fielding. Absolutely top work. Now we'll take a look at this again. This is as good as it gets. It looks destined to head towards the boundary rope. And then have a look at this. Well, he could maybe put it down as a chance, but I think he's done superbly well to make sure that it doesn't get past him. So look to go big. He doesn't quite have much distance on it. It's just going to be the 1 run. Yeah, the heat's starting to pick up here. We're into the afternoon. Got the sun shining right into the commentary position. That means a few devices need to be shielded. Got some makeshift solutions to do that. Struck away towards a mid-wicket, and that's going to be just a single. Have another look at this. Yeah, flicked away very nicely off the pads. And it's going to be 1 run. So, just wonder if there is another ball left in this over. Of course, we have our own scoring over here as well. It hasn't quite been updated just yet. I think there might be a chance that there could be a ball left in this over. Just waiting to get final confirmation from the scorers, and yeah, there we go. I think my suspicions were right. There is 1 ball left in this over, so yeah, the standing umpire will make his way back, and we're gonna bowl the final ball of the first over. So, well, Safi got excited for a moment. He thought he got out of that over with the score 9 for no loss, but he's gonna have to come back here and bowl 1 more delivery. Yeah, just waiting for a little bit more information to come in from the scorer's desk. But yeah, I believe we're just as soon as we clear something up in regards to the scoring, we should be able to bowl the final ball of this first over. But yeah, it just felt like there was still one ball left in this over, and I think the scorer should be able to confirm that that might be the case. Yep, here we go. One ball left in the over, so Safi's got to come back and bowl this final ball. Ah, shouts a catch it, and he evades the fielder at point. It's going to go away for a boundary, and well, I was just wondering if we might see a boundary off the final ball of the over. Safi thought he was going to get away from this over with a score at 9 for no loss. Comes back to bowl a delivery, gets it wrong. It's a little too wide. The batter slashed at it. Has a bit of luck, to be fair to him. And that goes away for a 4. So they are 13 for no loss at the end of the first. We're now up to 3 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, had our golden ball yesterday in a thrilling matchup featuring Graz Cricket Academy and this very Vienna Danube side. Of course, Graz took that game. It was an absolute thriller. There's actually Lord CC involved in that golden ball encounter. And that was a match full of chaos. I mean, of course, the highlight of it was that moment right at the end when Lord CC were able to run, physically run 5 times up and down the wicket. Wasn't overthrows where a throw went away for a 4. No, actually run 5 times. It's going to be a duff ball, a single, so it just reaches out of that one. Maliar gets enough bat on it to work it away for just 1 run. Gotta say, pretty decent start from the Austrian Daredevils' perspective here. They are on it to start off. Their fielding looks sharp. They're generally bowling pretty well. Just making a few changes to the field, so it looks like they are going to bring mid-wicket up. And they're sending a wide, long off back. It's got a deep third in place too. And, oh, there was a chance to take that. He's going to go for the direct hit, and it wasn't too far from the stumps at all. So, well, they had a couple of opportunities to try to take a catch. Let's have a look at this one first. He strikes it down towards mid-on. Oh, that should have been taken. It was not easy, but it should have been taken. However, take a look at this. He gets a second attempt to get the direct hit in. And if that was a direct hit, he would have been gone. That would have been a run out without a doubt. Slashes out a wider one there. Maliari beats the outside edge of his bat. You're just going to take a look at that moment once more. So he does a good job here to get up and look to bat that one down, and then had a chance to get a run out with a direct hit. Oh, big appeal. There's certain there's an edge. Well, Abed had already started celebrating, and now he can't believe the fact that this decision hasn't been given in favor of him. Oh, he was certain. Just take a look at his reaction. He believes he has a wicket. Yeah, so we've had a few questions a number of times about the Isle of Man women. I've, of course, decided to go and inquire. Well, the truth is just it's that simple, is that this year it's going to be a 10 federation tournament, and Isle of Man simply didn't make it. Those other 10 federations made it ahead of them. There's not much more of an explanation than that. We're going to have a 10-team ECCW, and the 10 teams who have made it are the ones who managed to make the cut. And next year, of course, we believe that we'll have a 15-team tournament, and there's a very big chance that the Isle of Man women make it then. So, yeah, of course, hoping to see a lot more sides make it to the ECCW. Of course, there's a number of great women's teams across the continent. And as the competition grows, we'll be able to invite more and more sides to Cardamom.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much for your questions there. And you can see that the ECN computer has come up with an answer as well. But look, the thing is we've seen a lot of good, especially the last last 12 months, a lot of good women's cricket. And it's exciting times for women's cricket. And Isle of Man, I know that they're playing some really good cricket at the moment. I've seen plenty of them. We've got the likes of Romania that are playing good. Greece is coming in there as well. So cricket is thriving, women's cricket. But it's just the number of places available. Of course, we went from 5 teams last year to 10 this year. And we are looking to continue with that. And the way that the women's cricket is taking off, maybe next year, it could be 15, could be 20 teams. So it will happen, it will come. It's just this time round, of course, we only had 10 that would make the cut. I mean, you can't, I mean, yeah, Isle of Man, you could say, yeah, Isle of Man are in there. That takes it to an even number. And then just with the scheduling and the fixtures, it doesn't work. But I'm sure that in the future, and not so long in the future, we will definitely see more teams.
It's on the side of the shin. That has to hurt. Oh, really painful. Swivels on the spot and over mid-wicket. The fielder put up a big leap. But he's unable to stop it as it goes away for 6 runs.
Yeah, good clean hit. Fielder there on the boundary doing whatever he can to try and get hold of this one. A few people asking this, can we get the drone to see what the digger's been up to? Well, unfortunately, the drone can't go up there. I think we're just going to have to maybe, it's a long way to go. Maybe we get a really early finish in one match. I'll put the wellies on myself and go and have a look. But yeah, definitely up to something there. Who knows, maybe as we come to the end of the situation here. Right, coming in, Nish, yours. And just goes past Nish. This is too slow to react to that one. I think it almost ends up in the queue, just goes along the side of the pillar. But good shot, gets it elevated, gets it over the fielder. You can see that that's Ajmal and Arakil trying to stop it, but after a slow, quiet over, that only went for 2 from Abed. They're looking to get going again here, and that's hit pretty well. And well, Buset Awari makes a stop, loses it for a moment, but will only be a single.
Yes, a few times we had balls come into the ice cube over the course of this series. Had one yesterday where I managed to field one, but unfortunately just couldn't quite show it on camera because of a few technical issues we were suffering. But yeah, they've certainly been targeting this area around long off for the right-hander. This one goes away for 4 runs as Moliere will strike another boundary. That one just goes into the gap, so it's 4 runs to end the over. 34 for no loss at the end of 3.
Yeah, good. And we'll have a quick look at the comparison, the power play. And of course, you will see that the Austrian Daredevils well ahead. Also, it's a day back in 1666 that, of course, will be remembered. On this day in 1666, the Great Fire of London began accidentally in the house of the King's Baker. It burned for 4 days and destroyed a large part of the city, including the old St. Paul's Cathedral and about 13,000 houses, of course, on this day in 1666, the Great Fire of London. Score now moves to 34, 3 wickets completed. And, just keep an eye on the 123 is the, well, that's a number we all know here now, of course, in Austria. 123 was the golden ball score. 123 to get a point. The 177 at this point looking very unrealistic, it has to be said. I mean, a lot of talk, of course, going back to the women's cricket there about the Isle of Man. Let's talk about some of the other teams. Any other teams that people are thinking that should be in the next part? Obviously not this year, but next year round for the women's. That's a lovely shot. Oh, yeah. Well, this is the old helicopter. Is the old and it will go into the field. And it's gone there pretty quickly. What a lovely shot this is from Kagani. Kagani's a player, isn't he? Remember, Kagani Sher was the man who, well, took a great catch, and he did catch the ball, even though he then himself said, my foot's touched the rope. I'll say this now, I know you've touched on it, but if he claimed that catch, I don't think we would have been able to say that it wasn't. If I'm in all honesty, I don't think we would have had enough evidence to see that the little bit of his shoe on that rope. Only he knows it, and he was honest enough to say, no, not out. I think that's great. We've seen some very good sportsmanship here today. Of course, in the earlier match, we saw the Salzburg keeper saying no to a catch, which was given out by the umpire. So sportsmanship, respect is also very important in the game. You want to be competitive, but you want to play fair, you want to play with respect, and sportsmanship also always has to play a big part. And I'm loving the fact that the Austrian cricketers are demonstrating that here when they're out there in the middle.
Yeah, there's a number, going back to the question about women's cricket, there's a number of great women's side. This one is just struck away, and that's going to be a single, of course. Well, I mean, the side who we've had the chance to watch, Estonia, I've had an opportunity to cover them a couple of times, of course. A developing team. They do have some really talented players like Lisa Boring, who is playing over at the Meltel Shield. I mean, Terry O'Connor and all of Estonia cricket doing a great job there to develop the women's game, and it's just a number of great sides. You, of course, mentioned Greece and Romania. We're going to get to see Greece hosting Spain in Corfu just before the start of the ECC. So there's a number of very exciting teams across Europe.
And I'll add to that, of course, me and you both were able to see Cyprus play for the first time ever in T20 internationals, and they again are a team. They're going to come up very fast because they've got some real experience about that side. They've got some good players that have a sort of DNA in playing in Sri Lankan cricket. And of course, their captain was sensational. So yeah, watch out for the likes of Cyprus. Malta is another team. It's just exciting times. It really is, and I think we're going to see women's cricket grow a lot. Of course, we're going to see Spain and Austria, who, it's a misfield on the boundary, it bobbles away. We've seen a lot of this, and now it's disappointment for the fielder who sees this one bobble, hit him, and go over the ropes. And there it goes, and he just pauses for a moment, a reflection. I mean, it is that Tortuga. The thing is, I'm just finding, I don't know if you're seeing the same here, fielders that go down really early, like he does there, you go down early, that ball is going to pop up. I think you've got to hold your shape a little bit better, be a bit more upright when you're stopping those. Good shot, really good shot. Times it well, but this time they have got a fielder back there for it. So Kugani, this time not going to get the boundary, but I'm liking him as a cricketer. He's a good player, isn't he, Kugani? He's shown that already in the field, and now doing it with the bat as well.
Yeah, of course, you're mentioned talking about Chaturani, the captain of the Cypriot national team, we know has plenty of experience playing at the youth level in Sri Lanka, sort of cricket kind of running through her blood. And there's some exciting bowlers as well in that Cypriot national team, some lovely swing bowlers.
Oh, well, that is spicy. That's going to be the one for the over. Have a sniff of this, is what Waliula Manduzai says to Kaiba Mulia, the captain, who has to take evasive action because another one comes his way. Now, what's going on here? End of the over. I'm not sure where the wicketkeeper's going. Just wants to hand the ball back. So the fourth over comes to an end. 47 without loss.
Yeah, and of course, Simonte Dunkadeni in that Cypriot national team as well. Wonderful swing bowler. And then, Malta, they've obviously been very active as well in the women's game. They've got the likes of Cholaseri, who we know is a very talented cricketer. You've got Angela Reimer over there as well, who's been so important to develop the women's game in Malta. So there's a number of emerging teams all over the continent who I think could be making their way into the ECCW.
The Helix is saying, weren't the rats involved in the alleged Great Fire of London? Well, I'm just going by the story that's being told as I know it there, Helix. And they could have been. They could have been. And yeah, I just think in general, I know we're talking a lot about the women's cricket, but in general, I think it is just exciting times for European cricket in general. It really is. The men, of course, have over the years made the most of them being out there and playing. They've got plenty of exposure, and the world has taken note. I mean, we know that just from the following that the European Cricket Network gets at the moment. Of course, we're coming up to one of our stellar events, the European Cricket Championship, starting, of course, in 22 days' time. That's going to be amazing. But women's cricket now on the map, and I think pretty soon we'll be adding to that with juniors cricket as well. So it's really the whole package now that's emerging, and that's one thing that I know that right from the beginning, it's what we were very keen to see. You know, not just the men playing, but also feature on the other elements of the game, including the grassroots. And of course, you know, the game would not exist, so that's a minimo. That's a terrible delivery. Gets this completely wrong. That's Suleiman. So, well, that's not a good start. He gets hit for 4 of his first, a wide, and now 5 wides. All going to be very well received by Vienna Danube, who, all right, look, it's unrealistic. I was saying for a moment that maybe realistically they're looking to try and at least get that point. We're getting to 123, but if they continue to bowl badly, and if they can get a few magical, maybe a supersonic over in there as well on the way, they bring that rate down to about the 16, 17, then they're certainly going to have a go. Haven't lost a wicket yet, so this partnership is exactly what they've needed here. It's been hit well. Watch the bobble on this, and this time no mistakes as the ball gets thrown in by Buzet Amari. And then one thing we do know about Buzet Amari, I know that a number of us were questioning his tactics the other day, why there's a need for him to always fire the ball in quicker than the batter hits it. We don't know, but he continues to do so. Puts a lot of pressure on his bowler and his fielders, does Amari. Cleverly played, but good pickup, good throw, and ooh, not that far away from being a direct hit. The batter's quite content, just taking the single.
Just going to watch this again. I mean, he just opens the face of the bat, looks to run it down towards third, and throw fired back towards the strikers, and a direct hit. He would definitely have been in trouble. He probably had about a stump and a half, or maybe a couple of stumps to aim at.
And Enrico is just saying, did the great fire thing actually happen? It did. It definitely happened. 1666, and well, that one is more runs. I'm liking this from Vienna Danube. I mean, once again, I'll say it's unlikely that they can continue to go at this rate to cause what would be a big upset and a very big run chase. But at the moment, it is still on. This over with that boundary's gone for 16. Remember, there was those 5 wides in there as well, 6 wides in total. So there's still 2 balls to go in the over. So this could be, get another boundary or 2 here. This could be the over that brings that rate back down to under 20. Shot. Oh, this one is going to fly over us. What a shot this is. Are va, kinna sona. Aadhe ke da swad aa gaya. Kugani Sher plays an amazing shot. Look at the wrist work here. Oh, what a shot. You beauty. That has gone a long way. It sails over us. And it keeps on going. Kugani moves to 48 of 18.
Yeah, Kugani Sher now just a couple of runs away from picking up a half century. He's batted superbly, hasn't he? I think Khyber Mullier at the other end, he's struggled 8 of 11. I think maybe the captain needs to even consider a self-retirement if he's continues to go at this rate.
Goes again. Now he doesn't quite get this out of the middle, but it will still get past Buzet Omari and go for 6. So that is the over they really wanted. So they'll get 28 off the over. It means that drinks are being brought on. So they're going to take drinks here, but takes that score to 75, and it brings the rate back down. It was going around about 23, 24. The rate comes back down to 20. Another over like that, and this game becomes back alive. Yeah, Khyber Mullier, he's on 8 of 11. So far, he's got away with that. But if they seriously want to be getting this win here, he's got to up his game. He's got to be striking the ball. He's got to be hitting boundaries. I mean, at the moment, all right, he's on 8, and he's hit just the 1-4. So either they make the change, and if you're going to do it, then you do it now. You don't waste any deliveries. You bring somebody else in who you feel can go at a better rate than what he's been going at. But still, having said that, if they're on 75 or 5, I know most of it's been done by Kugani, who has balled up. He's 50, 54 of 19. But if he can keep on going and they can stay at this rate, who knows?
Absolutely. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Networks. There's still plenty of cricket to go before the end of the year, of course. Right after that encore over in Spain, we've got the ECCW, the European Cricket Championship for Women, which we've been talking quite a bit about over the last 15 minutes. So, yeah, just looking down that batting order there for this Vienna Danube side, they still have the likes of Dosta Hill, Salman Kale, Mirali Kale, Hamid Khan, who we know can strike a ball, and Arman Azam, who played a fine innings yesterday. So the question here is that if the skipper, Khyber Maliar, continues to bat this way, it's better if he gets out of the way unless one of those big hitters come on instead.
Drinks taken. Back to the action now. Quite often we are used to, in the sport of cricket, seeing a wicket fall straight after the drinks interval. Let's see if that is the case here. It's a real wide delivery. Completely wrong this from Busat Omari, the captain.
Well, the skipper has done quite a good job of it, I should say. The keeper rifle, Mandozi. Now look how much ground he covers to get to that. That could easily have gone away for some more runs of pies.
Mori once again. All right, well, he has a swing and he's going to get dropped. He's going to get dropped and, well, it doesn't go to the boundary. So I suppose you can see there that Malia is saying, you know what, I will have a go. Maybe they've got this right. The Daredevil saying, no, leave him in there. Don't get him out. Leave him there because he's only going at, well, he's going under a strike, under a run of ball, so leave him out there. Problem is, he's now got Kogani Sher on strike, and this is where, and if he does that of the first ball of every innings and leaves the rest of Kogani, then the match definitely is on. And, that's a terrible appeal from several of the Daredevil players, but it's not going to be a boundary when you're needing over 20 and over. If you get 2 balls in that don't go to the boundary, then you should really win the over. And now Malia back on strike. He will be swinging hard, the captain. You get a feeling that he knows that he's really either got to get going or get out. Gets beaten, and there's that more appeal. I have to say the appealing from the Austrian Daredevils has been pretty shocking. And it wouldn't surprise me if the umpires haven't done already, if at the end of this match that Tyrone Peters with the umpires just gets the captain to one side and say, hey, look, I know that it's part of the game, but you're appealing every time the ball ends up in the keeper's gloves. It's too much.
No appeal over there, though.
I
almost thought they were going to.
He's dropped it. I bet if he took the cat, they would have appealed.
Yeah, no, I mean, the appealing has been. I completely agree. They're overdoing it at times. I mean, you could see on the previous ball, at least the ball preceding this one, that clearly the bat and ball had a fairly large gap.
Yeah, Helix is on his way. He's saying safe travels to you because obviously he won't hear from you tomorrow. This one's been hit down the ground. Very good stop. Excellent. Excellent bit of fielding this is. He's come across from left to right. And that's Shafiq Safi. And look at the stop here. Just gets his body in the way of that ball. Stops it getting past him. Loses it for a moment and finds it. And keeps it to just a single.
He's done a superb job. I think the Daredevils and this Vienna Danube side might end up getting separated by their fielding. Oh, meets us on the half volley. Beautiful shot there by Kogiani Sher, dancing down the wicket and has smashed that one a long, long way. One of the biggest shots we have seen this match.
Yeah, they needed that one. It's a big boundary, but it comes right at the end of the over. But the over only goes for 10. And that's the issue. They needed 20, they get 10. Also looking in front of me here, that's the Shafiq Safi after making that stop, just examining his leg, and he's limping around pretty badly here because that was a fall and a half, so he's certainly got a limp. I wonder if the captain's relying on him to have a bowl here, but he's limping around, and Busset Omari looks like, yeah, if that was the plan, ain't going to happen. And looks like Safi's going to probably be replaced at that part of the ground because he's certainly hobbling around. Just 10 of the over. That was it. That that hurts them. So now the pressure is on again. So just with that 1 over, they go back to that over 20 or almost 23 and over. That's what 1 over not going for 20 means. And they're going to start with, once again, the captain, Carvalho, on strike. I reckon here now, Nish, if he's not able to find, I'm giving him 2 balls here. And if he doesn't find the boundary, then I think the captain has to do the right thing and retire himself out.
We're just inside the wide tram line, and was looking for the call, but the umpire's got this right. There's absolutely no way that is wide. There's ball 1. He's now up to 10 of 16. How many more chances is he going to give himself?
Yeah, I think he's got to go. He really has to. And I don't like it when you got badgers also questioning the umpires. Umpires, they do a job, and you have to accept it. So, yeah, that now for me is he's got to do the right thing for his team. I can't believe, and I won't believe, that Vienna Danube have not got a more aggressive batter than Khyber Malya here. I mean, 11 of 17 balls. It's not the right way to go about it for this sort of run chase. So it's not happening. You've got to accept it's not happening. Sometimes batters click, sometimes they don't. He's not clicking. He's asking far too much of Kugani here to do this alone. So Kugani, every time he goes and strike, he's got to be hitting every ball to the boundary because his captain's not helping him. Khyber Malya has to make way here. Has to.
He's got so many other options to turn to. I mean, obviously Dostahill would be the most obvious choice. He's the 2nd highest run getter in this team after Kogiani Sher. Honestly, for me, I'd be opening the batting with Sher and Dostahill.
And whips this away and gets 4 runs. You can see he wasn't really too keen on running there, was he? He's almost like Kogiani's decided, hey, Skip, if this ball is not going for 4, then I don't really want to take this single. Hits it past the bowler, pretty straight. Fielder coming across and can't stop it. So he will get 4. And gets through the keeper. Fielder comes across, makes a stop. To think about, Kogiani certainly thinks about getting back. How far or near was this to the helmet, by the way?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that far away from the helmet.
Malya keeps himself out there. Not to the liking of myself and Nish. We think he should be gone. And they will take the catch. He will go. So he was dropped earlier by the same fielder who at the time did a great job for his team by dropping the catch. This time he could have done the opposite, because I don't think if you are the opposition that you want to see the back of Khyber Malya. He has done you a wonderful job at that strike rate of 11 of 18. But with him going, maybe Kugani will get a little bit of extra firepower. Well, I tell you what, they swap bats here. The new batter takes the bat that Khyber Malya had. I wouldn't have done it. I would have said, hey, if that's the bat you've been using for 17 deliveries, I don't want it. I'll stick to the one I've got.
I think it's more to do with the person wielding the bat than the bat itself. But yeah, Khyber Malya, I think that's where, you just have to be a bit smart. And I think the very best team, they know how to just exploit those margins. They would have been tactically dropping over there. They would have been tactically dropping it. Yeah. And when you start to do things like that, it also just messes with your opponent's head a little bit, and they start to lose a bit more confidence. So, yeah, I think it wouldn't have been unwise if he had put that down on purpose. He's going to leave this one, and it's signaled wide, so the new batter just gets to see a ball.
Yeah, Rakan has gone out there. Salman Kal. Let's see how he fares. He's got to wield that timber and try and get some runs, hasn't he? And there you go. Now tell us that we don't know what we're talking about. So remember, the captain was out there for 18 deliveries and scored 11. Rakan has faced 1 and has hit a 6. So just think of all those deliveries that weren't punished or hit for runs. All those dot balls. Imagine if there were runs off them. Imagine if half of those went to the boundary. What a different situation we could have been in here.
Well, let's look at the fantasy dasher for our upcoming match between Vienna Danube and Salzburg. It'll be our 4th match of the day. And the final game of the day for Salzburg, we've got a busy few days ahead. Of course, they're playing 10 games over the space of 4 days, and they're off to a perfect start, 2-0.
Bit of talk there about Malia. I like it. Martin Hurst saying he must be the minibus driver, Martin. I thought myself, and this sometimes can be a bit harsh, but hey. You made me giggle though, buddy. You made me giggle. Yeah, Vienna Danube up against Salzburg. My only concern with this next match is we've seen what the Austrian Daredevils have done with the bowling attack of Vienna Danube. What will Salzburg do? Right, up in the air, and it's going to be 6 runs. And fielders have to realize that once they've stepped over that rope and they are standing on the other side of the rope, that punching the ball back into play is pointless because you've already made. See him here. That's now he's trying to push this back over the line. It's too late. As soon as he touches it, it's 6. Somebody's got to explain that to 1 or 2 players. Well, that one gets played away. Now they will be trying to push and attack the fielder, but he does very well. In comes a throw. This could be a great bit of fielding, and the wicketkeeper just not able to deal with the bounce of that one. If he took this one cleanly, it would have been very close.
Yeah, certainly could have been a chance for a run out if it was taken cleanly. Good pick up there in the deep, and fires in the throw to the keeper, who would have had him run out if he'd been able to take that cleanly. Yeah, I think a few fielders still look at those boundary catches with the old rules. I believe the old rules, as long as you leapt up and you were off the ground when you first make contact with the ball, this one's pulled away and it's going to go away for a 6 into the Sunflowers. Field share moves on to 79.
I like the way the fielder there saying, do you really want me to go in and find that one? It has gone a long way inside there. Leave it alone. Leave that one to the snakes, because I don't think anybody's going to find that. All you're going to do in there is find the snakes and get into a bit of trouble. So leave it alone. Get back in here. Oh, that was awesome. Awesome. Massive hit. Kagani. Oh, well, he misses out on the Gundy ball here. Slightly slower. Kagani looking to mash this one to that leg side boundary as well. He's moved to 79, you know. 79 of 26 deliveries. He's got the time to get to that magical century. He really has. Batted so well so far, Kugani.
Vienna Danube should be able to pick up at least a point out of this game, but that victory now looking out of sight.
And there's another one. It's also going to go into the Sunflower fields, and I think this time the field is going to be told, well, look, if you're going to keep your bowlers bowling it, we're going to make you go in and get that one. So in he goes, and who knows what are you going to find when you go into that field. We've seen a few things in there already, and I think a few more certainly may come up and surprise us. That's gone deep in there. Watch out, because there's a few things lurking in that field, and you can see that Kugani getting plenty of support there from Rakan, who's probably saying to him, hey, you know what? A couple of things here. A, 123. That gets us a point. We should get there. But B, 15 more runs. Come on. 15 more runs and be the second man today to get a century on the European Cricket Network. Kugani share is an 85. It looks like they're giving up on that ball. The fielder comes back and says, I can't find it. I know exactly where it is. I tell you where it is. Every time that ball goes in there, the snakes thinks it's one of their eggs and they sit on it. And I reckon we're going to find that another snake is sitting on this ball. All right. There gets a new ball out there to Omari, who's ready to go. 2 balls to the bowl. There you go. I'm telling you. Snake has that one. It ain't coming back. Be careful when you go into that field. Well, if you go into the fields today, be careful of what you may find. We've seen all sorts. Right, Omari, in he comes. And, well, that's gonna come back for 2. Watch the spin on this. And I think you got to say the fielder here has probably no chance. This is spinning viciously. In he comes, and he can't get it with it. There it goes. It's going. He's get away from him. And he's does the cockroach dance as he gets after it. But 2 runs. Wants to get this one away. Moves to 87. And probably will be happy with that. That could be out, you know. That could be out. I reckon he could be gone here. My senses tell me out, Nish. I don't know about you. My senses tell me he's gone. Because it's a direct hit. He's late to go. He's not backing up. He's sitting in his crease. In comes the throw. And let's see.
Oh, he's just about managed to make it in. I mean, credit to him for getting the fundamentals absolutely spot on here. He slides his bat in the whole way.
Yeah.
And he runs hard as well. And in the end, he deserves to make it back safely for doing that.
Very different to what we saw earlier when the bat was not slid in. And that's the difference it makes. Bend your back, slide the bat in, and you get in. But a good run to take because it means that Kugani stays on strike. He's on 87 of 29 pulls. Vienna Danube, 122 for 1. So they will pick up a point here. But it's not the win that they were searching for.
Yeah, so obviously the example you're mentioning was from back this morning when the batter grounded his bat a good 3 or 4 feet after he was already inside the popping crease. And that was ultimately why he got run out. Now that's going to go away for a 4. Really nice shot there by Cher, who now moves into the nervy 90s. Vienna Danube do achieve their point, so they will leave this match with something. But yeah, beautifully clipped away. Great shot, perfect timing and placement. And now he's 9 runs away from that really special milestone.
Yeah, but Waliula Mandozai is the bowler. He probably had an opportunity himself, but got out on 70. Can he stop Kugani Sher? High, in the air, catchable. And held. Very good catch under pressure. So Kugani will be another batter here in Austria who gets out in the 90s. He gets to 91. What a good catch this is. That goes a long, long way up in the air. And that is a great catch from the player who we remember saw in front of us here, Shafiq Safi, make an incredible save. Well, you've got to be the best fielder in your team to take a catch like this, and he does superbly well.
Yeah, he's done a stellar job, and you got to feel for him, don't you? Kogiani Sher deserved that for how well he batted. He's going to fall 9 runs short of the triple-digit milestone. When he goes back to the dugout and finds out how close he was, I'm sure that's going to hurt.
It's a great knock, though. To take nothing away from it, it's a really good knock. There's going to be 91 he scores, and he scored them in fantastic fashion. And he will know also, and one of the things, the conversation, and it's a tricky conversation, but it's one that needs to be had. He would know that if he got better support from his captain, the outcome of what we're seeing here could have been so different.
Yeah, I think, I wonder if there's going to be a few words exchanged with the skipper, Kybler Mullier, for his innings of 11 of 18, where he refused to retire himself. Strangely, no Abusin Dostihil. I mean, I'm shocked. You know, the second highest run getter for this in this series for this Vienna Danube side after, of course, the man who just got dismissed, Kogiani Sher himself. I just feel like they batted him too low down the order throughout this ECS.
It's played away nicely. Shouldn't go to the boundary, and it won't as well. Picked up good bit of fielding there. I like the backing up this time as well. That's nicely done by Amjad. Kill makes a stop, but he was backed up all the way there by the fielder who's running from long off. So in front of us, goes right the way across. So that's good fielding also there. That was Shabir Abed. And dot ball. And well, there was delight from Abed in front of us when he saw that it was, he thought a dot, and then the umpire calls this a wide. High in the air, caught and bowled opportunity, and taken. Good catch. So Waliula Mandozai takes a second wicket in the over. That will be the end of that over as well. And having at least picked up the point. Vienna Danube will lose another. It's going to be 129 now for 3. And good caught and bowled. The last 2 catches have been good ones, and that over just goes for 7, and 2 wickets fall in it as well.
And takes a good catch off his own bowling. And another wicket will tumble here for Vienna Danube. Hamid Khan departs, having scored just 1 run. Yeah, of course, it just takes your mind back to the match that Vienna Danube had yesterday where they were 49 for 7, and then their lower order came in and managed to help them get to 150. You know, this is a side who I think they just got that batting order all wrong. I mean, they could very easily reverse the order and come up with an even better result.
Yeah, you're right, and we've said that about a number of teams, and we've said that mainly about the teams that are going to struggle to make the top 5. They just all have made sometimes changes with the batting order that we haven't quite understood. Batters we haven't seen come out and bat, and the effect of that is they're going to lose out. Gets a swivel on this. This one should get past the fielder. It will. That's going to be 4 more into the last over here now. So once again, you'll see that Vienna Danube are going to finish on a respectable score here. Similarly to what we saw earlier from the Daredevils themselves when they went down to Salzburg, 186 to 148. But now it's the Devils that got too many on the board. The Daredevils and Vienna Danube. They'll finish on a respectable score, but they will only take a point away from this fixture. One that really, I think, if they were going to get a win, I think this is the one that they were probably likely to do it in.
Gets that Yorker length ball in there really well. Suleiman, chance for him to improve his figures after being really expensive in his first over that went for 28 runs.
But you can see why these 2 teams, the Austrian Daredevils and the Danube, are so similar. As that's a nice pull shot. That's actually very well played. That's right out of the textbook, you know. When you're teaching batters to play the bull shot, you're saying you go from high to low, and that's exactly what he does here. The bat starts high, comes down low, good footwork, and the end result is a cracking shot right out of the books. That's going to be 4 runs. But yeah, both these 2 teams, they haven't got options when it comes to the bowling. So if one bowler goes for a lot of runs, there you know they're still going to have to bowl their second over. This is an example here from Suleiman. We saw the same when Vienna Danube, they were in the field. They just haven't got those options. So it's that's why we're seeing a lot of runs being scored here. They're not like some of the teams, some of the bigger teams, where if one bowler goes for a few, you say, right, okay, you're going to take a break. We're going to bring somebody else on. They haven't got that options, and because you haven't got those options in your squad, you're limited in the field, and that's where teams have been able to go big against them.
Yeah, I think this series is really testament to the fact that, of course, we just see a clean bowled over there. A wicket will fall. Suleiman grabs his first of this match, and another one bites the dust for the Vienna Danube, who just have to get through another ball, and then their pain and suffering in this game will finally come to an end. But I think this series is just testament to the fact that, oh, well, what an unfortunate way to get out. Just ricochets off his pads onto the leg stump. Yeah, really unlucky from Rohan's point of view. You can just see that coming off the inside of his pad, rolls on to the leg stump. Yeah, just to continue that point. I think this series really sort of demonstrates the fact that in T10 cricket, bowling is ultimately what separates the team, because as we've seen here in Austria, every side is capable of scoring big runs.
Yeah.
Even the likes of Vienna Danube have been able to put scores up north of 150, but what separates the likes of the Vienna Danube and the Daredevils from Vienna CC or Donaustadt or, of course, Cricketer CC currently on top of the table is the bowling and their fielding. I think those 3 sides are the best bowling and fielding sides, and that's why they're up there.
Yeah, too right. Bowling has been fantastic. I think the fielding in general for most teams have been, I mean, there have been differences. I'm not saying there isn't, but most teams have done pretty well in holding on to their catches most of the time. But yeah, the bowling, having the depth, and not just the depth in terms of having the flexibility of using a bowler that you would normally not use if somebody doesn't bowl well, that's a big plus. But then bowlers themselves just being able to make the change, being able to say, right, this batter likes pace, I'm going to take it off. This batter likes the ball pitched, I'm going to pitch. You know, bowlers being able to execute to a plan has been pretty key, and you're just seeing here that it hasn't always been the case. And that will be the end of this one. It will be a boundary to end, as Abdul Mirakel comes in and he plays that one away. So we will finish with 143 from Vienna Danube. So once again, very respectable in the run chase. They're
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
The Vienna Danube are set to take on Salzburg in our fourth match of the day. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters.
Salzburg's a call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. It's a head.
Heads. You bet first.
They're going to bat.
Thank you very much for that update. So Salzburg coming into this game with a perfect start to their European cricket series. They are 2-2. They've looked scintillating so far today. Their top order has been absolutely incredible. They lost just 1 wicket across 2 matches. Imran Asif and Zishan Goraya have both been spectacular with 2 standout performances in their opening matches. They'll be going up against a Vienna Danube side who have struggled mightily over the course of this series. Their bowling has had a lot of issues. They've been giving up over 160 runs on average throughout this series. They're going to rely on the likes of Kogiani Sher as one of their star performers, a great batter and an athletic fielder, and of course their captain. He's going to have to step up and put in a big performance as well. I'm sure he has a few concerns with the way his side has fielded and bowled over the course of this series. Let's head back to the Ice Cube where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt, and he was talking about the concerns of the captain. Well, there are concerns because, well, Malier, who is, of course, the captain, we hear that he has picked up a bit of an injury, so he won't be playing this match. The late change, which is one of the reasons why we're just coming back to you a little bit later than scheduled. So there'll be no role for the captain to play in this one. And the news is that Khyber Malier, he's picked up a dislocated finger while he was batting, so he's not going to be in the match this time around. That means the captain will be Abdul Mirakel. But yeah, I think the star for Vienna Danube has been Kogani Shah. He'll be hoping that he can continue in the form that he's shown. But where will the other runs come from? Let's see as Duster Hill gets a shout out this time. And with Salzburg, yeah, I mean, Nish is absolutely right. I think the 2 openers, Zishan Goraya, and then also the likes of Imran Asif have just been absolutely fantastic. Imran Asif, of course, has the opportunity to do what only a handful of batters have done. And we've seen Mark Simpson Parker do it. We've seen that Janan Gilzai has done it, which is to bat and play in 3 matches and score half centuries in each one of those. And of course, he did it in the earlier win against the Austrian Daredevils when he scored 75 in that score of 186. Of course, Zishan Goraya, who has so far remains the only man to score a century in this series. And then we saw Imran Asif score 77 in their second match when he got his team to a victory, chasing that 115 against Lord CC. This time, though, you can see they are once again batting first. And already I think a few people are starting to wonder how many they'll get to. You heard Nish already say that teams on average against them are scoring around 160 runs. That's got to be a concern. And well, I think Salzburg are really going to be looking to pile on the pressure here. And the umpires for this one is umpire Lenin, and Praveen Lenin is the 3rd umpire. So just starting 10 minutes later than the scheduled time because of some of those late changes as a result of that injury to Khyber Malier. We are ready to go. So here's the first one coming up, and it will be Imran Asif on strike. Just gets tucked up on this one, decides that they're not going to get a run. So, well, the last 2 times the first ball he's received has been banged to the boundary for 6. Not this time. So just going to be a dot ball from the bowling of Arman Azam. And this one, though, will go to the boundary. And I get the feeling it will go all the way as well. So that's 6 runs. A normal routine has resumed as Imran Asif goes for 6 runs of the second ball that he faces. He gets a bit of the whip. One thing about Imran Asif that I really have liked, and I think he's a little bit similar to Mark Simpson Parker, is that the way he is and does play a lot of shots over the offside. So he's willing to do so, and he gets them. And now he gets beaten. He's going to go here. What a surprise. Imran Asif looks totally surprised by this one. He gets beat. He gets a bit of the bat on the way through. So a dot, 6 and out for Imran Asif. So he's not going to be able to go on to make it 3 half centuries on a spin. And Vienna Danube have picked up a wicket. And what a good start this is. Let's have a look at this one. It just really takes off from the surface. And he gets a bit of the edge on it. It gets done. What a wicket to take. And smiles on the faces of Vienna Danube. And so they should be. They've managed to get rid of a dangerous batter. Imran Asif will go for just 6 or 3 deliveries. Great catch there behind the stumps from Haidari. So Salzburg lose the first, and it's the key in-form batter that will have to go. And it's the first time also that they've lost a wicket pretty cheaply, because we know that on average these two have been putting on over a 50-run partnership. 185, I think 70 something in the second match. That's played nicely down the ground, but well picked up. Good bit of backing up, good bit of fielding. And that's just the Gilt who comes across and makes a stop. Keep Iqbal has come in at number 3. And that's just wide off the man at point, but the wide third keeps it to just a single. It was certainly uppish from Iqbal. Right, time now for Zishan Goraya. Century at the beginning of the day. Match number 36. And just blocks this one out. What a start. Just the 10 from that first over. And the wicket of Imran Asif. Couldn't have asked for better, really. So Vienna Danube, a team that's been conceding and leaking lots of runs. Well, they've managed to do what 2 teams before them haven't, and that's getting rid of this partnership pretty quickly. But can they go on? Can they pick up a few more wickets? 21 days to go to the Euros of cricket there in Andalusia, Spain, in the beautiful region of Malaga, the Khartoum Oval, the Field of Dreams. Of course, can't wait for that to start. Right after we finish there in Croatia. Of course, we've got Croatia to come. We've also got some T20 internationals from Greece. That's a wonderful save from the keeper, way down the leg side. But Haidari makes the stop. I'm liking the noise here from Vienna Danube. You think they'd be probably a little bit intimidated by this matchup, but they're not. They've got the wicket of the captain, Imran Asif, pretty early. That's a good shot. Elevated over the top. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. Nicely played. Good looking shot from Zishan. Back to the drawing board then here. Powerfully played as well, will bobble away, and it's the 001 will make the stop. Zishan probably wants to, again, I don't think he's very different to Imran Asif. He's not a big hitter right away from the word go, but he gets himself started, doesn't he? He builds himself in the end as well. The umpire's warned one here. Oh, well, the umpire Praveen gets hit, and there's no point asking Praveen if this is in or out, because he has no idea. That's caught him. Oh, he's in the wars, is the umpire. And I think he may be calling for some assistance. He doesn't look too good here, Praveen. And I think first of all he's got to decide, or he needs the replay of this to see if this is out or not. But yeah, I think Tizer is probably just going to go out here and check out the umpire. So the tournament referee, I think the batter looking at that does get in, but yeah, it takes a nasty one and gets a bit of the old free spray. There's Praveen, and that one clocks him good and proper. It seems to be okay. Well, our men, they're not the men in black anymore. They're the grizzly men. They're made of hard stuff. So he's okay. He goes back. Tyrone Peters runs out there with the old magic spray. And another one that hits down the ground. Bowling to his field so far. There's the bowler. He's keeping it nice and tidy. But yeah, never nice when you have to deal with a ball like that. In the pads, they like it. The umpire thinks and is giving it not out. Well, it's a big appeal here. Let's take a good look at this one. Let's have a look here. And here comes the delivery. Yeah, I suppose it's moving into him. Looking at where that ball is pitching, that's always on the way up. I think you've got to be a lot fuller if you're looking for an LBW decision. So I think that's a fair call there from the umpire. Not out is the version. Just Hill is the bowler. And that's hit away for a single. And it gets topped. The throw comes in as Nishay Bhatt joins us in the cube.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a surprise, didn't we? The first time the opening partnership was broken rather cheaply. Imran Asif departing, having scored just 6 runs. Got an interesting question coming in here from WAS20. He's asking if any team has ever failed to win a single point in the European Cricket Series. Now, I assume you're talking about this year when we have the bonus point system, because we can go back in time and find sides who have never won a game in the round robin. But this year, I personally don't know of a team that hasn't picked up a single point. Pleven, back in Bulgaria, only managed to pick up 2 points in 14 games, so they had 12 bonus point defeats.
They did. So, yeah, we haven't had a complete zero, and I think that's where the beauty, I suppose, especially for teams like Pleven, that the bonus point equation comes in. That's a really nice shot played by Aqib Iqbal. And nicely played, just gets a little bit over pitch this time from Arman Azam, and he'll go for a boundary off that first ball off his second over.
He goes away for a 4, really nicely clipped away there by Iqbal. Yeah, I think the other thing about the bonus point, though, is just reward signs that were so dominant as well. I think it gives them more than just the net run rate boost and adds an extra element of drama to matches. This one's gone high up in the air, and I just wonder if that's cleared the rope. It's been signaled a 4 initially. We'll have a look at this one more time to confirm. This looks very close.
It is a close one, and the puff of dust will confirm. And yeah, it's about a yard inside. Good goal from the umps, and a risky shot from Aqib Iqbal, but he does manage to find the gap. So they're just making some changes to that man who's in that long on position. Timed it outside the off. Oh, gets it through the infielder who, well, it needs to be stopped there on the boundary. And oh, he's in all sorts of trouble. All sorts of trouble here. And he manages to get back, does Aqib Iqbal. He could have been gone for all money here. Let's have a look at this fielding again. I wonder, just keep a look at the feet here. So stops that, he goes out of play. Now when does he pick this ball up? When does he make touch with that ball? Where's that foot? Where's that foot? Where's the foot? Comes back into play, so, and then it's in the air, so he's okay. That was pretty close. That's what I was wondering at the time, but he's all right there. But if you got a good throw in there at the bowler, Aqib Iqbal would have been well out of his crease. Gets tucked up here, but manages to get plenty of bat on this. There's going to be 4 more runs as that gets played away nicely by, I think that's Zishan Goraya. Gets another
Going back to
boundary.
that, what a wonderful replay there by Spring Productions. Of course, our crew today is Arturs alongside Alexander and Dennis. And Yeah, that was wonderful. I mean, the way they were just able to rock and roll that and bring you all those frames and produce the evidence that it didn't go for 4. Now, this one is smashed straight down the ground. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Now, that is just a batter who has looked to belt the leather off the ball.
Yeah, it's we have a look at both batters. Both batters have played in this area, and I know we're coming to the end of the power play, so they will be able to make adjustments to the field afterwards. But they're keeping the long on. The long on is sort of being moved from long on to long on mid wicket, and now this is played to the right of him. They are toying with him, and that's the point I was going to lead on to. Nothing's gone to long off. It's going mid-wicket or long on. So they would have been far better off moving the long off round to long on and getting somebody in at mid-wicket. So that area of the ground has been well exposed. Batters just hitting through the ball in that area. And Salzburg have moved to 38 for 1 after 3.
Have a look at the power play here. And yeah, first couple of overs are really good for Vienna Danube. But that third over, Arman Azam just spoiling all the good work we saw in the first couple of overs. Arman Azam got his side off to a great start in that first over, but just couldn't follow it up in the second. As Salzburg now just get back on track after losing that early wicket. They're going along at just under 13 and over, so it's a decent recovery for them in that third over.
Good to see that umpire Praveen showing no signs of that blow that he sustained. Of course, just goes to show that life for an umpire can be pretty spicy at times as well. And gets a little bit hot out there for them.
Gets the bat down there and pushes away towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, you're going to stick with Abdul. So Abdul coming on to now. Boldies first. So Boldy outside of the power play. Bangs this one in short now. What's this caught? This goes for the shot here. I think this must have caught him on the side of the body. He plays it pretty late. I think he gets beaten for pace here. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, catch him on the side of his body. So it's been very vocal on the boundary, has the bowler Abdul. There's that heavy ball again. This time it gets called wide. It's probably not that far away, actually. Let's have a look at this again. He's certainly getting Zishan to be having to go at this. Once again, tight call from the umpire.
Yeah, he's continuing to bowl that very wide line. I like the fact that Mirali Kale wasn't discouraged by the last decision. Goes back to that line once again. And yeah, this one is well inside the tram line. The batter needs to look to open up the offside here. This time he'll go towards long off, and it's just going to be a single. Yeah, good bowling this over by Mirali Kale.
Yeah, interesting how Aqib Iqbal will go here. He probably knows what's coming his way. Probably should be the similar delivery. Let's see if he plays it any differently. Oh, it's not a good ball. This is down the leg side. Ends up being a pretty good take from the keeper. So tries to go with the short one right into the body of a keeper. Strays it down the leg side. That'll be one for the over as well. That's gone, I would imagine that's gone over the shoulder. So strays down the leg side, but still been a good over. Hasn't gone for a boundary, just a 4 from it. And that one will race away pretty quickly. And oh, he's unlucky. Oh, this is a puff of smoke and everything going up there. Has gone pretty quickly to him. He gets down, gets a bit on this, but he gets a little bit unlucky. And this has gone really quickly. I mean, watch this ball go. Goes quickly. He gets down here. And he is pretty unlucky that the ball has ended up hitting him going backwards. In the air and gone. 6 runs. Bolle, bolle, bolle. 6 carreras. That one will go all the way. So 6 more. And after, well, the first part of the over went pretty well. But again, I got to highlight this fact. 2 wides in the over. And the 2 extra balls both going to the boundary. So how many times have we seen 12 runs have been coming off and over courtesy of those extra balls? Could have been avoided. But as it stands, Salzburg are 52 for 1 of 4.
Take a look at the run rate over here, and as we can see, Salzburg run rate just starting to tick up these last couple of overs after they were kept pretty quiet during the first 2, where they were, of course, 15 for 1. It goes for that wide Yorker over there, Shear, but fails to get it right, just a little too far to the left of that tram line.
Yeah, just gets the swing there. Not too much pace on the ball. Now that one's a bit shorter, plays away to the mid-wicket fielder. Just a single. Just see from some of your pictures there that the wind has picked up, and not that we're complaining. It just helps to cool things down a tad and stops the equipment from overheating. That's well bowled, and it gets played away. A little bit late backing up there, Zishan, but he will take the single. And yeah, some hazy clouds about as well, so there are some clouds, which makes it probably a bit more comfortable for the players. I think that's okay. He's genuinely not played at this one, has Zishan Goraya, but umpire happy that this is fine. In the air, fielder is out there and can't do nothing about it though. It gets it over him. That's going to be 6 ball. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. 6 más. That one just bouncing at a nice height, allowing the batter to play the shot away, Zishan. The longer he's out there, the more dangerous Zishan gets. Remember that.
Zishan Goraya is just starting to shift up the gears as this innings progresses. Started out a little bit slow, well, at least settling in very nicely. Now this one is struck hard towards mid-wicket, but it's just going to be a run. They lost that early wicket, but since then they've recovered well. These two have built a good partnership, a 50-plus partnership between the two of them. That's another wide there by Shear, just getting that one badly wrong, just stuck in his hand a little bit longer than he would have liked.
He could leave this time. You can see Iqbal looking to play at it. Judges that pretty well, so it has to be bowled again. And that one will have to be bowled again as well, so he's trying to sneak the delivery in. Still with this ball to go. Keep Iqbal happy just to play this out onto the offside. They'll take a single, so at the halfway point you can see that Salzburg have steadily moved their way to 65 off 5, so another 65 takes them to 130, but I think with the number of batting that they've still got to come, they'll be looking to really excel and go bigger here. But a good solid start. One thing we will see, I think, more here is maybe 1 or 2 other batters that we haven't seen yet for Salzburg coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we haven't had a chance to gauge how strong this middle order is just yet, because their openers have more often than not done the job for them over these first couple of games. It's the first time they even lost an early wicket at any point in this series. So, yeah, hopefully we get to see what these middle order batters are like. It's kind of hard to gauge how this side will fare when they've lost a few wickets. Straight down the ground, and that should go away for a 4. A good effort there. Really good effort by Kogiani. We know he's somebody who always gives it all in this field, but he's going to be unable to cut that out.
Yeah, it's a nice, crisp hit, and the key to that shot was it was nice and straight. Aqib Iqbal, that is where he is at his best. I mentioned this in the last match when we got a chance to see him. Of course, we haven't seen number 4 make an appearance yet. They've only lost just the one. That's sprayed down the leg side. It's going to be another wide.
Yeah, just getting the bowling, getting the line all wrong there. Mirali Kale. Got a number of people in the chat sharing their flags and telling us where they're viewing the game from. Of course, got Cesar Zadran, who obviously watching one of his friends here in Vienna. This one is a back of a length delivery. Gets a sharp bounce, and Iqbal just plays that one towards the fielder at third.
Yeah, loving that. And if you haven't done so, get your flag in there as well. Get your flags. put a name up there. Let us know where you are watching from. Great to see that our family is growing all the time. Short, doesn't quite get it out in the middle. I think this one is going to bounce just before the two fielders, and that's nicely dealt with as well. In comes a throw, well backed up. Yeah, good bit of work there, good bit of fielding. Puts a name on it, makes a stop, and then gets a nice throw in. That's good work from the fielder out there. That's Omari, who does very well.
Yeah, not easy to deal with that when it bounces so awkwardly. Leaps up, gets to the ball, saves this side of boundary. A little bit of length on offer here, but he's going to squirm that away. Didn't quite time it as nicely as he'd like. A bit of a bat twist as well when he goes to play that shot. And, well, Goraya, I mean, he's on 25 right now, but this isn't the same rapid strike rate we saw from him this morning. It's under 200 as things stand, which is not too bad from most sides' perspective in T10 cricket. Iqbal's been the real threat. Oh, what a shot. Incredible. Hold the pose as well. Beautiful stroke. Gonna go into the sunflower fields. That is a terrific 6.
He's got the power, isn't he? Aqib Iqbal. You can see how just steadily, but not by doing too much. I mean, he's a good example, Iqbal, of just playing shots that he's comfortable with playing. I mean, he's not trying to do anything funky. He knows his area down the ground or over the mid-wicket boundary, and that's what he's looking to do. Just misses out on this one. And they will think about the second, Willie, and it's good fielding, good hustle from Vienna Danube.
End of the 6th over. Salzburg are 79 for 1. That run rate at the moment, 13.17. You can see the expected scores all the way up to 152 because of all the wickets that Salzburg have in hand. So, yeah, big 4 overs coming up. I mean, Vienna Danube still have the chance to restrict them to something under 130, 135 if they bowl really well in these last 4 overs. Just looking at some of the bowling options they have for these remaining overs, they still haven't introduced a 5th bowler into the attack, and it's going to be interesting to see who they go with. Obviously, their captain is out for this match due to injury, so he's unable to bowl. Yeah, it would be bits up. They could introduce someone like Habibullah. I thought he bowled pretty well in the last match, but haven't handed him the ball just yet. And, well, there he is. Habibullah coming on. He's going to be the 5th bowler, introduced into the attack.
It's also worth noticing, of course, we saw Wahadat Omari do some fielding there. He's actually on. He's the 12. He's on for Afghan Kadir, who's off the field for the moment as well. So they've got a few issues here. Of course, Kaiba Malia dislocated his finger, not playing in this match. Kadir off at the moment. And I like this guy coming on to bowl, though. I think he was very, very impressive. Habibullah. And coming on to bowl maybe a little bit later than you would like, but still. And gets another one through. Good bowling. 2 dots.
Yeah, Habibullah, I've loved the way he's bowled throughout this day. That one a lot slower than the previous balls, and it's too short, though. He's dropped it far too short. It sits up nicely for Iqbal. Yeah, I mean, you could just tell with his run-up that the ball, he was going to slow the ball down quite a bit. It was very easy to read for the batter. He knew what was coming.
Yeah, just too short. And I think this is what I mean with Aqib. So he doesn't try to do anything special. He knows what his shots are. He knows what he's limited to, and he sticks to it. So he gets beaten a couple of times, but then the shorter ball comes, and he's onto it. He pounces. So puts it away. You can see the fielder. Well, the fielders do find it, so well done to them going into that field this time of day. Not a nice time to go in there. And sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And flighted up, but once again, well bowled. He gets Aqib to commit, fires that in, and yeah, liking that for the fielders, saying, well, look, if you're not keen to get in there, we're going to make you hustle. That's Dustil. Gets the throw in, and Aqib has to put the bat down pretty sharp. All right, this is going to be interesting. Zishan. High in the air. Fielders coming across. Catching opportunity and brilliantly held. They get the wicket of Zishan Goraya, who this time around hasn't quite clicked He's been just hovering around. So now for the first time, we will see another face, another batter coming out for Salzburg. We haven't really ever seen anybody come in after number 3. So who will it be and what will it do as Zishan Goraya goes for 25 of 15 balls?
Yeah, first time he missed out on getting a half century. He has 250s to start off this ECS. Yeah, Goraya, he didn't look as comfortable as he normally does during the course of that innings. And he will depart on 25 of 15. So yeah, as you said, a chance to look at a new batter, and it's Ranjit Singh. Now, you've mentioned a lot about him. He's a very talented cricketer.
Yeah, we saw him score 298 last year. And, well, that's the way he's going to start as he plays a slog sweep for 4. So Ranjit finally gets an opportunity. That's the thing, though, isn't it, for some of these batters? I mean, they're probably so keen to get out there, itching to get out there and make a start. But at the moment, up until now, the third match they're playing today, they haven't had the opportunity. So if you get an opportunity, you want to make it count. But what, again, a good start that is for Habibullah. A great over from him. And even though that last one does get crunched to the boundary, he's been the pick of the bowlers for them in the day by far. 1 for 11 off the first.
Yeah, last year, of course, made 298 runs in the European Cricket Series, was a member of Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, average 27, strike rate of 198. Just had a brief look at the ECC groups. We'll have to return back to live action as Iqbal is going to bring up his 50 with a 6. A terrific shot. What a nice way to bring up a half century. Gets a round of applause from the rest of his teammates. Is he going to raise his bat in acknowledgement? Is he aware of what he has achieved, or is he just so locked in to the task at hand?
It's a good shot, isn't it? Probably the best he's played so far as he gets that one over wide off, long off. And now doesn't quite get this right, but he hits it clean enough and straight enough to get another boundary. So back-to-back 60s here. And I wonder if Aqib Iqbal is definitely a batter that you could deploy this Southern Cross field to, because he does like to go straight down the ground, doesn't he?
He certainly could, but I think there's just a number of teams who aren't quite aware of that field.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see where he goes here. This time it's shorter, tucks him up. And asking the question, it was an interesting sound to this. Didn't sound like bat is being given as leg by. Well, your guess is as good as mine where this catches him, because let's just say it wasn't a woody sound, and it certainly didn't sound like plug pad or thigh pad.
Oh, gets past the fielder, Is it going to stop just short of the boundary? It most definitely will. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. A good running between the wickets. And just going back to the point about the Southern Cross field, I think there's a lot of people who simply just aren't aware that he can have a fielder straight down the ground. The common assumption, I mean, this was my assumption as well before I heard about the Southern Cross field, is that you couldn't have a fielder straight and that there was a V which the fielders had to be outside, and this is going to go straight down the ground, away for 6 runs, gets down on one knee, gets the elevation, pumps it for 6.
Yeah, good shot, and starting to and trying to get that acceleration in pretty quickly. I know that they know that Habibullah will probably come back on to bowl the next, and I think they will go after him the same way they're going after Dosta Hill here. Yeah, that Southern Cross field, so what we're talking about here is where you would basically have mid on, mid off, and those two will be a little bit wider than normal. And then you deploy one fielder. They're taking on the arm here, and they'll get there quite comfortably because it's a wild throw. So 2 runs taken. It's the end of the over, so the score moves to 113 for 2 after 8. So just continue on that. So you basically would have the 2 men straight, the normal long off and long on a little bit wider than normal, and then you put one right dead bang in the middle, usually right behind sort of the bowler's arm. But of course, the issue with that is that because it is behind the bowler's arm, that he cannot really move until the bowler's bowled. So the batter can sort of object. The umpire then will tell the fielder, look, you're there, you can't move until the ball has been bowled. So but the reason for that is that if you have got someone like Aqib Iqbal that hits straight down the ground, you have that extra fielder there for that dot. You know, you normally have that saying in cricket, if you hit the ball dead straight, you're always going to get a boundary. With the Southern Cross field, it makes it that much harder. That's timed really well. It's Well, bit of foot fielding, but I have to say the ground fielding has not been bad at all here. They've been pretty sharp, and they have stopped most things. They've saved a number of runs in this innings already.
Have a look at this. This is a direct hit from out of the boundary. It's obviously not going to matter, but take a look at this throw. He fires in a direct hit from the deep. Not quite sure if he caught it. But yeah, incredible throw. Absolutely amazing. Digs that one out. Away towards mid-on. Yeah, that's the conventional wisdom, isn't it? That if you hit it dead straight, I mean, there's no one there. And that you're going to definitely get a boundary. So I think a number of players just aren't aware of the fact that you're allowed to have that fielder straight down the ground. I think I once made this point while commentating with Vinny, but in cricket video games, you are not allowed to put a fielder straight down the ground. The game actually physically blocks you from doing that.
And that one's going down the leg side. It's an interesting one as well, because if you would go back to the sort of the all-day game where you're playing in whites, then you normally traditionally have white sight screens. The players themselves are wearing white. So you probably think as long as that player's not moving, there's not a big issue. That's straight down the ground again. That's why we're talking about this. But in this format, now, all right, if you have sight screens, we don't always have them, but if you have sight screens, they're black. But can you imagine you've got a black sight screen, then you've got somebody who's got a yellow kit on, or somebody's got a red kit on? It can, if that person is moving around, it can be a bit off-putting anyway. But what we're saying here, as long as they don't move because you're playing with a white ball, you should still be able to see it. So that's why it is allowed.
Yeah, and of course, the team that employs it the most, they were bright orange and red, so yeah, that can throw you off.
Just losing his run up here. Interesting that they held on to Habibullah and didn't go back to him straight away. They've gone with Rahman here. So far, it's worked okay because it's been a good over, just the 5 that come from it. That one, though, probably will go all the way. He gets plenty off this. There's going to be 6, so the over was going well, but that one gets punished. He just over pitches, goes to try and... You see here with that wrist action, he really does try and push in the Yorker. Just watch the wrist here. So he really puts the effort in to go for the Yorker, but he just gets it with an over pitch and a key big ball once again, straight down the ground. And then he does it again. So back-to-back 6s at the end of the over. That means that 17 come off it. And that certainly clonked into something. Where did that end up?
I think that's hit the camera tower. I mean, Artur's is up there. Better ask him if he's okay. Yeah, clearly here it's just clattering off that camera tower. Hit that one dead straight once again. He's got such a beautiful straight drive. I mean, hits it right over the bowler's head. His technique is wonderful. Always hits it with a full face of the bat, and then he's got that gorgeous high elbow as well.
Yeah, hits it well. And yeah, certainly made a clunk. Artus, you good out there? Artus, where are you? Come on, give us a thumbs up. That's definitely up there. Artus. Or maybe after this ball, Artus. Oh, mullered. Absolutely mullered. That's going to be another boundary. I wonder why do you think they've done this? Why do you think they've not gone back here to a bowler who's done so well? Why haven't they gone back to Habibullah? What's going on here? What's the thinking behind this?
I don't understand. I think surely you bowl someone like Habibullah. If anything, I think going back to someone like Abdul Rahman for that 9th over was a little bit puzzling as well. That's when I would have bowled Habibullah.
He should have bowled himself. Yeah, you would have bowled him out, and then you could have toyed with who you want to bring for this last over. They've messed it around a little bit, so Kugani now bowls, and you can see the difference. Back-to-back 6s, so the hard work, and they've worked hard here, Vienna Danube. You really got to say that. They really worked hard. But the Prince, well, I mentioned him before, Ranjit Singh, the Prince is out there. Hasn't had too much of an well, that's the only opportunity he's had. The only time we've seen a number 4 batter for Salzburg go out there. And the Prince is shining, 27 of 7. 142 with 4 balls to go in the innings. Oh, he's hit that so hard. He has crunched this. As that one goes into the field. Well, let's see if he has luck finding that. Be careful when you go in there. I reckon this is, yeah, he's found that okay. We're getting to that time where I think we'll see as it starts to get a little bit cool and the sun starts to get away, we see plenty of snakes, maybe even spiders in there. Better areas outside the off, and Ranjit Singh swings and misses. A dot ball, a valuable dot ball. Played well, and it's going to be 4. Goes with the foot, the fielder, Arman Azam. And right at the last, there's little old habits come back, don't they? Tries to put the foot on this rather than go down, and concedes another boundary. Good over to finish. Magical so far with the ball to go. 146. Will they get to the 150? Well, that is the 150 now. And they'll take. They should get 2 here. They will get 2. Very good running. This one gets away from the fielder. It's partially stopped by Duster Hill. 2 will come from it. That is the end of the innings. 152 for 2. So Salzburg, they had to work hard, didn't they? The second part of the innings. 65, of course, came off the first 5 overs, and they were made to hustle and got 87 off the second. So, but then I think that's a good performance from Vienna Danube. They really battled hard, considering, as you know, they're a team that concede a lot of runs. I think they really worked hard. But again, right there towards the end, just not going back to Abiola, going to another seam bowler. I just think that backfires for them.
Yeah, I think these little tactical tricks, they keep missing them. And that's unfortunately why they're sitting there with no wins so far this European cricket series. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a good start for Vienna Danube. They picked up an early wicket, managed to get rid of the dangerous Imran Asif, the skipper of this Salzburg side, departed having scored just 6 runs. A good catch by Subor Haidari off the bowling of Arman Azam, although Azam wouldn't have the same luck when he came back on to bowl his second over. He went for 23 runs, and that's really where the turnaround began for this Salzburg side. They were in all sorts of trouble at the end of the second over, where they were 15 for 1, but once they got motoring along at the end of the power play, they never looked back. Aki Iqbal scored a brilliant 75 of 31 deliveries. Zishan Goraya was fairly decent with 25 of 15, but then at number 4, Ranjit Singh, he batted superbly, a quick fire, 37 runs, just 11 deliveries for him. As Salzburg continue to roll with the bat in hand, they end up posting a score of 152 runs.
Yeah, good little knot there from Aqib Iqbal, showing his class, showing his strength. I think other teams maybe would have looked at that innings and probably already thinking, okay, well, we don't want to give him balls to drive. So I think some of the top teams will certainly be trying to tuck up Aqib Iqbal and not allowing him to get some of these pitched up deliveries. Ranjit Singh, I liked his innings as well, 37 off 11 not out. So you can see just why he was right up there as one of the top run scorers last year, especially when he played for Indian CC Vienna, scored 298. But of course, Salzburg is nearer to where he lives, and that's why he's playing there. Zishan Goraya, I don't think he was really able to get going. He scored 25 or 15, 2 6s, 2 4s, but just wasn't able to find his mojo. But at least he didn't hover around and chew up too many deliveries with that strike rate of 166. Got out of the way pretty quickly, didn't he? And allowed Aqib Iqbal and Ranjit Singh to get going. Ranjit Singh, that strike rate 336. Quite amazing with some of the striking that he did. Just look at the hitting here. And but again, tactically, you have to say Vienna Danube. I mean, after you saw that a very good 7th over from Habibullah, picked up a wicket, only went for 11. Dost Hill went for 23 of over number 8, and you would have thought they'd have to go back to Habibullah, but they don't. They go to Rahman. Rahman goes for 17, and then again they don't go back to Habibullah, thinking it's the last over, we need to go with a bit of pace, so they go back to Kugani. But you just think you could go with Habibullah to bowl over number 9, and then maybe Rahman, you would have used him to bowl the last. Just little tactics like that you don't get right, which end up conceding maybe 15 to 20 more runs than you would have liked. So 152 Salzburg do get to, and they would be backing their bowlers to try and keep Vienna Danube quiet. But the one man, of course, you got to keep quiet is Kogani Shea. He was absolutely brilliant in the last match. He smashed the ball all over the place. He got very close, didn't he, to a century. They've got into the 90s before he would fall 91. Can he go a little better this time and go all the way? We're going to come back in around about 10 minutes time to bring you the reply here from the Vienna Danube side, who are very, once again, very, very, very important for them that they play well, they keep playing well, they keep performing well, and they pick up something from this match. They love a win. They haven't had a win on the network so far. Could it be up against the powerful Salzburg side? Stranger things have happened. Job myself, Rika Full and Nishay Bhatt when we return in 10 minutes time for the continuation of match number 39.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Salzburg posted a total of 152 on the board, and Vienna Danube, well, they're looking for their first win. And will it come against the tourists who have taken the 300-kilometer trip over to Vienna to play this match? Well, this is going to be a big game. Vienna Danube, well, we know they've got the ability to score a lot of runs. Their Achilles heel has really been their bowling and fielding, and I think the fact that they've kept Salzburg to 152 is a mini win for them. It's still a score that is well above par. It's a strong score, but usually I think when Salzburg take on the likes of Vienna Danube, you'd be expecting Salzburg to go north of 170. That's just how good they've been. So I think they could take some comfort from the fact that this score is chaseable. At least it is within their range. We'll have a look at the bonus point equation here, and well, it's highly unlikely that we see this side pick up bonus points. It's going to be very tough for Vienna Danube. They have to go at 21.7 and over to pick up all 4 points, but of course if Salzburg can keep them to 106 or less, then they'll pick up the bonus point. That is a shocker, absolute shocker to start things off. Well, that is a massive, massive beamer. That ball just slipped out of his hand like a bar of soap.
Malik Mahmood bowls the first, and I think that surprised everybody. Let's see what he does with his second.
And he drops that one far too short, and of course it's a free hit, so don't get too excited. It's not a wicket. He somehow managed to hit that straight to the fielder. I have to say he's a bit unlucky with that. He absolutely belted that ball, but picked out the fielder at mid-wicket.
Great catch there from Umair Tariq. Right, now this one could be out if it can be caught, but it can't. Is out of the park over the other side. So 6 runs as Arman, Azam, and Obscene Dusthill make a start. Dusthill gets his boundary off the first ball. So interesting to go on for something different here. Going with a bit of spin early on. Haven't gone for Aqib Iqbal. I suppose Aqib, don't forget, he was batting out there, so they're probably just giving him a bit of a rest. But there's other options available. It's just too short, and that's going to go all the way in there.
All the way, another 6, back to back. There's a couple of big hits here, and well, there it is. The zebra is coming out.
Oh, well, we got it all now. Now we've got the zebra making an appearance. Well, there's the Salzburg player coming out of there. He doesn't look too happy. Hey, you'd be happy. There's worse things that have gone into there. Well, that's gone all the way in there. And it's the zebra that's helped him find this one. Well, we saw horses in Rome, and there's zebras in the field here in Austria, Vienna.
Yeah, at least it's not one of the snakes or the wolves that have come after him. Backing away, looking to hit this straight down the ground. What an incredible shot. He just flat bats this straight down the ground. Very David Warner-esque the way he's hit that.
Kugianic, he's a talent, this boy. And just liking his raw abilities and his talent. And what a start, by the way. What a start. 14 of 3 balls.
Wild swing over there. Just catches a little bit of the inside edge of the bat along the way. It's going to be a similar question coming in here for the path seeker, asking in which European countries does the ECS take place? So of course, we often bring up the ECS calendar graphic, and I'm sure we'll have it at some point in this broadcast. And you'll see a lot of the destinations we have a chance to visit. This one is struck firmly towards mid-wicket, and yeah, great fielding there to cut that one out. It looked destined to go for a boundary, but he got in the way and ensured it was just a single. Of course, there's a number of countries that we visit where we don't do an ECS. For example, Greece, where we'll be going later this year. There was no ECS in Greece this year, but we are going to have a women's cricket tournament. So yeah, the European Cricket Network goes all over Europe. The Netherlands, we host a number of events over there. Didn't have an ECS over there either. So quick reminder that it's been 5 matches since we last had a golden ball.
Yeah, and of course that happened yesterday. We were able to do it. We've seen a century, we've seen a hat-trick. So we've seen pretty much everything. And well, don't look like they're going to waste any more time before they go back to Aqib Iqbal. I just thought that was a really strange choice to go with Malik Mahmood. If you wanted to change it up slightly, you got Ashan Yusuf you could have gone to. So it doesn't go to plan. Now Akib is looking to get in a few dot balls here after that first over. Did go magical. It did go for 20. Yeah, and if you could go into the Path Seeker. Thank you very much once again for your question. But if you go onto the European Cricket website, so europeancricket.com, and you'll be able to see on there also all the places that we've been to. Hit down the ground, but a catching chance, and held on to, and that's the wicket that will go. So Arman Azam will go for 2 of 5 deliveries high up in the air. And that's a nice catch taken by Zahid Khan. Remember Zahid Khan and all the issues that he had in the field in that last match. So his heart would have been in his mouth for this one. But with that ball spinning away, gets into a good position and holds onto a catch. I like the way he's caught that. He basically wraps his fingers around that grizzly and says, "You're not getting out of here. Not this time."
Yeah, and a wicket will fall here. So Vienna Danube off to a quick start, but they lose a wicket very early. That's Arman Azam who departs. 2 runs of 5 deliveries for him. Hamid Khan is coming in at number 3.
Khan takes guard. Iqbal. That's well hit. And it's going to be 6 runs. Well, that's going to go into where the Zebras are. And, well, good luck finding that. Well, that's probably scared the Zebras a little bit. In it goes. And happy hunting for the fielder.
Just going to watch the replay of this here. You can see going well over the rope. So Hamid Khan starting off with a Maximo. Yeah, I love this attacking approach to start off by Vienna Danube. And, well, I hate to say this, but there's a reason they're going at this fantastic rate. There's a certain person not opening the batting in this game.
Yeah, and a dislocated finger. And after his mammoth innings last time round. But so they've just got the opportunity to go big. Of course, Kogani Sher, 91 of 31 balls in the last match. He is the man who holds the key. If he goes well, and if he gets a bit of support out there, that's what he didn't have in that last match. The support wasn't there, but if he gets a bit of support, who knows? Okay, big bar. Just the 6 off the over so far. Oh, this one has taken off. That has just taken off, and there's nothing the Likat Mohammed could do about this. I think this is probably going to be I don't think it goes over the head. I know it sounds strange me saying this. Let's see this side on, because it might have gone. So this is from this. I don't know if you've got side of this as well. If you look at it from that, and I think that just keeps on going upwards. I don't think it starts over the head. Let's have a look here. We can see from this. Does it go over the head to start? No, it doesn't. You see that? It's gone over the shoulder. Definitely one for the over, but it just keeps on going upwards. So it'd just be 4 byes. It's a really quick, sharp delivery, and we saw that Akib Iqbal had a few issues with this in the last innings. He's not bowling the short delivery, but he's just getting that extra bounce.
Slower ball there. Takes some pace off that delivery, and Khan unable to get to it. Yeah, you can tell just watching Khan bat, if you keep the line nice and wide to him, he's just unable to access balls that are wide outside the off stump. So this would be a wise tactic to employ against him. We'll have a look at the standings here. Well, Salzburg are only in 10th place because they've played just the 2 games, and they have a busy schedule coming up over the next week, as they've got 10 matches in 4 days. And of course, if they make it to finals day, they could be playing another 2 or 3 games as well. Yeah. So they'll be absolutely knackered by the end of this week.
See that the captain, Imran Asif, just having a chat here. It looks like Zishan Goroya. It's about now. Zishan been interesting. They have used him. He's been good. He's been productive, but they've never gone back to him for a second over. And that's hit nicely down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot to play in the power play. Because they've got a man on the leg side on the boundary, and they've only got long on back. So if you're hitting it nice and straight, he's not going to be able to stop it. So pitched up delivery from Zishan Goroya, but a very good shot from Kogani.
So Kogiani Sher once again, getting off to a great start. It's just a question of whether he gets that support. Oh, this is wonderful. Plays that on one leg. Just flicks it away.
Yeah, it's a good shot, but it's one that I think the intent needs to be. There needs to be more intent to find the boundary shot. I think there's a field. If there's not a fielder there, you're saying, yeah, fine, good shot to play because there's nobody there to stop the ball. But with the field set the way it is, you just think that's one that he could have probably gone with a bit more oomph in the shot.
Slower ball once again there by Goraya, taking all the pace off the ball, just sneaking underneath Khan's bat.
I have to say once again, and we saw it now several times, so I'm going to have to go and say this now. I think Likat Mohammed, not a very comfortable and doesn't look a very competent wicketkeeper behind there. He's stopping most balls with his body, not his gloves. Ooh, that one just making an impact, I think, outside the line. Might have caught a bit of the bat. No, just all pat, but it makes impact outside. But yeah, he's not... unless the ball's going straight into the gloves, he's making a real hash of stopping balls. And I can see he's the sort of keeper where the ball's going to ricochet his body a number of times. Just watch this, and yeah, just outside the line of the off stump. In the air, right. Where's this going to bounce? And, well, they negotiate pretty well. In comes a throw. Very late getting behind the stumps there. And Mohammed as well behind the stumps. Needs to be behind there already, doesn't he?
He's done really well there. It's a good bit of team fielding. Have a look at this. He gets to that ball. He's quite lucky that it just backspins, which means that it lands straight into his hands. Yeah, it took a fortunate bounce for Salzburg. Shot. What an incredible hit there by Sher. Dances down the wicket, and it's all bottom hand. Pummels that away over long on. And this is a great power play for Vienna Danube. They're going to end up 44 for 1 at the end of 3. They're going along at a really good rate here, just under 15, keeping themselves alive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it started, of course, around 15, so though it's gone up slightly, thanks mainly to that over from Akib Iqbal. I mean, he's kept them slightly in front here, keeping that rate to around about 16. But while Kogani is there, 16 is nothing. It literally is nothing, but he can't do it all alone. And that's the important thing here. Hamid Khan is out there with him. He's got 6 of 6 balls. But Kogani does need a respite. He needs somebody else at the other end to give him a little bit of time to breathe as well. Otherwise, it could be close. So Akib Iqbal gets given the ball straight away. He's going to be starting by bowling to Hamid Khan. It's just played straight into the hands of that fielder. There's the wicket. Hamid will go. And he's just worked this away, but the field has been placed to perfection, and Akib Iqbal takes the second wicket. Hamid Khan goes for 6 of 7 balls.
Yes, Hamid Khan will depart. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, it just gets, it's an awkward height for him, and he's ended up just sending that straight to the fielder at 45. And Khan will depart 6 of 7. Never looked particularly comfortable during the course of that innings.
Yeah, field placed nicely. I mean, and that, remember we've said this a number of times, that when bowlers are going to be bowling that heavy length into the body, you need to have the field set. Otherwise, there's no point bowling it. That's a very good example. Gets that ball into the body. It's worked away. I mean, he does pretty well to get a good bit of bat onto that, but it's a nice, comfortable catch, nicely taken. So Rohan is going to come out, and the catcher, by the way, was, Ashan Yusuf.
Starts off with a wide. He got a question here about the lowest ever score on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, that belongs to Gozo CC. I believe it's 6. I mean, I think you should know about that one.
Yeah, Gozo got scored 6, and that was when it was the Super Kings put 200 on the board, so it's also the biggest margin of loss. Yeah, 6 all out, and that of course happened in Malta a couple of years ago now, I believe. In the air, just gonna get it over. And those two fielders, they're taking on, or thinking of taking on the arm, but probably not a good idea. You don't want to give any extra wickets away. So They get a single, and this is now where it becomes important because Kagani now once again to try and get at least an even over here. It's got to go a couple of boundaries. Well, high in the air, that will be one of them. That's one. And I think that goes all the way. The field, well, it's given us 4. Let's just have a look at this again. I wonder if this is 4 or 6. I thought it was close to being a 6, but of course that's right in front of the match officials here. So I don't think they'll get this wrong. Let's have a look where that bounces. Yeah, it just bounces inside the rope. So 4 runs. Kagani once again trying to at least make sure they don't lose this over. The 50 has come up. 50 for 2. Iqbal will be looking to see if he can just get that deadly Yorker in at the right time. Goes short, and
He ends up spoiling it by getting some bat on that.
yeah, it'll be the one for the over that gets signalled here. So bang this one in. Now there was, don't forget, there was one. I mean, that wasn't in this over where he went. Yeah, that was in the last over where he went one that was over the, went flying over the shoulder. So you can't bowl another, remember. So gets one through with the short, and now goes Fuller. That gets played away for 4 more. And haven't quite got the field quite right on this offside. I think Iqbal is going to go for those areas. He probably could do with the better protection. Maybe have a wider long off and maybe move the long on a little bit straighter. So the over now has gone for 10. Having to bowl or re-bowl ball number 2, which was the wide. Yeah, well bowled. Rams in the Yorker. And that's the dot ball that Salzburg were looking for. So that means score stays on 54. So just the 10 coming off that one. But another wicket that does fall. 54 for 2. So Aqib Iqbal doing his job. Nice and tidy from the Austrian national team captain. So now, of course, they've got to think about the other bowlers to go with here. It could go back to Zishan, who was in the worst. He went for 13. It looks like their new bowler is marking up his run up here. And this is Asad Chima. Chima, we have seen him before. He played the first match. He missed out on the second. He was the 12th. And took 2 for 28. Chima, I think, was the bowler. A few people said does start bowling bowls from quite wide and then comes back inside. And a few people were saying they'd like to see him just continue and run a little bit straighter. So let's see how he goes here. Hello to Jacob in the chat. I know Jacob was asking a few questions. Starts with one down the leg side, so it's going to be a wide to start off with. And Jacob was just saying, I think Jacob was saying having a few problems with the YouTube chat. And Jacob remembers pretty well about that low score. He's saying he couldn't remember if it was Gozo Zalmi. It was Gozo Zalmi is a team that came about a couple of years afterwards. And Gozo Zalmi, don't forget, a team that have won 2 European cricket series. Is there on the spin. Hit firmly. Fielder. Oh dear. That's a mistake. And mistakes you don't expect to see from this Salzburg team, especially from someone like Zishan Goraria. And he makes the mistake, it gets away, and Rokan picks up a boundary.
So he gets that one away for a 4, and he'll feel he could have done a lot better. That's a fairly ordinary bit of fielding by a Salzburg side, or normally exemplary in the field. They're going to need some of these mistakes to be made, though, Viana if they want to keep up with this rate. No, digs that one out really well. It was a well-directed Yorker right at his feet. And you could just see he was trying to get his feet out of the way, get that bat underneath the ball. But yeah, terrific bowling by Chima. Oh, they'll pick up another run of overthrows. They will pinch another run of overthrows. Well, what are they doing there? Look at that expression. That is absolutely priceless.
Yeah, that's you don't expect this. Salzburg, oh, that look. Oh, the look said it all. The look. He gave you the look. Here's the throw, and, yeah, I mean, dear, oh, dear. One thing you got to do, though, yeah, look at it.
Priceless.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you field a ball, just get the ball in. Just get the ball in. Get the ball into the bowler. Underarm it back. Nice and gentle to him. Gets played away, and it's, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, you know what? Salzburg, we'll say this again, their fielding has at times been farcical. Then this is again the fielder going across. Once again is Zishan Guraya. I mean, what is he doing here with his feet? I mean, what are you doing? And then they bang into each other here. He's definitely not a guy you have in the field from what we've seen from him. When I say have in the field, you don't have him in that key area. They've got to move him from there because, well, let's just say he is not doing a good job there at all. And I don't think the captain, Imran Asif, is going to be pleased at all about what he's seeing from his fielders.
It's a good thing he didn't kick that into his teammate. I thought he might do that for a second. Once again towards that mid-wicket region, and this time neither fielder has a chance to even flinch before the ball races past them. Oh, this is a very eventful over so far. We've seen 15 runs off. It's still got a couple balls to come. Yeah, they are hitting these fuller deliveries really well. I love how well they're digging out some of these balls. This is terrific batting by Vienna Danube.
Yeah, I like it. You got nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose. Just go for it. So, I think we've answered the question Jacob was asking us the lowest score, so it was Gozo. Shot. Well, this one's coming in our way. Watch out for it. And that has gone flying under the table and gone through to the other end. Oh, that was travelling. And what a hit. This was powerful. You'll see this one go in. You probably see this going in one way and out the other. Here it goes. Bubbling underneath the table. It's actually, I don't know how it's avoided the chair that's there. It might have put a hole in the chair.
It's gone through everything. I mean, there's a camera, a fan, there's a number of things here, 2 tables, and it's somehow gone through all of them.
It could have been a lot worse. Oh dear, what an over. And this one is the one for the over. So he'll finish with a dot. I think they might want to check this. Are they checking this now? I think, yeah, they want to check the height on this, I think. Is it? I don't think it was over the head. I think he's...
Yeah, it's touch and go. Touch and go.
Yeah, they're saying it's okay. He does go tiptoe, but the ball doesn't then go over his head. So he avoids going magical with Saad Chima, but 19 coming off that over. And that means after 5 overs there, in a good place, 73 for 2. And needing 80 of 30 balls, the rate staying at 16.
Yes, of course, the Vienna Danube find themselves 73 for 2 halfway through this innings. And I think we are set for the resumption of play. So into the 6th over.
Well, interesting. It's Malik Mahmood who started things off to bowl. He's second, so they're still shying away. Giving the ball to Ashan Yusuf. Short, gone, crunch, 6. Thank you very much. You don't bowl there. Not to good. I reckon this is a really, really brave move, and I think it's a mistake. Kagani Shah, the way this guy is hitting the ball, to go back to Malik Mahmood, who went for 20 of his first over. So it's the same batter out there that was battering the ball everywhere. Why would you do this? I mean, I would not be expecting the kind of mistakes in tactically and also in the field from a Salzburg.
Yeah, again, the T10 cricket is such a matchups game, isn't it? You want to have the right bowler to the right batter, and you just bring on a guy who got clubbed by Sher for 20 runs in the first over. Oh, he gets away with one there. He's gotten away with that. That really should have gone for 4.
Big time.
It's given a wide, though, so... Yeah, he's lucky that he doesn't get any bat on that one. Otherwise, it was destined to go to the boundary.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's lucky to get the wide as well because it quite easily could have just caught him on the pad or something. All right, hit hard and flat and takes the catch. Oh, he takes the catch. This looked like it was going to the boundary. Well, after all the stick that I've given Zishan Gloria, they keep him there. And Gloria takes the catch. This one was sizzling. It was sizzling. It was like a ball of fire from Kogani, hit flat and hard. But that's the thing. If you hit it flat and hard, there's always a chance of the catch. And it needs 2 opportunities. Hits her hands, pops out, but he takes it on the rebound and then spikes it into the ground. So Zishan, after all the issues that he's had, Zishan Goraya does take the all-important catch.
Enormous catch, massive, could potentially be match-changing. As you can see, his captain, well, his usual captain, who's currently nursing an injury, comes to greet him just outside the boundary rope. Fantastic innings. And I like the fact they brought Dustahill on. There's no reason to hold him back. I think he's been batting far too low down the order. But he comes in here at number 5.
Well, Malik in the end. Well, is that luck or is that just a bit of masterclass from Imran Asif? You will never know. And then to the no balls. A new batter comes out and then he bowls a no ball. And he seems to be questioning it as well, Malik. Let's have a look.
It's a clear no ball landing off the pitch.
Yep, no ball, no doubt about it. So, hang on a minute. What they check? It doesn't go past the sideline, and that's why I think it has to be a no ball. Yeah, so when you look at that there, you can see that the ball hasn't gone past the line of the stump. So there you go, free hit, no ball. Yep, that's the correct call. All right. Malik floats it up there. That's been hit powerfully and well stopped by the fielder. So wasn't able to make the most of the free hit. Oh, it's one of those overs where you feel they've just got away with it because he bowls that one that was pretty wide. And it should have been put away by Kogani, who missed out on it. And the next one, he absolutely hammered it. But Goraya has taken a good catch. Now that one is, yeah, good delivery. Good to see the umpires doesn't call that one. And this one will be stopped by Goraya. It will be. So he's managed to get a match-changing over in here, hasn't he? Still got a ball to go because it was that a couple to go, actually, because there was a no ball and a wide in there. Swing and a miss. I like the way he looks back at the umpire straight away to see if he's going to get away with it. Can see the stance get knocked over at the other end, but no real appeal. And we'll have a chance to look at this again here. The foot stays down all the time. And once again, just, I don't know about this, about the wicket keepers just waiting. I suppose you got to wait. If you're the batter, you do have to wait technically for it to be called over. The ball is still alive, but I just don't like the fact wicket keepers take the ball and then just hold it in the hand and wait for the batter to move to see if they can whip the bails off. But it is the end of the 6th, and that over makes a big impact, doesn't it? Because a bit like the one from Akib Iqbal before, only goes for 10, and the key wicket, Kogani, departs for 44.
Yeah, that was a massive wicket. Could potentially be match-changing. Of course, Kogiani's share was on 44 of 15. A fine innings by him. He was a key aggressor for Vienna Danube. And I required now, it's gone up a fair bit. As you can see, it's at 17.5. Now, Adil Tariq is coming into bowl, and he has been rather expensive today. He's gone for a few runs. They've got to look to target him. Absolutely have to.
Yeah, I think they will. And I think, don't forget that Rohan has made a good start here. Salman Kul himself, he's played some good shots. He's on strike, and he's just got to keep trying to do the same thing. Well, high in the air, fielder coming into it. And well taken. This is the second catch taken here by Zahid Khan. Both of them he's taken in the same way. He just gets himself in a good area and good position and holds onto the ball. So after having those woes in the earlier matches where in the field the ball just always found a way to get past him, he's taken 2 catches out of the 2 that he's been asked to take. So well done to the fielder there, Zahid Khan.
That's a miscue. That's a miscue, and a costly miscue, as Salman Kul will depart on 20. And now starting to get into this Vienna Danube lower order. Where can they find these remaining runs? I think it just adds the pressure on Dostahill to play a fine innings. Oh, good ball there. Really good. Just follows the batter really well. Doesn't give him the room to play the shot he desired.
Yeah, new batter has joined Dostahill out there. And it's Abdul, who bowled very well, Abdul Mirakel. But now we're going to see what he's able to do with the bat.
Of course, Mirali Kale captaining the side with Khyber Maliar out injured. Oh, just plays the wrong line here. Just falling away as he plays that shot as well. These are valuable dot balls for Salzburg.
Yeah, it's those wickets that fall, and unlike some teams, maybe unlike the Salzburg side, once they lose a couple of wickets, then they lose momentum in the run chase. And that's going to work in their favour, though. That is going to go all the way down to the boundary. A thick edge gets over the keeper. There's going to be 4 runs for Abdul, the captain, this time around. So Miralikil gets that one away, but he needs a lot more of those. And just keep an eye on the score here. 107 for a point. Of course, it's one of those. I mean, you don't want to go away from a match without something from it. But in terms of the competition, in terms of finishing in the top 5, a 1 point really doesn't help Vienna Danube that much, does it?
Oh, great wider line here, and anything wide, Mirali Kale just can't get his bat to it. Seen only 4 runs so far this over. Yeah, just take a look at this. Yeah, it's unwise shot selection. He's not getting anywhere close to the ball. He's also stepping away as he looks to play that shot rather than getting closer to the line of the ball. Goes straighter, and this time he's managed to get a hold of it, and it's going to go away for a 6. So the bowler just got a bit greedy there. He was going for glory. Went for the Yorker on the stumps. That wider line was working perfectly, and well, he clears the front leg, goes for the big shot, gets it over the rope for a 6. Oh, they needed that. They desperately needed a boundary off that over. Still a great one, though, from Salzburg's perspective, as only 20 runs have come off these last 2 overs, and Vienna and Danube need to go at exactly 20 and over for the rest of the game. So here's a look at the lineup for Snazzy, and well, unfortunately, they'll be coming into this game short-handed. They are missing a player. However, they're going to bat first. Rather interesting. I mean, you tend to see sides are usually short-handed chase because they'd like to know the target they have. But yeah, they'll go and have a bat first, and they'll be hoping to make quite a few runs on the board. And Donnerstadt, of course, they're introducing a few new players to the team. Got the likes of Karim Sadiq, Ibrahim Kale, and Osman Khan getting into their lineup. No Razman Shigowal today.
Yeah, see, Razman did play the other day. He did get some runs on the ball, but they also did lose another match. So Donnerstadt, maybe their reign here as the kings or the champions of this format in Austria is coming to an end. They've certainly got a number of good teams and big challenges that are after their crown this time around. Let's see how they fare against that Snazzy side, who, of course, a few issues for them as well. Got a couple of key players missing. They're mainly in that Lakmal Kasturi, who normally has been supporting Janal Galzai a lot. Shot down the ground at 6 runs. Manos. Arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, that is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat. Well, that is sweeter than some Rasmalai. What a lovely shot this is.
Yeah, lovely hit. Great strike by Dostahill, and it comes down to him, doesn't it, to try to find a way to get his side over the finishing line. We know Dostahill is somebody who's capable of playing a big innings. We've seen him do it earlier this series. Oh, big swing and a miss, and dot balls are like gold dust at this stage. That one's just going to go past his bat. Absolutely massive dot ball. So 54 needed of 60. Now that win predictor has Danube's chances down to just 5%. You feel like this game is slipping away from them. Oh, terrible delivery. Could be a 7-up though. Is it going to go the distance? Oh yes it will. 6 runs and a no ball. It's a 7-up and it's now down to 47 needed of 16 deliveries. And we've got a free hit coming up. That one just slipping out of Chima's hands. Oh, it's a dangerous beamer. A really dangerous beamer. He's not completely in control of that shot there, Dusty Hill, but it catches a thick top edge and it goes away for a 6. Wow, that ball just brings Danube back into the game. It gives them a glimmer of hope. Pressure is back on Chima. Oh, has he got a hold of this one? Oh, he's hit it straight to the fielder, but he wants to come back for a second run. A second run isn't on. Oh, it's just going to be a single, so anytime the ball doesn't go to the boundary, it's a victory for Salzburg. 46 needed of 15 now. I've seen 14 off this over so far. Still have another 3 balls to come. Realistically, they need to get 25 plus off this over to just keep themselves in this game. Oh, big dot ball. And Mirali Kale just falling over as he plays that shot. He's just not in balance. I think he's trying to look to hook it, but doesn't execute that whatsoever. Oh, dot balls are massive. Just look at how that run rate shoots up with 1 dot ball. Here we go. 46 now. Needed a 14. Oh, looks to go short again. And they'll try to scamper across and pick up a single, but oh, this does though mean that Dostahill, well, he's gonna have a dilemma here. Does he take a single to keep the strike heading into the penultimate over? I think if it's there to be hit, he has to hit it. If it's a full toss, he's gotta try to clear the boundary rope, but Mirali Kale, oh, you gotta say it's fairly poor batting by him these last couple of balls. What's he planning to do here, Dostahill? Does he look for the single? I think he's looking to clear the rope here. If he can hit a 6 off this last ball, 39 needed off the last 2 overs. I guess it's doable. Looks to charge down the wicket and it's going to balloon up. And it'll just be 1 run, so at least Dostahill will keep the strike heading into the 9th over. But Vienna Danube have a mountain to climb. 44 runs needed at the last couple of overs. Got to give so much credit to Chima for coming back really well after that 7-up. We saw 13 runs off the first 2 legal deliveries. They give up just 1 run off the free hit. Yeah, I think when we saw that 7-up, all of a sudden you just thought that Vienna Danube had got themselves back in the game and had a chance to really get a special over. But in the end, they'll get only 16 runs off it. It's got a couple of overs left for Adil Tariq and Zishan Goraya. They're going to Tariq for this 9th over. He went for just 10 runs in his previous over. A full toss. It's kind of come off the bottom part of the bat, so it won't clear the rope. It's going to go to Zishan Goraya, and that should be the game. Oh, it's hard to see Vienna Danube winning it from here. Dostahill was probably their last hope. He hasn't quite been able to middle that full toss. It was a pretty poor delivery, in all honesty, by Tariq. I could just see coming off the toe end of the bat, balloons up to Zishan Goraya. It takes a fairly simple catch at about waist height. Another batter will bite the dust. And Vienna Danube are need 44 of 11. Well, they certainly gave it a good go, Dostahill, but just wasn't enough for this Vienna Danube side. And now they need pretty much a boundary of every ball. You feel it slipped away from them. To pull this one away towards mid-wicket, and it's just going to be a single, so it looks like Salzburg are closing in on 3 wins out of 3 to start off their campaign. It's an incredible start for this Salzburg team, of course, playing in their first European cricket series since all the way back in 2021. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful shot there by Mirali Kale, stepping across and just helping it along towards fine leg, paddling it around the corner. We'll take a look at this again. Yeah, wonderful bit of cricket, premeditated, and he got that spot on. Making a few adjustments in the field here. Oh, he's going for the wide Yorker, and oh, it's not been given. It's not been given, and I gotta sympathize with the batter there. Oh, well. Oh, well. You certainly make the case there for the batter's point of view. I can see the batter indicating where that ball lands as well. Up in the air. And he could be gone. He could be gone. Fielder's coming underneath, and he takes the catch. Another catch has been taken. That's Imran Asif, the captain himself, who holds on to that. And they are now closing in on this victory, putting this Vienna-Danube fight back to an end. So Salzburg look like they're closing in on 3 wins in 3 games to start off their ECS campaign. Just looking to wallop that straight down the ground. Almost like a tennis forehand, what he's attempting. And it goes up in the air, and well, just exchanges a bit of pleasantries with the bowler, Tariq. It's going to be struck away for a single, so 1 run to end the over. Brilliant bowling by Tariq in the penultimate over. Looks like he has probably iced this game. And Vienna Danube, well, they're not going to be able to win it now. I just feel it's now gone away from this side. But, well, we've come to the end of the over. We've come to the end of the over. I wonder why the bowler's going back to his mark. I was a little bit confused by that. So, yeah, it is the end of the over. Yeah, so I think a few people were confused by what should have been a wide that wasn't called a wide. Of course, the 4th ball off this over really should have been a wide, but the umpire didn't call it a wide, so that was a dot ball. And this over comes to an end. It's only 6 runs in the penultimate over and a couple of wickets in it. As well, all Salzburg need to do is bowl 6 legal deliveries, and they will take this game. So looks like they're heading for another victory, of course. As I mentioned, this is Salzburg's first ECS experience since back in 2021. This is going down the leg side, and he's going to get some bat on it. It'll be 1 run. And of course, back in 21, they did really well during the group stages. They finished 5-2. They were in 2nd place, and then they were beaten in the first eliminator by a Pakistan Cricket Club. Lost by a fairly large margin as well. And this one's going to go all the way for a 6. Great shot there by Haidari. Terrific shot. And of course, in that match, Pakistan Cricket Club absolutely stunned this Salzburg team. And Salzburg were unable to advance. This one's gone high up in the air. Chance to take a catch, and it's been taken. Zishan Gorai will hold on to that one. And another one bites the dust. Vienna Danube just continuing to lose wickets right at the end of this innings. And it looks like just 3 more balls left until this game is wrapped up. So yeah, good start to the tournament for Salzburg. Of course, they're quite fortunate. In all honesty, they've had a pretty, I'd say, easy start to their tournament. They've kind of been introduced with some rather soft games, for lack of a better term. Of course, going up against the likes of the Daredevils, Lower CC, and Vienna Danube. They should face a stiffer task tomorrow morning. As the first thing tomorrow, they'll be playing Vienna Cricket Club. And then they've also got matches against Donaustadt. They'll be playing the lunchtime match against the defending champions, and then rounding out the day with a game against Snazzy. So I think tomorrow we'll get a better chance to really gauge how strong this Salzburg team is. Got him. It's another wicket there for Goraya. As bowls that one full and straight, and Abdur Mizai departs for a duck. Yeah, smart bowling. That's how you bowl to the tail. Just one more ball left in this match before Salzburg can celebrate their 3rd victory of this ECS. Yeah, clattering the stumps. Good bowling. Kept it simple, and it's worked. Nurkan Abdurramizai will depart. Derek will come out to greet him. Of course, we've got one more match after this one is wrapped up. Donnerstadt will take on Snazzy in our final game of the day. It gets the wicket over there. This is played out towards a long off, and so that's just going to be 1 run as... oh, well, did they get a run out here at the end as well? We'll just have a quick look at this, and let's see if they've managed to pick up a run out right at the end. That will certainly help his fantasy numbers. I'm sure Liaquat Mohammed will be glad to pick up another run out. Let's have a look at this. Ooh, well, this could be close. This really could be. And I think the batter might be in trouble. I mean, we can't see the white line clearly there, but I don't see anything beyond the crease, so that should be a run out. That should be a run out. I don't see any bat beyond the popping crease, and yeah, it looks to me like there's a fairly conclusive evidence that it's a run out. And we're just going to wait for the umpire's final decision. As you can see, still on 9.5. The call hasn't been made. Just going to keep looking at that. I think right there, if you rock that a frame forward, yeah, you can see the bail's clearly dislodged and there's nothing beyond the crease. So that should be a run out, and there we go. It is. So Vienna Danube will end up losing 9 wickets. That will certainly help out both Saad Chima and Liaquat Mohammed's fantasy figures as they'll run out Abdul Rahman on the last ball of the innings. Vienna Danube will fall short once again. They are still looking for their first ever ECS win. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Snazzy about to take on Donnerstadt. Unfortunately for Snazzy, they're short-handed heading into this match. They'll be playing with just 10 players, and they've won the toss and decided to have a bat first against the Donnerstadt side, who've just found their rhythm again after losing a couple of matches in the middle of this tournament. So it's time to roll the highlights package, as we'll just take a look at how Vienna Danube fared in this second innings. Malik Mahmood bowled the first over, and he got carded for 21 runs thanks to some incredible batting by Kogiani Sher, who was playing superbly. And I guess if Kogiani Sher had been able to keep going for another 3 or 4 overs, he could have made this game rather interesting for this Vienna Danube side. He made 44 runs of 14 deliveries before Zishan Goraya would take a catch to get rid of him. You will see that highlight later in this highlights package. This one was just fended off by Hamid Khan straight to Ahsan Yusuf. He would depart having made 6 of 7. That kind of bowling just sort of reminded you of some of the stuff you see in test matches with the umbrella field, where they're looking to just bounce a batter out. There was some ordinary bit of fielding at times by this Salzburg side. I think they had many misfields, and there's another example of Zishan Goraya. He made a couple of mistakes, but he would come good right at the end and hold on to some crucial catches, including the one to get rid of Abusin Dostahil. This was one of the key moments of this game right there, the dismissal of Kogiani Sherry. Sent a catch straight to Zishan Goraya. No mistake there in that crucial moment, that clutch moment in this game. Zaid Khan held on to an important catch as well to get rid of Rohan Salman Khail, who departed having made 20 runs, 10 deliveries. Dustil tried to give his side some hope. He clubbed a couple of sixes, but eventually he too would be dismissed. And once again, Zishan Goraya took the catch to get rid of him. Subar Haidri played a few good-looking shots. He managed to hit 1-6. And we also saw Abdul Mirali Khail strike 3 boundaries over the course of his innings, but Mirali Khail just faced a few too many dot balls, which didn't help his side down the stretch. This is one of those key moments in this matchup. Zishan Goraya taking a catch off his own bowling to get rid of Subar Haidri. At that stage, it really looked like this game was slipping away from Salzburg, I should say Vienna Danube. Let's look at some more wickets that were taken in that final over. This was the run out off the very last ball to get rid of Abdul Rahman. As of course, eventually Salzburg would take this victory. And they make it 3 wins and 3 to start off this campaign. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. And as you can see, Kogiani Sher top scoring with 44 runs, 14 deliveries. Rohan Salman Khail with 20 of 10. Dusthill scored a handy 15 of 9. The Mirali Khail, well, probably a little bit too slow in the 10 balls he faced. He ends up with 14 of 10. So you can just see that's taking a bit of time to bring that scorecard up. We'll read you the bowling figures for Salzburg. And I think looking at Salzburg's bowling figures, Akib Iqbal, Zishan Goraya, and Tariq can be the most proud of their bowling performance. I think all 3 of them did a terrific job and probably deserve the most credit for their side picking up this victory. In the end, Salzburg will beat Vienna Danube by 30 runs and make it 3 wins in 3 to start out their campaign. We'll be back after a short break. We'll be live on air in about 10 minutes. If there's any delays, we'll make sure to update you as things stand. I have been informed that we will start on time. So live play will commence in about 10 minutes time, and we should be back on air in about 6 to 7 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, it's been a marvelous Monday so far, and we've come down to our last match. Donnerstadt are set to take on Snazzy. Let's head over to the coin toss, where we'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
Donnerstadt's a call.
Hit.
Hit is the call. It's a tails.
Who will bet first?
They're going to bet first.
Thank you very much for that update. So looking forward to this match. Snazzy, they've had an incredible campaign. They were winless during last year's ECS. They suffered 9 losses, and this time around they've managed to pick up 3 wins, and they've also shown that they have the ability to knock off some of the big boys because, of course, back on opening day, they managed to beat Vienna CC. They've been able to do that thanks to the likes of Gelzai, who is the top run getter in this year's European Cricket Series, as well as Kasturi, who's not only amongst the top 3 wicket takers, but he's also amongst the top 10 batters. There is so much quality in this Snazzy team. They've added a few names, and they've also seen enormous development from their existing players. Meanwhile, for Donnerstadt, well, everybody knows about them. They're the reigning champions here in Austria, and they have dominated the Austrian cricket scene for the last couple of years. But they've had a few issues during this ECS. They've wobbled a little bit at times. They've suffered a couple of losses after not losing a single game last year. They've had a few issues with the bat throughout the course of this series. Not a single Donnerstadt batter is amongst the top 10 batters in this ECS, but their bowling has been absolutely terrific, and that's why they've been so hard to beat. I'm looking forward to this game. It's going to be the final game of what has been a marvelous Monday. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishay Butt. A marvellous Monday indeed. You don't often hear that being said about Mondays. A really good match coming up here. Snazzy, will they be hoping that their captain, Janan Gelzai, can be in good form again? I think he needs to be. I think Snazzy are looking to get to about a 140 kind of score here. Donnerstadt, well, Nish joins me back here. Nish, they've had a few issues, but they're looking to come here and make a real statement here to the other teams that are looking to take over their crown.
Absolutely. I still think Donnerstadt are up there as one of the favorites for this ECS. I think this series, they kind of just proved that they're human after absolutely dominating over the last few years. I mean, let me just take you through the history of the European Cricket Series here in Austria. Now, of course, Donnerstadt used to be a Vienna Afghan back in the day. And they were known as the Vienna Afghan Cricket Club. Then, of course, they changed to Donnerstadt. They rebranded, and they've managed to win the last 2 European Cricket Series here in Austria. But in all honesty, they have won pretty much every major ECS that has taken place here in Austria. I'll tell you a bit more about that as this game progresses, as because the 2 players are making their way out to the field. So looks like it's going to be Kasturi, and I think alongside him, we're going to see Gelzai opening the batting, or I wonder if they've sent Dalpadu out instead. We'll give you the identity of the openers as soon as that information is provided to me. So, well, it looks like it's actually going to be Kasturi alongside Satyam Subhash. So, yeah, just a change in the opening partnership we expected. This is rather interesting. Choosing to open with Satyam Subhash. I think they're overthinking it a little bit over here. I mean, I think you should just go with the 2 best batters you have in your team. You should open along with Kasturi and Gelzai. Should keep it that simple. I mean, those are your 2 top run getters. They should try to face as many balls as possible. That's just how I believe you should approach T10 cricket. Shot. Incredible hit. Over the top. Goes for 6 runs. Kasturi starts out with a 6. Safi just dropping that first ball a touch too short, and it goes away for 6 runs. So, what a great start here for Snazzy. Perfect start on the first delivery. Yeah, I think they're just going to go fetch that ball from the sunflower field. Here we go. Should be ready to continue now that we have fetched that little grizzly from the sunflower field. No, it's played away. Played away for 4 runs. Just throws his bat at that and gets it away for a boundary. Terrific shot. Absolutely brilliant. It's got some width on it. And he's just about managed to get enough bat on it for it to go away. 4 runs. So yeah, we've had 5 different tournaments here in Austria over the years. Of course, our first ever series that took place in this country was not an ECS. It was officially dubbed the European Cricket Network Austrian T10. One's going to be a wide. And Vienna Afghan won that first edition. They beat Cricketers CC in the final. And of course, that year, a number of players that we, of course, still see around here played huge parts in that. Razmal Shigawal was the top run getter. Of course, back then he played for Vienna Afghan, or the predecessor to this Donnerstadt team. Looks to go big once again, and 1 bounce over the rope, 4 runs. A great stroke there by Kasturi. Of course, Bilal Zalmai, Cricketers EC, who's captaining this Cricketers CC side, was the 2nd highest run getter that year. And his side would lose to Vienna Afghan in a dramatic final. Vienna Afghan winning it by just 2 runs. A game that came down to the last ball. And we had another series that year, a weekend bash, which was officially dubbed ECS Vienna 2020. That year as well, Vienna Afghan finished 2nd in the round robin. They did lose in the semi-final, though, to Salzburg. That did pick up a bronze medal during that year's play. This is beautifully stroked away by Kasturi. Very nice shot. Picks out the gap perfectly. Gets to the pitch of the ball. That's a gorgeous cover drive. Absolutely beautiful. Poetry in motion when you see him play that exquisite shot. Oh, it just comes off the bottom edge of the bat. This is a streaky boundary. Away it goes for 4 runs. Kasturi getting a little bit lucky over there. Not exactly what he would have desired. Yeah, just throws his bat at this. It comes off the toe end, and off it goes for 4 runs. And of course, during that little brief weekend series, Bilal Zalmai was amazing. He piled 338 runs, was the top run getter. He was playing for Pakistan Cricket Club during that series, though. They, of course, went on to beat Salzburg in the final and were the champions. And after that, we just did the regular ECS Austria with the format all of us are so well aware of. And over the next 3 years, in 2021, we'd see Vienna Afghan win, the predecessor of this Donnerstadt side, and then Donnerstadt themselves, of course, winning in 22 and then last year in 23. So we've got exactly 3 weeks to go until the start of the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket, when the finest sides from all over Europe will converge in Cardamom. Of course, we will start off with Group 1 action over in the Challenger Division, featuring some really good sides such as Estonia, the Isle of Man, Croatia, Bulgaria, and a number of other very exciting teams. So looking forward to the start of the Challenger Division. Yeah, pushed away towards cover. So yeah, as you can see, this Donnerstadt side have really been the most dominant cricket club in Austria for the last few years, certainly when it comes to the European Cricket Series. I mean, they were winning when they were called Vienna Afghan, and they've been winning since they've rebranded to Donnerstadt. Oh, just past the fingertips of Zidran, and that's going to be a single. I think when you just watch them in the field, they're such a well-oiled unit, and then you can realize why this side have dominated year after year. Kasturi batting very nicely on 22 of 6 deliveries. Beautiful ball. Absolutely wonderful ball there. Gets that Yorker spot on. Yeah, you've always got to look to bowl Yorkers to Kasturi. If there's one ball he struggles to face, it's that Yorker length delivery, although, let's be honest, most batters do. It's not too bad. A weakness to have when the only ball you struggle against is one of the very best bowlers a bowler can deliver. Now backs away, makes some room, over cover. I think it's taken one bounce in front of the rope. Yes, it has. It's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful shot there by Kasturi, creating some room to play this through the offside. That's a gorgeous shot. Yeah, going for a slight variation over there, Zadran, but it was played really nicely by Kasturi. It's not the worst ball in the world. It's just wonderful batting. Oh, was there an edge there? Was there an edge there? Let's see what the umpire says. It's definitely a nick there. And yep, I think the umpire not signaling buys will make that pretty clear. But yeah, pretty certain there was an edge on this. And yep, the fact that it's not been given buys will confirm that. Subhash will look to cut this away, but he hits it straight at a fielder. End of the over. Snazzy are 29 for no loss at the end of 2.
Going away pretty nicely, Snazzy, and of course you can see the difference it makes having Lakmal Kasturi in the side. Wasn't available last time round, and it was just too much to do there, of course, for the captain on his own. But he makes the difference, doesn't he? But what a chance, what an opportunity. You would say that's one that the keeper should be taking it into his glove, straight forward, but down it goes, and an opportunity doesn't get taken. So Donnerstad, you can see that the troubles continue. They're certainly not dictating things the way they would normally do. The likes of Snazzy looking to get to a good start here. So Lakmal Kasturi, 27 of 9. Satyan Subesh, it's interesting that they've gone with him to be his partner. And that is another one that will go for a boundary. So gets given a little bit of width there and nicely played away. So they go to Shahi Fuller, Joseph Zai to come on the bowl. I like Joseph Zai. He's played some good cricket, but he starts with just a little bit too much width. And Lakmal, he's a guy who, there's no messing around with Lakmal. He doesn't try to do too much, not excessive movement. He's not one that will come down the pitch to try and hit you down the ground, but he stays very still, very steady, and he can play some very nice shots. He cuts well, and he's very strong off his pads.
Cut away, goes all the way, and that's going to be confirmed by the umpire. 6 more runs.
Yeah, Lakmal Kasturi, just underlining what I'm talking about there. He is a powerful hitter of the ball, and I suppose, I mean, if you have a look at these deliveries, Nish, I mean, they're not the worst, are they? I mean, if he was bowling down the leg side, or if he was bowling half volleys, we'd be saying, look, go outside the off. He's gone outside the off, but this time it's just all about the length. And it's all about the hitting ability of Kasturi. Oh, well, that just underlines it, doesn't it? What a hit this is. So after going a little bit too wide outside the off and maybe a little bit short, he then goes for the stumps there, pitches right up. Oh, how about this for a shot from Kasturi? This guy is just on something at the moment, isn't he? This is not a bad delivery. Let's where this is pitching. So it's not that short, but it's just into his arc. And if you're going to be bowling into his swing, he's going to put the ball away. Great shot.
Yeah, great shot in the cap. That was a similar point to what I made earlier as well, where I don't think Donnerstad have bowled that badly during this power play. It's just been an exceptional display of batting by Kasturi. Oh, this time he's going to look to go over cover. Does he have enough distance on this? Not quite. Not quite. Oh, huge wicket, massive wicket, and well held onto by Sahil Zadran, who had to backtrack a fair bit to catch that ball. Snazzy lose their first, and an incredible innings has been cut short at 43.
It's a very good knock. He's a good player. I was just about to say that the thing with Lakmal Kasturi is Though he looks $1 million when he's out there, he always finds a way to get out. And when you have a look at this shot here, it's an interesting one because when you look at the shot, I mean, first of all, have about 43 or 13. Unlucky 13. But if you have a look at the shot, the ball is just, it's there, isn't it? It's there for the shot, but maybe he just doesn't go into the shot. He goes away from it. He leans a little bit backwards, and by leaning backwards, it's more aerial than distance. And Sahil Zadran ends up taking a very good and yet a very important catch.
Yeah, huge catch for Sahil Zadran. Got Paul Kempen in the chat saying, come on the team with the Aston Villa tops on. Assume he's talking about Snazzy. Yeah, of course, Aston Villa, very iconic for their burgundy. But yeah, looking at this Snazzy kid, I think the first thing you think of is the West Indies. Up in the air, and that is massive. Absolutely enormous. Don't worry about fetching that one. It's probably gone into another field.
Well, I can tell you from the shot, that's the Janan Gelzai that comes out there. And he gets his first ball. This guy is just been on some form. Yesterday, he scored 3 half centuries on the spin. Just look at that. How many times did I talk about this? A batter just comes out and he smashes his first ball for 6. No nonsense, no fuss. Thank you very much. The 50 has come up.
He's a leading run getter so far this ECS. 369 runs in 8 innings. Strike rate of 236, an average of 61.5. He's been incredibly impressive. Oh, good slower delivery there by Yusuf Azai, but once again, this is going to go past the keeper, and they'll stick to just running the 1 extra run of buys. I think Gelzai was keen to get back on strike, but
that will be the end of the over. So the power play now is completed. They'll take 1 to add 1 more to the score. So 52 for 1 after 3. We've seen quite regularly, and that 50 has come up in the power play. So 23, 6, and then 23. That's the way it's looking. Another way to look at that graphic is that the middle stump has been knocked out of the ground. Expensive over. Yusuf Zai goes for 23. But I suppose, hey, would you give up 23 runs to get the wicket of Lakmal Kasturi? I think I would. So that's a result. And I would give up the same to get the wicket of Janan Gelzai. That's what Donna Stark will be thinking. They'll be thinking, right, 2 more wickets. Let's get 2 more wickets. Let's get the wicket here of Janan Gelzai. And then we can really slow things up. It's Gelzai who's going to be on strike. Shinwari's the bowler. Gets pulled away out onto the leg side. Just a single.
Yeah, just the 1 run, and brings Subhash back on strike, who was largely playing second fiddle to Lakmal Kasturi during the power play. Faced just 3 deliveries, made only 1 run. Oh, just going to beat the fielder. It's going to get past him and go away for 4 runs. So Subhash intelligently using the pace of the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, it's he gets enough of this, so you can see he just puts a little bit of effort into the shot as well, does the left-hander. Gives himself some room, plays it pretty well, and he gets it well elevated. Looked closer than it was, actually. It's a well-timed shot, which races to the boundary. 4 runs. Shinwari. Back to the drawing board, Shinwari. It's all about the length. Done him again. Done him again. Well, he's gone over him, and now he's gone through him. And like I said, it's all about the length. He's just giving him too much width. And Subhash just playing it away nicely. You get the feeling here, Satyam, he likes the ball in here. Look at the width he's being given here. And just, yeah, you see the difference between him. He stands pretty firm. He's not backing away, is he? So missing out on the ball. He stands still and just guides it away. Being forced maybe to make a field change here. That's great pickup. Good throw. Direct hit. Now, they're going to carry on and complete the action here. And then the umpire might go upstairs to have a look at this. Looking at it live, I think he puts the bat down in time. But you can see the umpire on the walkie-talkie. There's umpire Lennon. So let's have a look. Here comes the throw. And, yeah, the bat is down. That's all that I suspected, but great bit of fielding.
Yeah, terrific fielding. And Danashtat, they're always on it in the field. They're a side who often take on these direct hits because they know there's always someone backing up. Oh, huge wide, massive wide. Looks to bang that one in short, but he gets it badly wrong.
Yeah, Asif Zazai, the keeper, there's nothing much that he could do about this one. It's keeping wicket, and also the captain, that's just looped over him, and not going to be able to stop that.
Go over long off, and it's gone the distance for a 6. Beautifully struck through the line there by Subhash, and that's got enough on it. It's gone all the way for a Maximo.
It's a good shot. I think you can see that the bowler Shinwari saying, all right, if I give you width, you've been chopping the ball into that wide third backward point area, so I'm going to go a bit fuller. Let's see how you deal with it. And the way he deals with it is playing a very good shot. Lovely shot. Gets it over the long off. Gets 6 runs. And now that's going to be 4 more. So boundaries coming quickly. Fast and furious is the way the pace is of this match. And Snazzy, I've said this a number of times about Snazzy. Sometimes they look too good when they're out there for a team that have got the record they've got.
Yeah, there's certainly, and I think they currently have this trend amongst all their batters, just trying to back away, create room to hit it through the offside. It's not often that you look at a wagon wheel for a team in T10 cricket and see that they've scored more runs through the offside than the onside, 1.5 times more through the offside so far. As we'll take a look at this run rate here. Going along very nicely, Snazzy. I mean, they'll be eyeing up something really big the way they're going, and Snazzy actually have a fair bit of batting depth as well. I think don't let their record deter you. There's some good hitters in that middle order.
Yeah, one thing about Snazzy is slower delivery. We've seen the slow stuff be pretty successful, and that's what they're trying to do here. Just take the pace off and see if they can get a breakthrough as Zabiula comes on to bowl. And, well, oh dear. Well, take the pace off maybe, but if you got something like Janan Gulzai's strike, well, that is a monster strike. That is huge. It's humongous. And that's with no pace on it from Zabiula.
Yeah, great strike. I mean, this is pure power. Look at how he's just muscled that away. An incredibly long distance. That has to be 65 to 70 meters easily.
Wow. And that's, like I say, that's with no pace on the ball. I think Zabiula was in the nets before he went out there. He was hitting a few balls. He did hit one into a cube as well. He said sorry, now he's out there. Well, you can hit it as hard as you want out there. It makes no difference to Janan. And let's see if he gets one in the queue from there. All right, this one could be a chance. And it gets put down. Down it goes. Opportunity. And it's been put down. And I think that is Yusuf Zai, who's charging into the ball here. Not easy. I often say that they're the hardest catches to go for. In fact, it's Aman. And he throws himself at this, and you can see it's quite a difficult one. There you go. Get a good look at Aman Ahmadzai. Not able to take it. Now they're asking the question here. I mean, does he get back? He chases the wide, but does he get the bat back down? I must say the wicketkeeper asking the question, the captain, Asif Zazai. It doesn't look that confident. We'll have another look at it, though. I think he does, and probably slides the foot back here. I think he does the right thing in electing to get the foot back and not the bat. There it goes. It's down. It stays down, and he will be in. Play it away. It will just be another single. Donnerstad. Oh, they're under pressure here. Snazzy really are making an electrifying start to this match. They've got a 3-5 record, Snazzy. I was just having a look at where they are in the standings. So currently sitting in 7th spot. Have played 8 matches, so this is match number 9. And if they get a good win here, and I mean a good win, that gets played away. That's going to be 4 more. So 87 now with a ball to go in this 5th. But if they do get a good win, they could be maybe creeping into that 5th spot. And just having a look on net run rate. I mean, a good win get all the points here. On net run rate, they could go into that 5th spot, but they have to take into consideration they would have played 2 matches more than Indian CC Vienna, who they would be knocking off that spot. And then you got the likes of Sherry Punjab of Vienna that have got games in hand over them as well. So for Snazi, the best they can do is just keep winning matches. Played away into that square leg area. In comes the throw. It's a very good arm for the fielder out there. That is the end of the 5 overs. And once again today, Nish, it's certainly been a day where the teams have made the most of the power play and the first 5 overs. Another good score in the first half of this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see this Nazi side really taking it to Donnerstadt, the defending champions. They're not at all intimidated by the occasion. They're batting very positively. And I love their approach so far.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Of course, we saw Lakman Kasturi give them a good start. He goes, and Jana Galzai comes out. And now he's leading from the front. If he can stay there all the way through for the 5 overs, who knows where they can get to. Launches into this, is high up in the air. And he's dropped it. And that's gone over for 4. He might have done himself an injury here as well. So, well, Jana Galzai, we saw him dropped earlier. Well, he gets dropped again. And they're not learning, are they? So he gets dropped on 19. And that's a big moment.
Massive, absolutely massive moment. And, well, they've given him 1 life, and now they're giving him a second. The first catch was a little bit challenging, but this was a sitter.
And now, do you get a second chance? No, you don't. That one's gone over him. So taking the pace off, this is Osman Khan, who's got the ball here. And, well, Osman Khan will say, well, what do you want me to do? I gave you the chance to take him. You dropped it, and now he's going to, you can bet he's going to go on to try and punish us. You don't give a man like this 2 chances. Now, quickly, he'll move on and punish you. All right, going for another and gets it. Just look at that. So he gets dropped there on 19, and next thing you know, you blink, and he's now moved on to 35. That is the sort of play he is. You can't give guys like this a chance.
He certainly can't, and we haven't seen Osman Khan bowl much over the course of this ECN. He did pick up a couple of wickets earlier this year. And he's got a career economy rate of 9.8, but, well, this over is certainly doing no help to it. Yeah, struck this one out towards square leg, and that's going to be a single. Just a 1 run there. So 17 off this over so far, and yeah, nothing slowing down this Snazi side at the moment. Whatever Donnerstadt throw at them hasn't worked. I think you just got to give so much credit to the batting here. I don't think Donnerstadt have been bowling that terribly.
Yeah, I just get the feeling here. I know Zazai, captain, must have a plan, but I think unless you go back here to Sahil Zedran pretty quickly, it could backfire pretty quickly. Sahil Zedran is the kind of guy, all right, I know I mentioned to you the other day, he's been a little bit expensive, but today he's 1 over, was the best over so far, just a 6 from it. I think you've got to go back to him pretty soon. There's no point hanging around. Go back to him, see if he can get you this wicket, because you need badly to get the wicket of Gulzar. I know that you still got Subhash there, but Subhash, look, he's ticking along. He's not hurting you as much, but Gulzar, that guy is hurting you. He's hitting the ball so well, so powerfully. 37 of just 13. It's the end of another over, and the 100 and more have come up in this 6. 107 for 1.
Here's a look at the scorecard. As you can see, Kasturi on 43 of 13 deliveries. Satyam Subhash going along the strike rate at 220. Then, of course, got the danger man, Gelzai, the top run getter of this ECS, going along nicely. He's been helped by the fact that he's been dropped a couple of times. Yeah, of course, Donnerstadt side, they've been rotating their squad quite a lot over the course of this ECS. There's a number of players playing in this match we haven't seen play previously in the ECS, and a bunch of other names such as Dieter and, of course, Rasmus Shigawal are not playing today.
Nur Ahmadzai comes to the ball. Now, this one's taken something on the way through. Question is what? And it's given us runs, so just even when they're not coming off the middle of the bat, they're finding a way through. Let's have a look at this. So, yeah, gets the bat and then gets away from the keeper. Zazai can't do nothing about it. And Donnerstad, they're going to be well tested here. That's for sure. And I mean well tested. Their batting is going to have to click. Short, Gundy put away. One bounces, that one disappears into the sunflower field behind on the 45. It's just an easy hit. He's just seeing the ball so well. And Janan Gilzai, remember what he did yesterday. So it was 3 half centuries on the spin. Here he is, looking to make it 4.
Yeah, 5 runs away from another 50. What an incredible series it's been for Gilzai. He's been piling on the runs for fun. Yeah, bowls a slower delivery there. Just catches a thickish outside edge. And in the end, the keeper handled that quite well. I think he might have let that just slip by them and given the opponent a chance to pick up some runs off buys. Just rolls his fingers across that.
Yeah, gets an edge, but doesn't carry. Dot ball, though. There haven't been too many of these, have they? Not many dot balls at all. Well, now he goes, once again, holding the pace off a little bit. Goes a bit fuller, so it's another dot ball. So,
yeah, back-to-back dot balls for the first time this entire innings.
See, Iti Basha Didar in the chat saying, come on, guys. Of course, he's trying to rally Donnerstad. All right, they're going to go after this. He wants the single. He wants to try and to get back on strike. So he's almost basically saying to his partner here, right, I'm going to give you one. Try and mash it away. But I don't want to take another single.
Yeah, that was a full toss. I think Dieter will regret the fact that he hasn't been able to punish that. Don't think his plan was to get 1 run off that.
Dieter? Dieter's on the chat. And that's going to be a single.
Yeah, Gilzai, I beg your pardon. That one, it's just a single
it's
to end the over.
It's because you can see you there, Didar. Hope you're well. And, of course, no Didar playing this time. There's no Razman Shigwell. And at the end of that over, 117 for 1 after 7. This could be another. Again, we're talking 150, 160 here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another high-scoring day here in Austria. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So Salzburg, another busy day for them. They've got 3 massive fixtures coming up. They'll be taking on Vienna CC in the first match of the day. And they got a match against Donnerstad as well. I think a lot of us have been very impressed by the way Salzburg have played today, but they've gone up against some of the easier sides in the series, as that one's going to go away for a 4. Subash just picks out the gap very well. Zidran brought on for the 8th over. Just wonder if it's a bit too late. Of course, you were calling for him to be brought on earlier to break this partnership. But yeah, going back to that point about Salzburg, I think by the end of tomorrow, we'll really know where this Salzburg side is at in terms of their quality. Today, well, they went up against 3 teams who have combined 2 wins amongst all 3 of them.
Yeah, I think we knew when we were looking at that yesterday, we knew it's going to be a comfortable start for them in the day, and it turned out to be that way. Sahil Zedran coming on, and that's well fielded, no run. And yeah, I think Sahil is a guy that I think the captain would ideally you almost normally see him coming on to bowl towards the end of the innings when he bowls his second over. They start with him early on and they hold him back for the 9th or the last. But you can see they need wickets. And if they're not getting wickets, they just need low scoring overs. But the problem is that once he's bowled out here, they're still trying to get a couple more overs in. It's well struck. Waits for this. Now gets played away. Now this and now is the important matchup. This is what Zedran is being brought back for, to try and see if he can get this wicket of Janan Gilzai, who's on 46 of 18.
So 4 runs away from a half century. And yeah, this is the key matchup, Zedran against Gilzai. Oh, what a ball. What an incredible delivery. Squares him up, just goes past the outside edge of the bat. And even Gilzai acknowledges that he's been done by an absolute beauty.
Yeah, look at the smile on the face of Gilzai, and also from Sahil Zedran. He knows he's been beaten by Butte here. Look at this. Oh, there's an absolute corker. An absolute corker. What a
That's a
delivery.
leg cutter, isn't it? Oh, he's done him again, but I think the good thing is Gelzai's just going to get out of the way here and run to the non-striker's end, and could have been in trouble with a direct hit as well. A couple of scary moments here for Gelzai.
Yeah, but what's it with keepers today? Just don't want to use their gloves, and now we're seeing the same here from Asif Zazai. I mean, they're just putting legs in the way and then allowing the batters to take the run. It was a good throw. If he hits the stumps, would have been out, because that is a genuine bat plug there as Janan is running.
Oh, just gets that bat down in time. It's going to get an inside edge and go away for 4 runs. Very streaky boundary for Subhash. Zadran didn't deserve that. I mean, he's bowled superbly this over. Unfortunately for him, he won't get a wicket, and that over ends up going for 10 runs.
Yeah, I suppose the good thing is after some expensive overs, the Nur Ahmadzai over and that one from Sahil Zadran, those two just go for 10s. 127-1, still 12 balls to go. Now this is where you probably would go back to Nur Ahmadzai again. But then who bowls the next over? Do you go back to, again, a little bit of spin from Usman Khan, who went for 19? Do you go to Yusufzai? I would go back to Yusufzai, if I'm honest. I just feel that he's somebody who can get you wickets. Nur Ahmadzai, though, first will bowl, he's second. Just going to be a single, so quite happy, Gelzai, to just take a single and hand the strike back to Satyam Subhash. Good partnership from these two. Keep an eye on the time here. This should be okay. I've got to get this over in before that clock runs out. Hey, Snazzy, favourites to win here. How did it start? What the win predictor was saying at the start? Bet it was heavily in favour to Donnerstadt.
Heavily, and at one point, I think Snazzy's chances even went up to north of 65%. They've actually come down a bit these last few overs. Here at 6, I wonder if we can check the height on this one as well. Ahmadzai just toying with risk over here. It's a poor delivery. It's a big full toss, and he has just smashed that away, cross-batted over mid-wicket. Let's look at the height on this one. Yeah, should be okay. Should be all right.
Yeah, he takes all the pace off it, but what the batter does very well, he comes down the track, so he turns it into a full toss, gets it away.
This time he does land it on the pitch, but it's just too far outside the leg stump, and Subhash helps it away over square leg. Back-to-back sixes.
It's all about the length. This time it's too short. And most left-handers that I know love it there. You don't bowl there to a lefty because he would put you away. And that's another one that gets worked away. So good hitting this now for Satyam Subhash, who's, well, he's in a hurry to get to his 50, maybe before Gelzai. Oh, that
Digs that one in shorter. Yeah, it's been given the one for the over.
Let's have a look at this side. I mean, I thought this would have been challenging to go over the head here. He's banged it in, hasn't he? And maybe just catching a bit of the lid. Doesn't get quite over him. So he ends up getting a dot ball in here. But can't bowl another one of those, can he? He does go for another one. That's been crunched away. That probably is going to be 6. It is. So goes for that short delivery again outside the off. That's a great shot. The uppercut from Satyam Subhash. And yeah, it stays below the shoulder, but yeah, nicely put away. 6 more. What a good shot this is. Makes it look easy. Just gives himself some room, stays upright, and punches it.
What a way to bring up your 50. Incredible shot there by Subhash. And he'll get to his half-century before Gelzai as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going at a bigger strike rate than him at the moment. And yeah, fine innings here by Satyam Subhash. And we've obviously been talking quite a lot about Gelzai, but keep in mind, Subhash has played a chanceless innings.
It's been a great knock from a man who's been struggling, it has to be said. And you see acknowledgement from his captain and, of course, his teammates as they realise that he gets to that 50. So 50 and still going. A very good knock from Satyam Subhash. You see, when they all click, so when you got the likes of Kasturi, who scored 43 or 14, now these two, when they click, they are a serious side. Issue is, I mean, I know they've got Lakman Kasturi back, so that helps them with the bowling. The issue is the bowling. So they've got to be able to bowl pretty tight and, key thing, take their chances. against Donnerstad. That's where they have let themselves down a fair bit in the field. So the batting sometimes comes good, but they are a team, a little bit like one or two other teams that we've seen here, who need to score big runs to win matches.
Yeah, so Donnerstadt, we know how good they are as a bowling unit. They're conceding the least runs of any team in this ECS. Most runs they've given up is 149, and well, that's going to be it. It's going to go away for a 4. So the first time a side has scored more than 150 runs against this Donnerstadt team in this ECS, and that fine milestone belongs to Snazi.
I think this is a chance. I don't think he hits this into the ground. Let's have a look. Maybe I'm mistaken. So it's hit on the up, and yep, he puts it down. Doesn't get, I don't even think he gets hands to it. If anything, just a little bit of a few fingertips. It goes to the boundary. It's 4 runs. It's another opportunity that gets put down.
This time it looks to go through cover, and it's well fielded all the way back at the rope. Just a single.
Donnerstad, of course, before the start of this series, they're a team that went unbeaten here on the network for over 2 years. They have won this tournament on 3 occasions. They made it a hat-trick of wins last year, but they're being well tested this time. That, again, it's a high one. The umpires will have a look at this. And does it? They're taking it on. It's bowled in, but the wicketkeeper is nowhere to be seen. This is just poor cricket. It's poor cricket. It's poor awareness. A wicketkeeper's first job is to get to the stumps. And look how late he is going. That's the ball first. I suppose Janan Giltar being taught. But the wicketkeeper hasn't moved yet. Hasn't moved. And then when he gets there, he's rushing, he's panicking. He's not in a position to take the ball.
And also, why has he bowled it in? He should have gone for a normal throw. I mean, just poor cricket all around by Donnerstadt.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't a good throw either. So nothing really good there from Donnerstadt. And, well, if they're going to take this display into their batting, they're going to struggle. Firmly hit. Watch the bounce. Well dealt with. That's well fielded. And as Aman Ahmadzai makes the stop. And I think that is that the 50 now for Gelzai? Yes, it is. So both batters have completed the 50. So that man there, Janan Gelzai, has now hit 4 50s on the spin. I think it's 4, isn't it? Did he? I know it's 3 in a row yesterday. What was his innings before that?
Yeah, it's his 5th half century. Had one 50 back at the start of this series as well on day 1. So yeah, he's just been incredible throughout this ECS. Of course, had a 79 in the opening day of this series against Vienna CC. That's just been incredible, Gelzai. I mean, he's gone for over 400 runs in this European cricket series, and still got plenty more matches to come.
Well, that's a slow ball. That's nicely bowled. I suppose the element of surprise. It surprises the fielders. And this one is just, again, just gently looped in from Sahu Zadran. That will be the end of the innings. And Donnerstadt, they're going to have to score 159 to get a win here. What a great performance that is from Snazi with the bat. And the batters in form scoring runs.
Yeah, and of course, that 79 came against Lord CC. So, yeah, it is the 5th 50 of the series for Janan Gelzai. And a fine knock. His partner as well, I think he's done a superb job. Satyam Subhash got promoted up the order and made a fine half century. Probably an even better innings than Gelzai's because it was pretty much chanceless. Went along at a great strike rate. It was right there from the start. And this is an incredible total posted by this Snazzy team. The highest total posted against this Donnerstadt side in this European cricket series. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a flying start for Donnerstadt. They managed to get 23 runs off the first over thanks to some incredible batting by Lakhmal Kasturi. Now, Kasturi was batting superbly while he was out in the middle. He was going at a strike rate of 331, and there were some really good balls that he was hitting away for 6.
I mean, look at some of these shots outside the off. It's outstanding hitting, but he then lets himself down, doesn't he? I think that was that the one there? No, the one afterwards where he gets it and he just doesn't really lead into it. So it's if you watch the shot when he gets out, So this is it here. He actually backs away, he leans backwards, and most of the time when he's batting, he's staying very straight and upright. This time he leans backwards, he offers a chance. Sahil Zedran picks up the wicket, but the first wicket fell in that third over. But by that time, 50 had already come up on the board. The power play was quite interesting. 2 lots of 23 and a 6 in the middle from Sahil Zedran. Did they hold Zedran back a little bit too much? Should he have bowled a bit earlier? Well, maybe, but the problem there is who else then comes on. But there's the chances. They're the drop chances. Of course, Gelzar was dropped on 19, but he was dropped earlier as well. And that's what cost you. You've got to get the wickets of the key batters early. If you don't, you know they're going to punish you. And I know a lot of people have been saying just that on the chat. If you drop catches, you're not going to win too many matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially dropping a man who's a leading run getter in this series a couple of times is something you can't afford to do. They got a little bit sloppy in the field run at the end. We're going to see the moment where, of course, the keeper makes an error trying to attempt a run out. We saw some poor throws made as well at the end. Donnerstadt let a few errors creep into their game. Some uncharacteristic errors for a side who are normally such a well-oiled machine, such a fine-tuned side who hardly get anything wrong.
Yeah, that's another one that gets away. It's a catching opportunity. And earlier we saw that Subhash celebrate his half-century. There you saw Janan, these two, great little partnership. Because Nazi, of course, named after their founder, Siva Nataraja. And that's where this club started from. They were previously known as the Austrian Cricket Club, that changed their name in memory of a man that, I think he was their coach. But they look at him as their founder, and that's why they named themselves after him. And it's been a really good performance. And if they can carry on and do well in the field, bowl well, and hold on to their catches, that will be the key. If they can do that, well, who knows? They could go on and produce what would probably be the biggest upset of them all. I know that Donnerstadt have lost a few times, but if they can go on and win this, it certainly would be an upset. The scorecard there, pretty good on the batting side. A 43, 57, 52, you'll take that. But on the bowling side, look, a number of bowlers used, it's just not clicking. Shafi Fuller, Yusuf Zai, 1 for 22. I think they could have maybe gone back to him, but he's going to have to be supersonic with the bat. Sahil Zadran, I suppose the good news for him is at least he is coming good at the right time. He's 2 overs. He doesn't pick up a wicket, but all he concedes just 15 runs.
So in the end, Donnerstadt need to achieve a target of 159. That's the most runs they have conceded at any point in this ECS. Let's see if they can get it done with the bat in hand in the second innings. We'll be right back in exactly 5 minutes for the start of the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the last innings of this match day 8. And, of course, not only the last innings of match day 8, it's the last innings that we'll have here from Nishay. Nishay, of course, will make his way home, and then after a few days, he'll be getting ready to start the event in Croatia. So, I want to say to everybody, make sure, let's give him a good send-off. Of course, it's the last innings of the day. We have some random questions, so any random questions for Nish or for myself, get them in there. But, of course, the main thing is, let's give Nish a good send-off. You've done a fantastic job here. Nish, you've been absolutely brilliant. I know that you're going to be going home for a bit and then getting ready to start again in Croatia, where you'll be teaming up with Charlie. But it's been fantastic, and I hope you got some really good memories of not just this cricket ground, but of Austria in general.
Yeah, no, it's been a real pleasure to commentate alongside you again. Obviously, did it a few times in Cyprus, but to get to do it outside the country has been great as well, both here and in Rome, the 2 weeks we were there. So, yeah, looking forward to this final innings. This could be a very exciting finish to end the day. Donnerstadt could get upset. I mean, that is a real shocker. I mean, Snazzy, I just love this story. I mean, a side who suffered 9 defeats last year could knock off the big champions. This one's going to be sent for a 6, though. Kasturi just over pitching that ball, and Mohammad Safi has launched that one away for a 6. So Mohammad Safi is opening the batting. Rather interesting. I mean, originally they had listed Ahmed Zai to open alongside him, but they have pushed Asif Zazai instead. So the captain, looking at the situation that unfurled in the first innings, has decided that he is going to need to open the batting.
Okay, Kasturi starts with a loose nut. Now he needs to come back. And that one gets dragged to the leg side, and it's going to be 6 and 4. And hungry for more, Mohammad Safi. So he puts this one away. And it just doesn't give him the same length to drive. But Safi watches this pretty well, gets a shot in, and the fielder, it's a great effort, but just can't keep it in the field of play.
It's not a big turn of the ball, Kasturi, but I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't go around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, he's going to get punished again. This is huge. Absolutely massive. Oh, the fielder out at mid-wicket had no chance to get at that. 6 more runs.
It's been absolutely walloped. Got to be pushing this through just a little bit flatter and quicker outside the off. You can see that Lakmal Kasturi likes to hide the ball behind his bat, doesn't he? Doesn't want the batter to see what he's doing. Right, he's going to try around the wicket. Let's see how this works. Down the ground. And that's 6 more, Nish. So he might be hiding the ball, but the thing is, Mohammad Safi sees it pretty good when it comes out of his hand, and he goes big down the ground this time. Boom! Shakalagia, 6 more, 16 off 3 balls.
No, there's not much you can achieve, whether you're going round the wicket or over the wicket, if you're just bowling it in the slot, and that's been the issue for Kasturi. It's been slot bowling these first 4 deliveries.
Well, it takes a while to come back. It does come back, and well, you can see the captain, Janan Gulzai, just underarms it back to Lakmal Kasturi and says, come on, try something, get something for me.
Oh, what a shot. And then he holds the pose as well, hits it with the full face of the bat. Beautiful follow through. That one goes away for 6 as well. Nightmare start for Snazzy. And it's coming from a man who was instrumental to them getting to that 158.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Lakmal Kasturi, if he's going to beat you, he'll beat you with flight and you play a false shot. Thing is, though, what he's bowled so far to the left-hander, there's been no opportunity of a false shot. It's just been right in the swing. It's only the one that he got dragged for 4 was the only one where the batter probably didn't get a clean strike on the ball. And here's another one, and that one is going to be a close one. I think probably just 4, and just bounces before the rope. And there you go. That is the supersonic over. And probably the first supersonic that we've had in the day. We've had a few 28s. That one will go into the 30s. 32 off the first. And if you thought Donnerstadt we're gonna have difficulty staying up with the rate, well, just like that, they've brought it down to 14 and over required.
Yeah, just a nightmare start. Kasturi getting it all wrong. Of course, Lakmal Kasturi, he's the second highest wicket taker in this ECS, but Well, they didn't really see much of him at his best in that over. We've got 6 matches since we last had a Golden Ball. Of course, had a thrilling Golden Ball game yesterday between Graz Cricket Academy and Lord CC. Yeah, I love these comparisons here in the chat. Sports Highlights calling him a mini Sunil Narayan. Not a very Sunil Narayan outcome, though.
Ishak Safi saying, we hope to see you back soon. Well, you will see him back soon. I'm pretty sure of that. Of course, tune in to Nish and Charlie in Croatia straight after this event. And was asking about also the boundaries. 50 meters. I know that Dave has touched on that already. The boundaries are 50 meters. So basically, if you think we've got a giant compass from the middle of the pitch, you go all the way around 50 meters. And that's the size of these boundaries. And that's standard all the way across this T10 format on the European Cricket Network.
Just going to look to play this straight down the ground, and it's going to go away for a 4. It's not cleanly struck by Zazai, but this is a power play boundary. I mean, if this is outside the first 3 overs, it's just going to be 1 run. Right now, you get it in the gap. It goes away for 4.
Uses his feet well, does the captain. Zazai gets to the pitch of it, doesn't have to hit it too well. We're in the power play. There's nobody back straight. As soon as he gets contact, there's going to be runs now. They've got square leg back and long on. I think if he's batting like this, you might just want to push the long off back as well. Comes down again. This time just pushes his out onto the offside. So the first time a ball doesn't go to the boundary, and that's the 8th ball of the innings.
Yeah, very impressive hitting to start off here for Donnerstadt. Got an interesting question here, saying if there's any chance of increasing the 50 meters in the future. Of course, yeah, we can't exactly tell if that's the case, but you know, with these run rates shooting up year after year, I mean, we might be in a position where we'll have to do that in a few years' time.
Yeah, I think it's all about the dynamics of the format. I mean, this format, I think we want it to be, I always call it a frenzy of cricket. You want big runs right high in the air. And this is the thing here. So people can talk about, oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped an absolute clanger, has Rahim Ahmadi, of his own bowling. And it's one of those which he's gone for it, but in hindsight, you have to think smart and say, keeper's got the gloves on. Hey, keeper, do me a favour. Come and catch this. And Jamil was ready to, but the bowler called it. He wanted it, and it's straight in, straight out. And that's big disappointment. They've dropped Safi here. Yeah, I think the dynamics of the game, look, not every ball goes to the boundary. We've seen a number of catches in the boundary, but we want it to be quick. We want it to be fast. We want it to be entertaining. We want the viewers that are watching to enjoy what they're seeing, and that's what we're saying is that one gets smashed away. Of course, there are the formats of the game. There's T20s, there's one-dayers, there's test matches. Everyone's slightly different, and that's the uniqueness of this one. And also, don't forget, depending on who's bowling, depending on what the surface is like, there are also low-scoring ones. I mean, you're going to go to Croatia. Now, Croatia isn't as high-scoring as this because the way the ground is different, the pitch is different. So it varies different places you go.
Yeah, even Rome, where we just came from. I mean, I thought Rome was a wicket which had just something in it for both batters and bowlers and produced some very nice and competitive matches.
Yeah. And that's going to be a Gundy ball. It'll be a wide. And you can see the non-striker just saying, nah, stay there, probably because there is a fine leg there that makes sure that there's not an opportunity perhaps to take a second. So Snazi still in this contest. They know that they probably do need to see the back of probably about 3 key batters. Captain is one of them who swings and misses at this one. It's a better delivery. Doesn't allow him to come down the pitch and is not one that he can have a drive at either. Siv Zazai, so much better over this from Rahim Ahmadi. Struck hard. Good pickup. And, oh, this is probably out. Well, it's a direct hit. It's worth looking at now. If he had looked up, he could have seen the possibility of going to the keeper, but it's a direct hit. And, oh, well, normally my feeling on direct hits is that it's probably out. Now, hits it well, goes straight away, gets a bat, and that's gone. That is gone. great work. That is brilliant. Well, is this your HCL software play of the day? It's a brilliant run out. And he's, hang on a minute though, wait. Look at the non-striker. There's a couple of things to look out for here. So the batter looking to get back is out of his ground. But the non-striker, he gets back. He holds the crease. Then it strikes. And then they go. Well, I've never seen anything like that before, Nish.
Yeah,
So watch it again. Watch the non-striker. Sees the danger. Gets back. Oh, that is just great awareness. It is incredible awareness from Mohamed Safi. Great work there from Spring Media. And that's Alex who spots that first. Alex, what a star you are. But watch this. I've never seen anything like it. If he doesn't get back in there, Mohamed Safi, then his partner's gone. That's quite incredible. Quite incredible. Well, I've never seen anything. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, I noticed that. I thought he went to the wrong end. He really should have gone to the keeper's end over there. They would have had a pretty simple run out. I think he just got excited, saw all three stumps. Chance to go for the direct hit. Yeah, I would say, yeah, very good awareness there by the non-striker. Has his eye. He has survived one. Oh, pulled away beautifully and goes away for 4 runs into the sunflower fields. And it's gone for a boundary. Yeah, Delpadu just dropping that a touch too short, gives him the length he needs. And he has pulled that away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's these little errors that they're doing during the power play could cost them. The margin for error against a team like Donnerstadt is very fine.
Wow, Asif Zazai survives because of some great bit of awareness from Mohamed Safi, because the direct hit had him. Yeah, you're right. I think if the fielder had seen what was developing in front of him, but I think he's just picked them all up. He's seen that Asif Zazai is going to struggle. So he just fires this in, hits this, and now, I mean, in hindsight, if he had gone to the keeper's end, he definitely, one of the batters would have been run out. Pitiful, a lack of footwork this time from Zazai. Having the keeper come up, I think it's a good idea to Zazai. He likes to use his feet to get to the pitch. So 48. Remember that the opponents had got into the 50s. 52 was their power play score. And that's their footwork again. And I like that shot. A lot of batters, because they see the wicketkeeper is up, then don't play the normal game. Now we know that Asif Zazai, he likes to come down the pitch and meet the ball at the pitch and play down the ground. So even though the keeper's up, he still backs himself to play his normal game. In other words, he's not allowing the keeper to get in his head.
Yeah, really good use of the feet there. Got some divided opinion on that incident over in the chat. Some people thinking it was more luck rather than awareness. I think we'll never truly know. Ultimately, he's the only one who knows that. And this one just flicked away off his pads, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Delpadu just straying down the leg side with his line.
Yeah, it just catches a bit of the pad, actually. It's the quicker ball. You can see the batter saying, good ball. Yeah, I just think, yeah, it's an interesting one. But you see, he's not in danger if he runs to the other end. So he knows that he would get to the other end. So I think he knows that his partner's in danger, and that's why he comes back. I think it's very good awareness, because if he runs to the other side, he's not in danger. So he doesn't have to do what he did. He did it, I think, to save his captain. I actually think it's great awareness. Here comes the throw, gets backed up.
Yeah, this Donnerstadt side, I mean, they're, you know, I've often used the term well-oiled machine to describe them, and you know, we see that in the field with how well they back up and how they just do all the fundamentals right. So it wouldn't be past them to demonstrate the same running between the wickets.
Last ball off this over. It's a little bit short. It's hit and it's thumped down the ground. Bolle, 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 ginna sona. Shukka lagya. Well, Mohamed Safi, he hits his clean out of the middle. And that one is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more. Good shot. Both badhiya shot Maria Mohamed Safi nu. 6 more runs for him. And they're looking good. And, well, that's a little bit of the artistic work that Elsa and Artus have done with the bit of the rope that we're not using. High, and a little bit of love to everybody around the world. So that's the 2 power plays. Donnerstadt, they are ahead. 63 to 52. So 11 runs ahead and haven't lost a wicket as yet.
Yeah, Donnerstadt, this is a perfect start for them. Flying start, 63 for no loss. I don't think any of us could have seen them getting off to this kind of a start. They just play around with their opening partnership a little bit, but it's worked a treat. And as you can see, they're 11 runs ahead of what Snazzy were at this stage and haven't lost any wickets. Snazzy, of course, had lost one of their key men in Lakhmal Kasturi inside the power play.
Liking this move. Kevin Verma, first time on the network. I think he's only 15. The spinner coming on to bowl his first ball. And he should get a wicket. Maybe he will get a wicket. He will get a wicket. 15 years old, the first ball he bowls on the European Cricket Network. And he takes a wicket. Born 23rd of January 2008. And Kevin Verma on his first ever ball on the European Cricket Network is down the leg side. I don't know if he meant it or not, but he has got the wicket off the captain. That'll be the end of Asif Zazai. And what a marvellous moment this is for the youngster.
It's brilliant bowling. I mean, he follows the batter when he sees him advancing down the wicket, looking to create some room as well. Oh, beautiful, beautiful bowling by Verma. And what a way to get your first wicket. He can be really, really proud of that. And he's managed to get rid of the skipper of Donnerstadt, Zazai.
Oh, that's just wonderful moment for a youngster. And it's something that he'll remember for the rest of his days. As this one, though, up in the air, and it will go all the way. And that's 6 runs. New batter comes out, and it's Aman Ahmadzai, and he goes, boom, shakalagya. And that's 6 runs.
And that's being brought back down to reality after picking up a wicket off his first ball. Yep, this is what it's like to bowl in an ECS T10. You're likely to get carded for a few sixes by some of the best batters in Europe.
Okay, here comes Kevin Verma once again. Oh, that's floated up. It's too much height, and that will be played away again. So it just gives it too much width, too much height, and it's an easy hit for Ahmadzai.
Oh, it's so hard not to root for Verma here. I mean, when that was in the air, how many of us were hoping that would go straight to the fielder at cover, at chest height? But nah, it goes beyond him, goes away for 6. Satyam Subhash is the man out in the deep. Oh, come on now. Can he get another wicket? What a moment it would be for the young man.
Okay, let's see if he can. Better areas, but again, he's just putting it in the slot. That's the problem. At least he gets this one to pitch, but he's putting in the slot, and the batter just waiting for it. All right, just maybe try. He started with that slightly flatter ball down the leg side. I think he's got to, you can see the wicketkeeper saying to him, look, just a little bit flatter. Bring it in, just a little bit flatter.
Yeah, he's just flighting the ball up. Needs to, maybe just looks to fire one in. Right now, it's just loopy bowling in the slot.
Yeah, I mean, oh, that's too high. That's not what was asked for. Now this is going to be a no ball that just gets worked away. Well, the first ball was also wide, by the way, but it did get him a wicket. So this over is just not going to play. I actually think that what we've seen here on the scoring, especially in the card that I've got here, is probably incorrect, because I'm pretty sure the first ball was called a wide. No?
No, it wasn't.
How was it not? Was it down the leg side? Did it go through him? Okay. I thought it was down the leg side. All right, so it is correct. Ooh, what's this caught? It's going to be a long chase. I think this is going to get over the rope as well, you know. They're chasing hard. And, well, maybe they do stop it. We'll have to have a good look at this. It looked like the ball was going to win the battle. Been given us byes. So we'll have a just look. They've chased this long and hard. Well, the over has gone magical, but Kevin Verma did start with a wicket. Let's see this. Do they get there in the end? And yeah, they do. It's the big foot there of Rahim Ahmadi. All right, starting with a wicket. Can he finish with a wicket? Pretty close. Pretty close. It's a good delivery to finish. There's good one to start, good one to finish. But in between, there was a little bit of pain and a little bit of a learning process there for Kevin Verma. But he does take one wicket. But at the same time, Donnerstad, they do take 25 runs off the over. And Donnerstad, 4 overs complete, 88 for 1.
Yeah, that was the perfect ball right there at the end. That's where Kevin Verma needs to be bowling it as a leg spinner. Just look to draw that batter forward and get that one to turn past his outside edge. Yep. An interesting over. An over you'll remember for a long time to come. It starts off with a dream start, picks up a wicket off the first ball, and then, well, it did turn into a bit of a nightmare in the middle.
Okay, Nazir Ahmedzai. So looking like a bit more spin. That's worked away by the left-hander, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Mohamed Safi's still there, and he just plays this into, well, an area where there's a lot of space down the ground, that 45 area. So 4 more runs. And of course, a lot of chat on the YouTube chat as well. It's a lot of people are joining in towards the end of the innings here. To Dave, to John. Kroom is joining us there as well. And James saying a lifetime memory for the young lad. Yeah, it is. I mean, don't worry about the other balls. I mean, he's bowled his first ball on the European Cricket Network. Takes a wicket. I said he was 17, but he's actually 16. So great start for him.
They've got another young man bowling in here as well. So they're introducing a lot of young talent. Got Nazir Ahmedzai, only 14 years old.
All right, so they're getting younger. They're getting young. I tell you what, we saw a couple of youngsters bowling in the nets. The next thing you're going to see them out there. And they were only, I reckon, about 4. All right. And he goes down on one knee, trying to get it in the gap. A bit of foot fielding, and it's a foot fielding fail. Come on. How about the youngsters here? Use your hands. Come on, use your hands. Well, yeah, so Kevin Verma, we said he's 16. He's going to turn 17 at the beginning of the year. And now another youngster here. So certainly giving the youngsters the opportunity here. It's too short. And won't quite get it away, though. It goes to the fielder. So that's a good result, I suppose, for young Ahmedzai.
Yeah, John basically saying that if you forget the middle over, the first and last couple were decent deliveries. I think the thing with young leg spinners is you're always going to be very expensive when you start out your career as a leg spinner. It's just about having a captain who has the faith in you to keep bowling you as you develop and go through all those growing pains. This one's just going to go away for 4 runs. It's a nice flat hit, just lands in front of the rope, and Safi is now 2 runs away from a 50.
Yeah, so this is Nazir Ahmedzai, born on the 1st of January, by the way. So born on New Year's Day, 2009. So he's, what, 15? 15 to be 16? 14. And this says he's 14.
Yeah, no, 15, beg your pardon.
I know that my maths. You see, that's the problem. Oh, no, let's talk about this first. That's the thing with you youngsters. You think your mind maths don't beat us oldies, you know.
No, it's just too much using the calculator, and then always cheating whenever we had mental arithmetic class as youngsters.
Yeah, well, we've seen a 15 and a 16-year-old, and let's just say this. They haven't been helped by the fielders, have they? I mean, especially if you look at that over, what have we seen? 2 missed fields of the ball. Let's go onto the boundary. That means that Nazir Ahmedzai will go 18 off the over, but it should have been around 10 or 12, no more than that. So that's unlucky. Hey, he's coming back, you know. It's more time for Kevin Verma. 106 for 1 at the halfway point, though. They need something and need it quick. Can Kevin Verma get another?
Yeah, that required, though. It's come down to 10.6. This one is just played away. It's going to be a big, big chase. And, oh, well, he should have put in the dive over there. He should have put in the dive. He just tries to stick a foot out. And, well, this is where you got to back up a young bowler.
Why
so
are
much
they using their
in that
hands? Why
position.
isn't he running down the rope and just pushing that forward with his hands? Ah, dear. I mean, look at this again. You got to get hands to this. Look at that. That's no good. No good. Diana, go sort him out. Give him one of those on the backside. Dear, oh, dear. All right. Verma. So, the young man is now trying to get his field right here. Yeah, that wasn't good there from Sumar Shagil. Wants another highlight. Wants another moment. This one's just down the leg side, so that's a wide ball. Yeah, I didn't spot the one before. I didn't realise it actually went through the batter. I thought he bowled a wide ball down the leg side, and it was a good take from the keeper, but I missed the fact that it went through him. So he did start with a dot and a wicket. up in the air, but this is going to bounce in the gap between the sweeper and the fielder who's back, so it's going to be another boundary. So he just got to go a bit fuller, hasn't he? A little bit fuller, so he doesn't allow that. If you watch where this ball is pitched, so it's already bounced. We don't see it on the screen there. So that tells you straight away he's just too short here. So Kevin Verma, I know he'll get stronger with age, but he just needs to get the ball up there a little bit more. And that's better. Much better delivery, better line, better areas.
I mean, leg spin is such a difficult art to master, and you know, any young leg spinner is going to struggle and go for runs at the start of their career. I mean, I'd love to see where he's at 2-3 years from now.
That gets played away. He's trying to get it in the gap, and he will squeeze it through the two. See, Sabash trying to get there, and Sumer was there as well, but a little bit of width. I don't mind that. Again, though, you need those to go to hand. You need those to go to a fielder. Second boundary in the over.
Just another 40 runs needed now of the remaining 26 deliveries.
Well, he tries to go with the back of the hand. I think he maybe tried to get the googly going here or something. Tried it, but it was just too short. You can see that the arm and the shoulder dropped too quickly. It ends up short, ends up on the leg side, and this has been smacked away by Arman Ahmadzai. Ahmadzai, he's not hanging around, is he? We know that Safi's got his 50 up already. That came up pretty quick, and now Arman Ahmadzai looking to do the same. These two, I suppose it's probably correct to say that they've been bowling runs to them. Up in the air, and this one also I think will go all the way. It's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. And Donnerstad, they look like they're going to do this pretty easily here. And we thought they might get pushed, but they just didn't have the depth in the bowling here, Snazzy. And at the end of 6 over, Donnerstad 131 for 1.
Yeah, they might actually even have a chance to pick up a bonus point now because they need only 28 runs. Arman Ahmadzai bringing up his half century, a fine innings by him. It's coming in just 14 deliveries. That strike rate, though, 364. It's absolutely incredible. So, well, let's see who they bring on to bowl here because they've got to at least try to get a point out of this game. What a shocker if you end up losing all of your points in a match in which you've scored 158 runs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say to the captain, well done to Ganan Gulzai to give the youngsters a chance. So he's given them, they're playing here, he's given them the opportunity, both of them. But now really you got to be thinking, all right, you know what? We may go down here, but I don't want to lose a point here. I want to take a point away from Donnerstad. So 28 is what they're needing to get off this over, Donnerstad, if they want to take all the points away. And time for me to maybe go back in time to a year that I remember very well, 1988. Short. Oh, there. Well, he's played at this. I think this would have been a horrible wide, but he's just gone for it, and he's going to get 4. So if he left that alone, I think that would have been a wide, and I don't even think the wicketkeeper would have got there. It was such a gundy ball. So I think the batters actually helped out the bowling side. Yeah, 1988 is the year that I toured the Barbados. That's a different story, but it also was the birth of the 6'4" Ishant Sharma, who, like Irfan Pathan before him, grabbed headlines during a tour of Australia in 2008, where his probing spell in the second innings in Perth set up India's win. So happy birthday to Ishant Sharma. It's short again, and fielder will make the stop. So that's going to be... I wonder what they're thinking about the height, by the way. The ball before was bounced and pretty short. That one also is pretty short. Whether they were going over the shoulder or not, we have not seen anything from the umpires. I wonder if they're asking the question, actually. I wonder if they're asking the question about the height. No, it don't look like they are. So we continue here with Bharti. So Hamza Bharti. Oh, man, now surely now they're going to have to say that that's 2, that's over. That one definitely is, but I'm talking about the one that he bowled. The first ball he bowled was really short. So Hamza Bharti, if the idea was for him to bowl a little bit more tidier than the youngsters, well, they're saying that that's one for the over. I thought he did that with the first ball. But anyway,
Yeah, I think he could easily have had all three above shoulder height over here. I think he's gotten away with some very poor bowling. Yeah, I mean, Hamza Bhatti, he's a bowler who hasn't bowled so far this ECS either. So they're still experimenting and giving someone they normally wouldn't an opportunity.
Well, they're going to try tying their laces together. The problem is, though, they're not running. They're just hitting. So, well, Jamil behind the stump, the wicketkeeper. I don't think it's going to work. If you can take the bat out of their hands, it will. Yeah, they're just mullering everything to the boundary at the moment. It's going to try coming from a different angle. And I don't know if this is going to go any better, really, for Hamza Bhatti. And no, it won't. It's going to be another one that will go to the boundary. And this will be 6 runs. So, done a start. They are eyeing up all the points here. Let's just see if we got all the scores updated here, because I think we might be a little behind.
Yeah, so 13 runs needed of 2 balls for the bonus point. They're going to need an extra if they want to achieve that. That one was going wide as well. So, in all honesty, Hamza Bhatti could have bowled 4 extras to start this over.
Yeah. They're 2 right. So, what they've got here, 4,
They're reaching
1,
out at
4,
wider
6.
deliveries here, Donnerstadt.
Yeah, I mean, that no ball, which we thought was a no ball, could be pretty big, because at the moment, that's what's saving them the point at the moment. But I just get the feeling, I'm telling you this, I've got the feeling that Bhatti, he will bowl an extra, and he might bowl one that's too short again. Let's see. There you go. That's the wide. So now all of a sudden it's back on. I told you I had a feeling it's back on now. So 12 of 2 for Donnerstadt to take all the points. And I think at the moment the batters, anything that's going wide, unless you can guarantee smashing it for 6, you leave it and take the run and the extra ball. Just like that. So that's another wide. So this is what they're doing here. It's sort of clever play, because you say, look, let them get another wide in here, and then a 4 is good enough as well. And now I think, yeah, Bhatti now says, I think I'll come back around the wicket. Trying hard, Bhatti, but struggling to get the line right. And that is another wide. So it's now getting to a point where, yeah, now it's 10. So this is what they were waiting for. Now they can know that a 4 is also good enough as one of those shots.
The funny thing is they could have left every ball in this over and had about 10 or 15 runs without facing a legal delivery. That's how. That's honestly how poor Bhatti's bowling has been.
Yeah, exactly. Now this one, how many times? I mean, it's corner wide. I'd be pretty keen even to see where this bounces the second time, because it looked really short. I think it maybe just passes the line. Let's see, one bounce, and where's his second bounce? Yeah, it's okay. It's good. He's lucky with it. They would have been. You know what? They could have just stuck with the 15-year-old Nazir. I think he probably would have protected the 28. All right, issues continue, and that is hit away. How far? Is it going to be the 4 or the 6? It's going to be a 4. So that's 4 of them. That means that they still need the Maximo, but again, that
was going wide as well. That
exactly.
was going wide as well.
So if you're smart, you don't play that shot, because you think, hang on, let's take another wide, and then 2 4s can do it. So now he knows 6. Now again, though, by the way, this over 23 has come off it, and we just got to keep an eye on the length of it. I think that's 9. Is that 9 balls? Yeah, 9 so far. All right. So once again, the idea would be, if it's wide, leave it, because otherwise you've got to hit it for a 6. And this one is going to be, I think he might be okay here. It just buys. So that means that they won't at least concede this point. Oh, they left it fine, but in the end, I think the batter's just getting totally frustrated and playing at balls they shouldn't play at. If they left those wides alone, this over would still be continuing, and you'll probably find that they would have had a pretty decent chance of getting all the points here. So, Donnerstadt, they are 155 for 1. They're needing 4 runs for victory. Snazzy will get a point.
Yeah, I think with the 10 deliveries he bowled, I think that last one was the only one that was within the legal width. Every other ball could have been a wide if it was left alone.
All right, well, who are we going to here now? This looks like the captain. Looks like Gulzai is going to bowl this the start of the 8th over. The captain, he himself has had a good day. He starts with a dot into the pads.
Yeah, obviously appreciate the fact that Snazzy have given these youngsters a chance to bowl in this game, but have they maybe picked the wrong match to do that against a side like Donnerstadt, one of the better teams in this league? Wouldn't it have been better to give them their first bowling appearances against one of the sides that are really struggling in this series? This one's gone high up in the air. It's a chance to take a catch.
Look at Gelzai.
And there was a fielder right next to it, but Gelzai's covered all the ground himself. Well,
he's frightened him. It's the youngster.
It's the young man. So.
He's running towards him like he's a charging bull. Of course, I don't think Nazir is going to get anywhere near. Look at him go here. Look at that. And the young man is thinking, all right, I'm getting out of here. And he said, that was scary. And you can see he's backing away.
Yeah, a little bit intimidated. You can see that.
Just a single, though. All right, Safi. He's the one who started it all off, don't forget. Smacking Luckman for 32 that first over. And he's the one who starts it and finishes it as well with 6. So it's done, it's dusted. 162 4-1 Donnerstadt. Has to be said, I think, with the ball and in the field. Once again, they were far from impressive. But with the bat, especially with the bowling that came their way, they made this look pretty simple. They do lose out on a point. It's quite incredible to think that they were in the hunt to get all the points when they were chasing 159. But they had the opportunities. They didn't take them. But I think Donnerstadt will be more than happy with taking the 3 points here. It just means that they continue to stay towards the top of the standings, right behind, of course, Cricketers CC. They've also played the same number of matches of Cricketers CC now, and will be 2 points behind them. So they're hoping that somebody is able to cause a bit of a upset against Cricketer, and Donnerstadt can continue on winning ways and get all the points. So the end of a match is another high-scoring match, another match where we have seen over 300 runs. But let's just say that the quality, particularly in the field from both sides, wasn't the best. This, of course, is coming up tomorrow. I know that by the time we start tomorrow, you'll be on a flight going home. But Salzburg will be back in action tomorrow, playing 3 matches again. And Donnerstadt will be in action as well, taking on Vienna CC, who come back. Those first 2 first 3 matches are going to be very, very exciting.
It's going to be really exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Salzburg fare against Vienna CC and Donnerstadt. That's going to be the first 2 real tests for them. I think today they went up against softer opposition, for lack of a better word. I mean, the 3 teams they played have combined 2 wins this entire series. And tomorrow they're going to face a stiff test going up against 2 sides or occupying the top 3 spots. So it's now time to have a look at the highlights of this innings. And, well, it was a flying start for Donnerstadt. They managed to pick up 32 runs in that first over. Lakmal Kasturi has been so good throughout this ECS. He's the 2nd highest wicket taker, but he got it badly wrong in the first over. He was smashed all over the place by Mohammad Safi, who, of course, ended up with 63 runs off just 15 deliveries. He was getting pummeled throughout this over. We saw 4 sixes and 2 fours hit over the course of it. And this was a chance that was put down in the second over off the bowling of Rahim Ahmad. He never came back to bowl again, despite only going for 12 runs in the sole over he bowled. The captain instead decided to give a few youngsters a chance to bowl in Kevin Verma and, of course, Nazir Ahmadzai. We'll get to see Kevin Verma as a big moment very, very shortly. He, of course, the young man picked up a wicket off his very first delivery, and there it is. Excellent stumping there. Kevin Verma getting rid of the skipper of Donnerstadt. Asif Zazai followed him beautifully and managed to get that stumping. Of course, that over would soon turn into a nightmare as Ahmad Almazai would come out and smash him for 3 consecutive sixes. He would end up giving 25 runs in that over. Of course, another young player, a year younger, would get a chance to bowl. Nazir Ahmadzai came in and he got a chance to just showcase some of his skills, went for 18 in his over. And then, of course, Kevin Verma would come back for 1 more to round out his day. It was good to see these youngsters coming into bowl, and hopefully we get to see a lot more of them over the coming weeks and years.
Yeah, it was good to see them. I mean, you saw that Verma did get a chance in his second. Though, all right, they've got a lot to learn. They will grow stronger. They will learn more. They'll learn a bit more tactics and maybe get a few more things under their sleeve when it comes to bowling to some of these hard hitters. But they weren't helped with the fielding, were they? I mean, all right, the ones that have gone over the top of everyone, you can't do too much about. But the fielding was not good. And I certainly think that both Kevin Verma and also Nazir Ahmadzai can hold their heads up high. The two youngsters given a chance. Well done also to the captain, Janan Gilzai, for giving them the opportunity quite often. I know captains are not keen to do so. But you made a very good point that to do it against Donnerstadt, probably is not the easiest introduction to the European Cricket Network for those youngsters. They could have done it against maybe some of the lesser opponents maybe. Donnerstadt just pounced on it. They got the win, and in the end, we thought they might get pushed here by Snazi, but they don't. Donnerstadt, a comprehensive win for them without even their strongest team together. So well done from them. We'll have, of course, the batting there. It's all about the hard hitting of Mohammad Zafi and Zazai, the captain, 19, but then also Ahmadzai getting 66 in there. It's certainly been a great day for the batters, and it's been a day full of half centuries, and of course we did have that century there as well. A quick look at the bowling figures, and of course you're still there from some of the youngsters. Things not going to plan. That's the mid-match summary. Snazi 158 for 1 and Donnerstadt 162 for 1, and at one point they were so close taking all 4 points.
Absolutely were. I mean, I think they might look back at a few decisions they made in that 7th over. Donnerstadt win this one in dominant fashion against Snazi. They take it by 9 wickets with 2.3 overs to spare. So another exciting day of cricket has come to an end here in Austria. That continue to see the runs piled on throughout this ECS. I have a feeling that when we get the stats gun tomorrow, that the average rate for today is going to be about 15.
23 sixes just in that match. 23 sixes just in that match. So you can see just why the maximum count here has been absolutely tremendous. A lot of high scores. And I'm glad that today, your last day, we got to see that century as well.
No, absolutely. It was a fine knock, and it was a real privilege to get to witness. We get a little bit of everything here in Austria, but I think the overall trend is this is a batter's paradise. It's going to be such a high-scoring series.
Yeah, well done, of course. Congratulations to Zishan Goraya for bringing up that half century. But I just got the feeling with some of the other batters that we have seen here that it won't be the last. I think there will be more centuries here. I think batters are just starting to find their shape. And we saw a number of batters that could have got there again. I mean, Kogani got so close, didn't he, with a fine 91. He's one player that certainly deserves one as well. I know it's your last day. It has always and is always a pleasure to be with you. And I know that a lot of people in the chat will be sad to see that you're not here tomorrow. But Vinny Sandhu will come, and I'm sure Vinny will try his best to take your place. But, of course, enjoy your break. You got anything planned when you go back home?
I'll get a bit of rest, do some prep for Croatia, spend a bit of time with the family as well, but away from home. So it'll be good to see them all again.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you'll tuck into some of the delicious food that you have back there. And no doubt that you will have a fantastic time in Croatia. I know that I'll be listening in to yourself and Charlie. So the young guns will be in Croatia, but of course myself and Vinny Sandhu will be here tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at those fixtures here again. And I know, Nish, that you said already it'll be a really good test for Salzburg here.
Yeah, Salzburg, I think tomorrow is the day where we'll really get to gauge where their level is at today. They probably went up against some of the weaker opposition in this ECS, but they're up against the heavyweights tomorrow, taking on Vienna CC. And then, of course, Donnerstadt. That is going to be such a big clash for them. Salzburg and, of course, Afghan. Vienna Afghan in the past had some great battles. And this Donnerstadt team were, of course, previously known as Vienna Afghan. And I think Snazi could be a tough test for Salzburg as well. We've seen that they have the propensity to pull off a few upsets. They, of course, beat Vienna CC right at the start of this tournament. So it's going to be an interesting day. The Daredevils also have a match there against Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. So those two sides will be coming in for just the one game.
Yeah, another big day tomorrow. I know Mr. Maximum will be here, and he will be impressed with the number of Maximos that we've seen at this beautiful Sepang cricket ground. So the light is starting to fade. I can hear the music in the background, and it's time for us to say quickly a big thank you to everybody here at the ground, from the ECN crew to the umpires and also the Spring Media. That have been absolutely fantastic. But of course, we can't say goodbye without saying a very big thank you to everybody on the chat here and all of our viewers around the globe. You've been absolutely fantastic one more time. Thank you very much. And so it's goodbye from me. And in my own words, as I say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy, look after yourself. And I will see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana, my family. And shukriya. Thank you for watching.